Imagine dying as an unknown soldier on a forgotten battlefield, only to wake up years in the past with every memory of your doomed future still intact. That's exactly what happens to Aaron Pendragon, a man who once watched kingdoms collapse, dragons fall, and countless lives disappear into chaos. Now reborn in a world on the edge of destruction, he steps into the struggling Pendragon Duchy, where everything is already falling apart. Orc invasions threaten the borders, greedy nobles are plotting betrayal behind closed doors, and even his own knights refuse to trust him. But this time, Aaron isn't powerless anymore. With knowledge of what's coming and strategies no one can predict, he starts flipping the battlefield upside down, crushing enemies who once wiped out entire nations. Orc warlords fall, corrupt nobles get exposed one by one, and even elite knights who look down on him are forced to recognize his command. In a world destined for ruin, one man begins rewriting fate itself. This is the story of Pendragon. The tale commences with a hunter locked in combat against monstrous adversaries. Amidst the fray, an eagle-like beast swoops down upon the hunter, only to meet its end swiftly at the hunter's hands. This hunter, renowned as Ravenvault, bears the moniker of the immortal crow and is feared far and wide for his prowess. As Raven dispatches the monsters, thoughts of freedom tantalize him, for a mere 15 days remain until potential liberation. Determined, Raven envisions his escape from this perilous existence. The narrative then transitions to the campsite of the Rakshasa units, where Raven seeks refuge. Reflecting on the past decade, each day is felt akin to hell. The Rakshasa units, stationed in a realm embroiled in perpetual conflict with monsters, is regarded as a lowly unit, its ranks filled with societal outcasts, slaves, and criminals. It's a place where life holds little value, inhabited by individuals who have resigned themselves to their fate. Overheard conversations among a few men lament Raven's leadership, attributing the deaths of his comrades to his decisions once again. In the aftermath, Raven emerges as the lone survivor once again, prompting whispers among his peers about his remarkable resilience despite his aristocratic background. A confrontation ensues when a man confronts Raven about his unresponsiveness to calls, to which Raven responds with a smirk, questioning the man's eagerness for a swift demise. With a swift kick to the stomach, Raven asserts his dominance before drawing his sword, poised at the man's throat. Yet, in a surprising turn, Raven relents, retracting his blade and shoving the man to the ground before departing. Within the confines of the Rakshasa unit's camp, tales circulate about Raven's unlikely journey, a former nobleman who has defied the odds, surviving a decade in a unit notorious for its high mortality rate. These whispers hold truth, for Raven was indeed once a scion of the esteemed Vault family, albeit not among the most illustrious. However, the fickle hand of fate stripped Raven of his status and possessions, leaving him to navigate the harsh realities of his new existence. The narrative then delves into events a decade prior, when the Vault family faced damning accusations of plotting against the Empire. As the Empire's forces dismantled the family, Raven, too, found himself ensnared by the guards. In a fervent plea, he vehemently denies his family's alleged treachery, insisting they were innocent victims of a larger conspiracy. However, an Empire knight rebuffs Raven's defense, chiding him for his family's purported transgressions. Despite Raven's protestations, the knight reveals that the Vault lineage, save for Raven himself, has been extinguished. In a surprising turn, the knight offers Raven a proposition: endure 10 years of service within the Rakshasa units, and his life shall be spared. Raven is taken aback by the unexpected reprieve. Meanwhile, among the nobility, laughter erupts at the notion of a nobleman like Raven being consigned to the Rakshasa units, a unit regarded as the Empire's lowest, filled with criminals and societal outcasts. The nobles ponder how such a fate could befall one of their own. The nobles anticipate the demise of the Vault family, yet Ravenvault defies expectations with a resolute decision. Meeting the knight's gaze, Raven solemnly inquires if surviving 10 years of monster slaying is all that's required. The knight confirms, promising Raven freedom thereafter. Determinedly, Raven pledges to not only survive but also resurrect the Vault lineage. Returning to the present, Raven contemplates the imminent end of his indignity. Since joining the unit, he has faced monsters devoid of training or experience, merely striving to endure. Over the span of a decade, Raven, once a mere youth, has ascended to become the Rakshasa unit's premier monster hunter. With the next monster purge slated to be his last, Raven believes freedom and the restoration of his family lie within reach. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the Ancona forest in the Pendragon Duchy, where a white dragon addresses a yellow-haired noble. The dragon forewarns of the dwindling time before a pact is fulfilled, setting an ominous tone for what lies ahead. Dragons, revered as the mightiest creatures on Earth, hold a unique status among monsters. Only one family possesses the power to subdue these formidable beasts, the Pendragon ducal family. Renowned for their ability to tame dragons, the Pendragons wield immense political influence, ranking among the Empire's most prestigious noble houses. As the narrative shifts to 13 days before Raven vaults impending pardon, he enters the command tent of Balti, the Rakshasa unit's commanding officer. Balti questions Raven's solitary return once again, seeking a report on the reconnaissance mission. Raven reports a significant concentration of monsters ahead, warning of the dire consequences if they unite with their main forces. Balti acknowledges the peril, conceding that the Rakshasa units alone stands little chance against such odds. However, hope arrives in the form of the Pendragon ducal family. Balti reveals that they will come to their aid tomorrow, bolstering their ranks against the impending threat. The prospect of Pendragon assistance brings a glimmer of optimism amidst the looming danger. Furthermore, the Pendragon family is bringing along one of the most powerful creatures known to mankind, a dragon. Startled by this revelation, Raven questions Balti as to why such a mythical being would deign to fight alongside them. Balti assures Raven of the truth, explaining that the Pendragons have mastered the art of subduing dragons across generations. It appears that the white dragon will be tasked with vanquishing the monsters. Raven reflects on the Pendragon's significance. Not only do they boast royal lineage, but they also hold the highest noble rank in the Empire. While uncertain of the veracity of these claims, Raven ponders the Pendragon's rumored ability to command dragons, creatures bordering on legend. Despite a decade of confronting monsters, Raven has never encountered a dragon, leading him to question Balti's reliance on such tales. Moreover, rumors suggest that the Pendragon family's influence has waned since the demise of their predecessors. Raven remains skeptical, unsure whether to believe in the Pendragon's supposed power. Raven expresses his distrust of the Pendragons to Balti, who dismisses Raven's concerns, citing it as an order. Balti reassures Raven that he won't be required to fight the following day. Perplexed, Raven queries Balti's intentions, to which Balti explains that with a dragon on their side, it's wise to let the dragon handle the monsters while Raven guards the Pendragon child. Raven seeks clarification on whether this task is sufficient. Balti emphasizes the importance of Raven sticking by the Pendragon child's side at all costs. Raven acquiesces, agreeing to follow Balti's instructions. Balti then instructs Raven to personally greet the future Duke Pendragon. Approaching the Pendragon tent, Raven observes the family's flags, confirming their presence. He muses on their desperation in aiding the Rakshasa units. Despite the impending battle, Raven remains indifferent to the outcome, prioritizing his survival for a chance at pardon and freedom. Entering the tent, Raven calls out for the young lord. In response, he hears a voice that startles him, its otherworldly quality leaving Raven momentarily unsettled. Despite this, Raven offers an apology for his unannounced presence and seeks confirmation of the individual's identity as Lord Pendragon. The voice affirms Raven's suspicion, confirming his assumption. Requesting Raven's name and purpose, the voice prompts Raven to introduce himself as the captain of the 12th Division of the Rakshasa units. Raven explains that he's been tasked with guarding Lord Pendragon in the upcoming battle. However, before Raven can proceed further, the voice interrupts, dismissing the need for Raven's report and advising him to rest for the following day. Unperturbed, Raven hesitates to leave, prompting the voice to inquire if he has additional matters to address. Seizing the opportunity, Raven inquires about the absence of the dragon, questioning its crucial role in their combat strategy. The voice reassures Raven that the dragon will indeed assist them and bids him to depart. Accepting the instruction, Raven exits the tent, pondering the curious quietness of Lord Pendragon. He questions the likelihood of a nobleman venturing alone to a place like the Rakshasa units. Nevertheless, Raven resigns himself to the notion that their paths will likely never cross again after tomorrow's battle. The following day, Balti rallies the assembled forces, signaling the time to advance. Suddenly, an explosion rocks the scene, revealing the arrival of a white dragon. Raven is struck with awe at the sight. Alongside the dragon emerges Lord Pendragon, introducing himself as Aaron Pendragon. With resolve, Aaron declares the commencement of the monster extermination. The narrative shifts to the midst of the monster battle, with Raven diligently protecting Aaron Pendragon. As a pack of wolf monsters closes in on them, Raven confides in Aaron, admitting his unfamiliarity with combat while safeguarding others. He implores Aaron to refrain from unnecessary movements. As the wolf monster launched its attack on Raven, he swiftly retaliated, effortlessly taking down the entire pack with a single, precise strike. Glancing skyward, he marvels at the dragon's effortless prowess, astonished that such a creature truly exists. Raven acknowledges the unmatched power of the white dragon, realizing that no monster can withstand its destructive capabilities. Despite the multitude of monsters, the dragon's intervention ensures a smoother battle than ever before. Raven attributes their success to the dragon's formidable presence, grateful for its assistance in turning the tide of the battle. Their victory seems almost certain, prompting Raven to consider himself fortunate that the last mission wasn't more challenging. As the white dragon touches down near Aaron Pendragon, Raven inquires about their well-being, to which Aaron reassures him that they are unharmed. Suddenly, eagle monsters descend from the sky, catching Raven's attention. Urging Aaron to command the dragon, Raven is dismayed to find both Aaron and the dragon with closed eyes. Raven notes the sizable presence of the eagle monsters, who launch a coordinated attack on the white dragon, which remains passive. Shocked by the dragon's lack of response, Raven cries out in disbelief, demanding to know why it isn't defending itself. Turning to Aaron for answers, Raven is interrupted as more monsters emerge from the right side. Despite the dwindling numbers of monsters, Raven realizes there are still more than he anticipated. The situation becomes increasingly dire as their foes continue to multiply. Before Raven could react, the monsters launch an attack against both him and Aaron. Raven reflects on the unmatched might of dragons, believing their presence ensured victory. However, he chastises himself for relying on such fantasies and being overconfident. As Raven opens his eyes, he's shocked to witness the dragon being overwhelmed by the monsters. Confusion grips him as he struggles to comprehend the sudden turn of events. As the monster advances toward Raven, he rises despite his injuries and swiftly dispatches his assailants with the aid of his sword. Feeling utterly drained, Raven acknowledges his deep wounds, knowing they won't heal instantly. He gazes at the fallen white dragon and himself with disdain, recognizing their shared foolishness. Approaching the dragon, Raven queries if it's truly deceased, receiving no response. His attention then turns to the injured Aaron Pendragon lying nearby. Raven implores Aaron to clarify why the dragon ceased its attack upon Aaron's command. Frustrated, Raven insists that victory was within reach had the dragon continued fighting, pressing Aaron for an explanation. Unexpectedly, Raven is struck from behind, sending him crashing to the ground. To his astonishment, the assailant is revealed to be Balti. Raven is left reeling from the betrayal. Suddenly, Balti commands the soldiers to charge and put an end to the chaos. Raven is stunned to see Balti ordering the Imperial forces into action. Balti dismisses Raven's surprise, citing the reality that some individuals wield ultimate control from the outset, while others blindly adhere to their decisions. In a shocking turn of events, Balti swiftly dispatches Aaron Pendragon before Raven's eyes. Balti nonchalantly explains that Aaron's fate was predetermined, leaving Raven bewildered. Turning his attention to Raven, Balti acknowledges Raven's exceptional combat skills and reveals that Raven possesses an extraordinary healing ability. Raven is astonished by this revelation and questions Balti's knowledge about him. Balti admits to feigning ignorance until now, lamenting the unfortunate circumstance that Raven, despite his immortal body, will meet his end today. Raven is left grappling with the grim reality of his impending demise. Faced with the realization that freedom and the restoration of his family seem increasingly out of reach, Raven reflects on the singular purpose that has driven him for the past decade. Despite his unwavering determination, he begins to feel the weight of his powerlessness and vulnerability. Raven resigns himself to the grim fate that awaits him in this desolate place, lamenting the cruel reality of his situation. In a surprising gesture, Balti offers Raven a revelation in his final moments. He discloses a shocking truth: the downfall of the Vault family, Raven's forced enlistment in the Rakshasa units, and the impending demise of both Raven and Aaron Pendragon were all part of a meticulously orchestrated plan. Raven is stunned by this revelation, grappling with the implications of the manipulation that has shaped his fate. As Balti moves to execute Raven, the white dragon, previously believed to be defeated, opens her eyes. With a solemn declaration that all conditions have been met, the white dragon ascends into the sky. It proclaims that on this day, as the sun and moon converge, the pact will be fulfilled with the blood of 1,000 men and monsters, a dragon monarch, and a human monarch. As the dragon's head begins to glow, it gazes into the heavens and declares that the outcome now rests upon the dragon rider. Raven finds himself in a bewildering situation, questioning if he's even alive after recalling a sensation of his body contorting unnaturally. As Raven gradually awakens, the maid assisting him is taken aback by his stirring. With a gasp, she hastily rushes outside to spread the news that the young lord has regained consciousness. Meanwhile, Raven surveys his surroundings, noting the opulent furnishings of the unfamiliar room. Puzzled, he wonders about his location and how he came to be there. Raven encounters a butler named Melbon, who bursts into tears at Raven's awakening. The butler addresses Raven as the young lord and asks if he recognizes him. Puzzled, Raven inquires about the title, Young Lord, prompting the butler to reveal that they are in Conrad Castle, under the rule of Aaron Pendragon, whom Raven apparently now embodies. Raven is struck with disbelief upon hearing this revelation. Hastily, he seeks confirmation by catching sight of his reflection in the nearby water, where the truth dawns upon him: he has somehow transformed into Aaron Pendragon. The maid, Lindsay, inquires of young Lord Aaron whether he recalls his identity. The butler interjects, expressing little surprise at Aaron's confusion, given his 3-year-long unconsciousness. Aaron is stunned by this revelation, realizing that 3 years have passed since the fateful battle. Inwardly, he recollects the moment when Balti took down Aaron, an event etched vividly in Raven's memory. The realization dawns on him as he grapples with the implications of assuming another's identity. Raven's mind swirls with confusion and disbelief. He questions his own mortality, pondering the inexplicable return of the supposedly deceased Pendragon. News of Aaron's awakening spread, drawing his mother, Lady Elena, to his side. Lindsay and the butler greeted Lady Elena with joy. As Elena walks towards Aaron, he's shocked to see her simply walk through the woman blocking her path. The woman signals to Aaron with a subtle gesture, indicating for him to keep her presence a secret. Elena embraced her son, prompting a query about his memory of her. Aaron was utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the surreal events unfolding around him. Nothing seemed to align with logic or reason. Then, an elderly woman motioned towards the window, drawing Aaron's attention to the side outside. There, amidst a flurry of gasps and startled murmurs, stood the majestic white dragon, Soldrake. Soldrake's thunderous roars reverberated through the room, sending shockwaves of disbelief through everyone present. As the dragon attempted to breach Aaron's chamber, Aaron couldn't fathom how he knew the creature's name. Soldrake was supposed to have perished alongside Aaron during that fateful incident. Pondering the possibility of the dragon's survival, Aaron's mind struggled to reconcile the inexplicable. His confusion deepened as his mother positioned herself protectively before him, confronting the dragon with an unwavering resolve. In a surprising turn, the elderly woman stepped forward, effortlessly taming Soldrake with gentle gestures. Witnessing this astonishing display, Aaron moved to intervene, but the old woman silenced him with a playful wink, leaving him to grapple with the enigma unfolding before his eyes. Aaron's astonishment deepened as Elena urged him to stay clear, cautioning of danger. Hearing his mother's words, Aaron realized he alone could perceive the presence of the mysterious old woman. With a few uttered words, the old woman commanded Soldrake, prompting the dragon to soar away from the castle as she vanished into thin air. Witnessing her disappearance, Aaron felt a surge of surprise. Melbon, the butler, hurried to Elena's side, expressing concern for her well-being. Assured by Elena that she was unharmed, Elena turned to Aaron, her gaze fixing upon him, as she inquired about his well-being. Aaron, amidst the opulent castle, surrounded by worried attendants and a departing white dragon, couldn't shake the feeling of inhabiting Aaron Pendragon's role. Elena's repeated inquiries about his welfare prompted Aaron to reassure her, calming both Elena and Melbon. Resolving to untangle the mysteries surrounding him, Aaron acknowledged the need to gather information discreetly. As Aaron endeavors to conceal his true identity as Raven from the servants, he resolves to gather pertinent information from them discreetly. Within the Empire, the Rakshasa unit stood as a marginalized and subpar unit, existing in a realm devoid of human rights. Yet, within this harsh environment, Raven managed to endure for a decade. His survival was a testament to his refined combat skills and extraordinary healing prowess. Raven emerged as a warrior without adversaries, feared by both humans and monsters alike. However, fate took a cruel turn during the monster eradication campaign in the Lobteen Plain. In the throes of battle, Raven, on the brink of liberation from the Rakshasa units, met his demise alongside Lord Pendragon, whom he had faithfully guarded. Supposedly fallen, Raven defied death, inhabiting Lord Pendragon's body. Moreover, he found himself transported back in time, 7 years prior to the fatal confrontation. This extraordinary turn of events heralded a profound transformation for Raven. Shedding his former life of relentless monster hunting, he emerged as Aaron Pendragon. As Lindsay tended to him, feeding him with a tenderness reminiscent of infancy, Aaron couldn't help but feel a pang of discomfort. The transition from formidable warrior to being cared for like a child struck him as excessive. Aaron informed Lindsay that it had been several days since he woke up, emphasizing that he could manage to eat by himself. He requested the food from her. However, Lindsay explained that the doctor's instructions mandated absolute stillness for Aaron, requiring assistance from the maids during meals. She gently urged Aaron to comply by opening his mouth for her to feed him. Reflecting on Lindsay's devoted care during his slumber as Raven, Aaron acknowledged her overprotectiveness. Despite feeling embarrassed, Aaron yielded to her insistence, allowing her to feed him. After finishing his meal, Lindsay expressed her hope that Aaron enjoyed it and announced her intention to help him dress until his medication was ready. Aaron declined her offer, asserting his ability to dress himself. He instructed Lindsay to bring his clothes and a hair clip while he washed his face. "Lindsay, I can manage," Aaron insisted, attempting to walk despite the protests about his frail body. However, Lindsay gently intervened, guiding him to a chair. She assured him she would handle changing his clothes and fixing his hair. Reluctantly, Aaron relented, allowing Lindsay to tend to him. As Lindsay tied his hair and helped him change, Aaron couldn't shake off the feeling of frustration at his current state, relying on others for even the simplest tasks. Suddenly, a voice called out, addressing him as brother. Startled, Aaron turned to see his sister, Lady Irene, accompanied by her daughter, Lady Mia. Mia rushed over to him, enveloping him in a hug, prompting an awkward smile from Aaron. Irene apologized for their unexpected visit and inquired about Aaron's ability to walk. Aaron reassured her, prompting Lindsay to offer Irene a seat. Despite Irene's concern about intruding, Aaron insisted they were not a bother. Irene's joy at his reassurance was evident as she mentioned the blooming summer flowers in the courtyard, steering the conversation towards lighter topics. As Aaron anticipated the chance to venture outside with Irene to admire the flowers, she eagerly launched into a detailed discourse about them. Aaron couldn't help but inwardly sigh, knowing he was in for another lengthy discussion. Despite his initial intention to feign amnesia upon waking up, Irene's loquacious nature made it nearly impossible to maintain the pretense. Yet, he found solace in the wealth of information she unwittingly provided. Listening to Irene's descriptions of the previous Aaron Pendragon, Aaron couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. The image she painted was of a melancholy figure, more inclined towards reading and drawing than wielding a sword. Furthermore, he learned of Aaron's timid and shy demeanor, often retreating to his room. These traits had led to ridicule among the nobles, despite Aaron's noble lineage. It was no wonder the Pendragon family had fallen from grace. But now, having been reincarnated as Aaron, Raven saw an opportunity to alter the course of history. In his current form, Aaron inhabited the 17-year-old body he possessed before crossing paths with Raven on the battlefield. Within the castle walls, whispers circulated that Aaron had been comatose for nearly 3 years, from the age of 14. Raven pondered the curious twist of fate that had him awaken as Aaron in this particular circumstance. However, he dismissed the question of why as insignificant compared to the opportunity it presented. For Raven, the paramount concern was his continued existence and the chance to start anew, 7 years prior. Freed from the shackles of the Rakshasa units, he aimed to redeem the tarnished honor of his family name, Vault. This rebirth offered him a second shot at fulfilling his unmet ambitions and unraveling the enigmatic words uttered by Balti before his demise, words hinting at a deeper connection between events. As Aaron Pendragon and Raven Vault intertwined, Raven resolved to embark once more into battle. Elena turns to Aaron, her voice drawing his attention as she asks if he's listening. Aaron offers a quick apology to his sister, urging her to continue. Irene then informs Aaron that it appears Luna will be visiting him soon. Perplexed, Aaron inquired about Luna's identity. Irene revealed Luna as the adopted daughter of Count Sirod, a knight of the Pendragon House. Irene reveals to Aaron that Luna is not only his visitor but also his fiancée. The revelation left Aaron momentarily speechless, grappling with the unexpected news. Meanwhile, outside, a carriage traversed through the forest, escorted by knights. Within, one of the knights informed Lady Luna of their imminent arrival at Conrad Castle, the seat of the Pendragon Duchy. Joseph Britton, the first knight of the Sirod Count family, approached Lady Luna with a question. He noted that she was about to meet her fiancé for the first time in 3 years and inquired about her feelings. Luna dismissed his concern, questioning why she should confide in him. She redirected his focus to his duties, indicating she didn't want him to worry about her. In her mind, Luna harbored doubts about Aaron Pendragon's strength. She believed Aaron to be weak and timid, doubting their ability to hold a proper conversation. Despite their engagement being initially beneficial for her family, Luna resolved to end it that day. Her father, the Count of Sirod, had decided to cancel the engagement due to the declining power of the Pendragon House. Luna disagreed with her father's leniency on the matter, feeling it was time to sever ties with a house that had fallen behind the others. Truthfully, Luna felt a wave of relief when her father instructed her to end things with Pendragon. Britton commented on Luna's facade of Luca's visit, knowing she was on her way to dissolve the engagement. He wondered if young Lord Aaron had matured, but Luna brushed off his inquiry, asserting it was none of his concern. She cautioned Britton against needlessly antagonizing the Pendragon Knights, but Britton laughed it off, claiming there were no knights in Pendragon anymore. He doubted Aaron could reclaim past glory, especially after failing to make a pact with a dragon. Britain boasted that he could bring more honor to the Searod house than Pendragon ever could. Luna, annoyed by Britain's arrogance, asked him to step back, as Joseph's behavior had been unpleasant. Joseph, realizing his mistake, apologized to Lady Luna. Luna pondered the lack of decent men in both the Pendragon and Searod families, finding fault in both weakness and arrogance. As they gathered in the entrance hall of Conrad Castle, Luna exchanged greetings with Aaron, his mother, and sister. Irene complimented Luna's appearance, while Elena expressed gratitude for her visit. Elena then entrusted Aaron with the task of escorting Luna to her room. Observing Aaron, Luna couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment. Despite his age, he seemed incapable of even basic social interactions without being prodded. However, with a sudden display of charm, Aaron greeted Luna and offered to show her to her room. Luna was taken aback by this unexpected shift in demeanor. Aaron, noticing Luna's surprise, suggested she stay in a separate room from the knights. Luna found herself speechless, grappling with her conflicting emotions upon witnessing Aaron's uncharacteristic behavior. Gathering her composure, Luna apologized to Aaron for her earlier behavior and requested that he assign the knight to a separate room. Witnessing Luna's composed demeanor, Aaron reflected on Irene's description of Luna as calm and reserved, contrasting it with her current attitude towards him after 3 years of separation. He realized the political nature of their marriage. Led by Lindsay, Aaron and Luna were shown to their room. As they entered, Lindsay offered to prepare tea, receiving Aaron's approval. Aaron then urged Luna to sit down, surprising her with his assertiveness. Luna struggled to comprehend Aaron's sudden transformation from someone who couldn't even make eye contact to one confidently interacting with her and the servants. Commenting on Aaron's change, Luna mentioned hearing about his memory loss and questioned if he had forgotten about her. Aaron confirmed this, explaining that upon awakening, he couldn't recall anything from his past. He expressed regret for this, apologizing to Luna. Luna observed that Aaron had transformed into a completely different person after losing his memory, yet she couldn't help but notice how strikingly handsome he had become. She believed that with Aaron's newfound confidence, even the declining Pendragon family could potentially revive. Meanwhile, Aaron contemplated the precarious situation between the Pendragon and neighboring families, lacking crucial information about potential consequences. He sensed that Luna was concealing something from their initial encounter and resolved to uncover it. Aaron acknowledged the remarks from his servants and sister about his changed demeanor, implying that if Luna disapproved, she should discuss it with Count Searod. In response, Luna vehemently rejected the suggestion, indicating that she held no desire to involve her father. The tension between them simmered as Luna's outburst hinted at deeper complexities beneath the surface. Luna swiftly apologized to Aaron for her sudden outburst, feeling conflicted about the situation. She recognized that her father had already decided to end the engagement with Aaron and had come to discuss it that day. Despite acknowledging Aaron's personal growth, Luna remained convinced that he couldn't restore the Pendragon family's reputation. Therefore, she felt compelled to address the matter with him promptly. As Luna prepared to broach the subject, Lindsay interrupted with a message from the Duchess, summoning Aaron and Lady Searod to the audience chamber immediately. Aaron inquired about the urgency, prompting Lindsay to reveal that a commotion caused by the knight accompanying Luna had occurred. Luna was taken aback by the unforeseen development, realizing the timing couldn't be worse. Feeling cornered, Luna struggled to articulate her intentions to Aaron before the interruption. Aaron, sensing her discomfort, remarked that Luna appeared to have been concealing something since her arrival. Aaron asked Luna if she came with bad intentions today. Luna reassured Aaron that she didn't have any ill will. Though she disliked Aaron, Luna felt it was necessary to tell him something important. Aaron then left, promising to hear her out later, suggesting they first deal with Luna's knight. Luna was puzzled by Aaron's sudden change but decided to focus on stopping Britain for now. Eventually, Luna agreed to accompany Aaron. The scene transitions to the grandeur of the audience hall, where the butler, with a hint of curiosity, inquires of Britain whether Count Searod has indeed agreed to dissolve the engagement. Britain affirms this, elaborating that both Luna and himself have arrived to deliver this news to young Lord Aaron. Selena's frustration becomes palpable as she absorbs this revelation, and she confronts Britain, her voice tinged with a mix of incredulity and indignation. She points out the implication of Count Searod's actions, suggesting that his willingness to end the engagement signifies his readiness to accept accountability for the fallout. Britain acknowledges her astute observation and reveals that Count Searod seeks to make amends by offering the Pendragon family ownership of lucrative gold and crystal mines near the border, as well as 2 prized lumber mills in the Brynjard Forest. The enormity of this proposal visibly startles both Selena and Melbon, their expressions betraying a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. With a calculated tone, Britain then subtly suggests to Selena that given her current shortage of household staff and knights, it might be prudent to consider Count Sirod's generous offer. Selena, her pride wounded by Britain's insinuations, silently wonders just how much further he intends to slight the honor of the Pendragon lineage. Selena acknowledges the challenging economic situation facing the Pendragon family but resolves not to accept the offer, driven by pride in her family name. Firmly, she informs Britain of her decision to decline the proposal. Britain, however, questions Selena's certainty, highlighting the potential opportunity it presents to restore their family's fortunes. Selena's frustration mounts at his persistence. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as the knights enter, paying their respects, followed by Aaron Pendragon. Selena and Melbourne's spirits lift at Aaron's arrival. Britain sees Aaron's presence as a significant moment. He believes Luna should take note, as he intends to demonstrate his superiority to Aaron. As Aaron assumes his seat, Britain approaches him, only to be met with Aaron's confusion. Aaron reveals he has lost his memories and doesn't recognize Britain. Shocked, Britain reassesses the situation, realizing Aaron's altered state doesn't necessarily diminish his capabilities. Britain is determined to demonstrate to Aaron the disparity between them and intends to adjust Aaron's attitude. Stepping forward, Britain begins to assert his status as the top knight of the Sirod Count house, but Aaron abruptly interrupts, ordering him to step back. Britain is taken aback by this command. Aaron dismisses Britain, expressing no interest in him and deeming him just a mere knight. Britain, feeling slighted, questions Aaron's rudeness. However, Aaron counters with a stern assertion that it's Britain's party who has come to his castle with disrespect. With an intense gaze, Aaron reiterates his demand for Britain to step back, leaving Britain shocked into compliance. Turning to Luna, Aaron remarks on the commotion and his discovery of the argument over a mere breakup upon his arrival. Aaron gestures for Luna's Sirod to step forward, suggesting they continue their conversation themselves. Luna is caught off guard by the turn of events and ponders her next move. Aaron addresses Luna, affirming that Sirod intends to end the engagement and compensate the Pendragon family with a gold mine, a crystal mine, and 2 lumber mills. He suggests this should settle the matter. Luna, Selena, and Melbourne are taken aback by Aaron's blunt approach. Selena questions where Aaron learned such assertiveness, while Melbourne advises caution before making any decisions. Aaron acknowledges Sirod's actions but emphasizes the need for the Pendragons to focus on reclaiming their strength. He dismisses the significance of the marriage dispute, expressing doubt that the Pendragons can sway Sirod's decision. Aaron questions Luna if he's mistaken. Luna internally grapples with the realization that she must inform Aaron of her inability to marry him. Reluctantly, she admits to herself that she's beginning to fall in love with Aaron Pendragon. Aaron notices Luna's hesitation and suggests that if it's a decision from the Sirod household, Luna's personal thoughts need not factor in. He accepts the end of the engagement with Sirod without giving Luna a chance to speak. Aaron then turns to Duchess Selena for her approval, which she grants, expressing her trust in Aaron as the head of the Pendragon family. With Selena's consent, Aaron formally announces the annulment of the marriage between himself and Luna Sirod. Luna and Britain are frustrated, while Selena and Melbourne feel relieved. In a moment of solitude, Aaron reflects on the mounting pressures and declares his desire to be excluded from any further marriage discussions. Aaron reflects on his decision to inquire about the economic state of Pendragon territory from Irene. He reasons that if breaking the engagement can yield such significant resources, particularly the valuable crystal mine essential for magical materials, there's little reason to decline. Securing the crystal mine could enable Pendragon to attract skilled mages to their domain, enhancing their capabilities. As Aaron strolls through the corridor, he notices a portrait of the elderly woman he encountered earlier in his room. Curious, he approaches Lindsay and inquires about the woman's identity. Lindsay informs Aaron that she is Lady Atia Pendragon, the older sister of Aaron's grandfather, Sir Klein Pendragon. Aaron repeats her name, only for Atia Pendragon herself to speak from behind him, commending Aaron for addressing her by her name. Startled by her sudden appearance, Aaron listens as Atia expresses her desire to speak with him privately, inviting him to engage in a conversation. Aaron approached Lady Atia with a puzzled expression, wondering why she sought his audience. She met his gaze with a solemn air before revealing the truth. She was a ghost, and to communicate with the living, her name had to be invoked. Aaron found himself at a loss, contemplating the surreal encounter. Despite facing monsters for a decade, conversing with a spirit was an entirely new experience for him. He couldn't help but reflect on the strange occurrences since he awoke in this unfamiliar body. With a grave demeanor, Lady Atia wasted no time delving into the matter at hand. Her piercing gaze bore into Aaron as she questioned his identity, knowing full well he wasn't Aaron Pendragon. Shock washed over Aaron upon hearing her assertion. Sensing his disbelief, Lady Atia quickly softened her tone, offering apologies for the blunt delivery that may have seemed threatening. She explained that her knowledge came from Soldrake, who had informed her of Aaron's true nature. Understanding dawned upon Aaron as he pieced together the puzzle before him. With newfound clarity, he inquired if Lady Atia could communicate with dragons as well, and whether she knew his original identity. Lady Atia admitted to Aaron that she didn't possess that knowledge and expressed a desire to understand what transpired. Aaron pondered the situation, realizing Atia's spectral nature and contemplating the exclusivity of their interaction. If he was the sole witness to Atia's presence, perhaps she could become an ally in his journey. Assured of his decision, Aaron vowed to disclose everything despite his doubts about Atia's willingness to believe him. He embarked on a narrative, revealing not only the events leading to his current state, but also his true identity as Ravenvault. Aaron recounted the fateful day on the Lobtine Plain, where both Aaron and Raven perished, or so it was believed. Aaron grappled with the mystery of why Raven awoke in the guise of Aaron Pendragon after supposedly dying. As Aaron shared his tale, Atia began to grasp the essence of his being. Aaron was taken aback by her acceptance of his extraordinary story. Atia reassured him, explaining that belief was irrelevant in the face of his tangible presence. Soldrake, too, had recognized the anomaly of Aaron's existence, further validating his truth. Atia found herself inclined to believe Aaron's account, but she dropped a bombshell that left him reeling. She suggested that the Aaron Raven had protected on the Lobstein Plain might have been an impostor. Shock washed over Aaron at the implications of such a revelation. With a solemn tone, Atia delved into the intricate history of the Pendragon lineage. She spoke of generations of heirs forming pacts with Soldrake, weaving a tapestry of power and obligation. Then she posed a question to Raven. Had he ever heard of the necessity to unlock a mausoleum? Atia elaborated, revealing the true significance of the Pendragon Mausoleum. It wasn't merely a resting place for ancestral souls, but a repository of the family's fortune, ancestral blessings, and the familiars of Soldrake. Within its depths lay a magic tower housing the closely guarded secrets of the Pendragon lineage, the wellspring of their greatness. The opening of the mausoleum symbolized stability and prosperity for the Pendragon family, while its closure heralded decline. Atia emphasized the gravity of the situation, explaining that only the heirs of Pendragon possessed the key to unlock the mausoleum gate. Atia elucidated the daunting challenge of forming a pact with Soldrake, whose authority was nearly insurmountable. The Pendragon heir had but a single opportunity to forge this pact. Failure meant relinquishing the task to future generations. Even renowned figures like Klein and his predecessor Gordon had struggled with the pact, highlighting its formidable nature. Aaron, deemed the weakest Pendragon in history, had been decisively defeated by Soldrake, plunging him into a coma. Atia explained the grim reality that heirs defeated by Soldrake seldom regained consciousness. The noble white dragon only submitted to those who conquered her authority, making Aaron's chances of departing with Soldrake to encounter Ravenvault seem improbable. Aaron absorbed this revelation with shock. However, Atia swiftly redirected the focus, assuring Aaron that his identity was currently inconsequential. Instead, she emphasized the paramount importance of Aaron Pendragon awakening with another soul within him. Aaron queried Atia about the cryptic message she was conveying. In response, Atia revealed that while the body belonged to Aaron, the soul within did not. This revelation meant there was still a chance to forge a pact with Soldrake if the soul was different. Atia then outlined a daring plan for Raven. She explained that the Pendragon forces were currently insufficient. Raven was to journey to the treacherous Ancona forest, a haven for ferocious monsters. Battling through the ceaseless onslaught, Raven would ultimately reach the heart of the forest, the Pendragon Mausoleum. There, he would showcase his strength and forge a pact with Soldrake, the guardian of the mausoleum. Atia urged Raven to embrace his destiny as the true heir of Pendragon and undertake the mission. With a probing gaze, she asked for his thoughts on the matter, questioning whether he believed he could succeed. Raven, resolute, agreed to the task. He cited his familiarity with battling monsters and expressed optimism about the potential benefits of opening the mausoleum. With Raven's commitment sealed, Atia nodded in approval, reassured by his determination. She emphasized the importance of this quest, and the potential rewards it held for both Raven and the Pendragon lineage. Furthermore, Atia pointed out that it would benefit Raven personally if the Pendragon name regained its authority. With his own ambitions in mind, Raven pledged to utilize all available resources. Atia observed Raven's decisive nature and admired his determination, feeling a sense of affinity towards him. She assured Raven that she harbored no objections to his goals and expressed her desire for Pendragon to reclaim its former glory, which aligned with her own wishes. Atia promised not to hinder Raven's pursuits. Raven expressed gratitude for her understanding. With clarity on the next steps, Raven acknowledged the need to assert control over the vassals. Despite the support the family received after Aaron's coma, Raven acknowledged the lingering disdain he faced due to his predecessor's actions. Atia acknowledged Raven's assessment, recognizing that some still underestimated the current head of Pendragon and the family's fortunes. Atia instructed Raven to identify the loyal vassals and assert his authority as the head of the castle. Raven acknowledged the task at hand, recognizing the need to take command of the vassals and prepare for the impending battle to open the mausoleum. With determination in his voice, Raven stated that he would have everything under control within half a month, resorting to force if necessary. The scene transitions to the exterior, where Aaron is deeply engrossed in his training regimen. Aaron strives to recapture the sensations he experienced as Raven while hunting monsters, their formidable size, their numbers, and their predatory behavior. He resolves not to rely on his comrades as mere fighters, but to hunt with the intent of single-handedly vanquishing them all, determined to prevent the tragedies of his past life from recurring. Linda, observing Aaron's intense training, is taken aback by his dedication. She admires his prowess, expressing her genuine astonishment at his abilities. Aaron reflects on the transformation his body has undergone since Raven's consciousness inhabited it. From initially being too feeble to wield a sword, Aaron's relentless workout routine has rendered his physique akin to that of Raven during his time in the Rakshasa unit. Unbeknownst to Raven, his healing and combat prowess have seamlessly transferred to Aaron, a remarkable phenomenon that Aaron is deeply grateful for. Just then, Mark Killian, a knight of the Pendragon house, approaches Aaron. Offering to spar with swords, Killian extends an invitation for Aaron to hone his skills further. Aaron contemplated Killian's offer to train him, but instead, he declined for the time being, explaining that he had something else in store for Killian later. The scene then shifted to the main hall of Conrad Castle, where a gathering had convened. Aaron, addressing everyone present, declared his intention to soon open the mausoleum. The announcement shocked Killian, the butler, and the soldiers. Killian voiced his concerns, stating that if Aaron wished to open the mausoleum, he would have to conquer the Ancona forest with only the current troop strength. With all due respect, Killian expressed doubt about Aaron's ability to lead in battle, given his limited training thus far. Aaron, however, urged Killian to set aside his reservations momentarily and provide insight into the situation at the gate. Killian described a scene of absolute chaos where monsters and bandits roamed freely. He explained that vigilante groups had formed in each town to combat the escalating threat. As tension thickened in the room, Aaron acknowledged Killian's grim assessment of the situation. Monsters and bandits loomed ever closer to the gate, threatening to breach the castle's defenses. Despite the peril, Aaron remained resolute, declaring that Pendragon would not relinquish their hold on the gate. The butler, however, urged caution, proposing a strategy that involved bolstering the family's power through the crystal mines bestowed by the Seerods. He suggested that Aaron undergo tactical training with Sir Killian before proceeding further. But Aaron countered, pointing out the harsh reality. Pendragon lacked the manpower to protect the crystal mines, let alone operate them effectively. He emphasized that time was of the essence, and delaying action was not an option. In a decisive move, Aaron announced that they would depart in 15 days, with him personally leading the operation. He made it clear that objections would not be tolerated. Killian's laughter at Aaron's proclamation drew Aaron's scrutiny. With a hint of defiance, Aaron challenged Killian, questioning the humor in entrusting him with command. Descending the stairs with determination etched on his face, Aaron voiced his frustration at the incessant opposition he faced. Addressing Killian, he challenged him to a duel, citing Killian's repeated assertions of wanting to restrain him. Aaron declared that he had prepared a grand stage for Killian. Killian, taken aback, questioned Aaron's resolve, expressing doubt about his ability to survive on the front line without training. Aaron brushed aside Killian's concerns, accusing him of verbosity and urging him to let his sword do the talking. Drawing his sword, Eren charged at Killian, who managed to parry the attack but felt the weight behind Eren's strike. In retaliation, Killian launched a counterattack, only for Eren to deftly evade it. Seizing an opportunity, Eren leaped into the air, unleashing a powerful strike. Despite Killian's own counterstrike, he asserted his superiority, refusing to be bested by a novice in swordsmanship. As Eren withdrew from his strike, Killian, interpreting it as a sign of surrender, but in a swift and unexpected move, Eren used the cover of his sword to deliver a decisive blow to Killian's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Shock rippled through the onlookers at the sudden turn of events. Turning to address the assembled soldiers, Eren reiterated his earlier declaration. They would depart in 15 days, and he would forge a pact with the White Dragon to open the mausoleum. Any objections were to be voiced now. In response, the soldiers unanimously pledged their allegiance to Eren's command. Meanwhile, in the guest room of Conrad Castle, Luna remained. Britain entered, questioning Luna's decision to stay in Pendragon's territory. Luna asserted her intention to accompany young Lord Eren to the battlefield. Britain, puzzled, queried Luna's motives, citing the broken engagement and Eren's perceived ineptitude in battle despite his apparent transformation. In response to Britain's suggestion that Lady Luna should swiftly return to Sirad territory under his escort as a skilled knight, Luna sharply rebuked his condescending attitude. She expressed her disdain for Britain's constant arrogance and belittlement of others, highlighting his apparent unawareness of her reasons for remaining at the castle. Luna explained that the Pendragons were relatives of the Sirad family, being one of the 5 ducal houses of the empire and bearing the bloodline of the emperor. Despite the broken engagement, Luna emphasized the importance of gathering information on the Pendragon's actions to assess potential losses and gains for the Sirad house. She asserted that it would be unwise to hastily return to Sirad territory, especially when young Lord Eren embarked on his journey to the front. Luna declared her intention to accompany Eren, ensuring she remained abreast of developments. Britain conceded to Luna's reasoning, agreeing to accompany them only as far as the Bellant Gate. Britain pressed Luna to promise that after reaching the Bellant Gate, she would return home with him. Luna assented, reassuring Britain that she would honor her word. However, in her thoughts, Luna pondered the significance of Eren's transformation. She believed that if Eren succeeded in opening the mausoleum with his newfound strength, the Pendragon house would undoubtedly reclaim its former glory. Luna resolved to witness firsthand just how formidable Eren had become. Meanwhile, Britain seethed with resentment over Eren's perceived humiliation of him. He harbored a deep desire to demonstrate to Eren the harsh realities of the outside world once they departed. The scene transitions to 15 days later, where all the assembled forces stand outside the castle, prepared to depart. Eren's mother, Selena, embraces him tightly, urging him to promise his safe return. Eren reassures her, pledging to secure the White Dragon and the mausoleum before returning home unharmed. He then turns to see Irene and Mia shedding tears. With comforting words, Eren assures them of his safe return. Lindsay approaches Eren, signaling that it's time to leave. Eren mounts his horse, ready to embark on the journey. Just as he prepares to depart, the butler arrives, presenting Eren with Pendragon's revered sword, the Window Scream. As Eren accepts the sword, he reflects on the significance of the upcoming battle. He is determined to reclaim Pendragon's power and fulfill the long-awaited wish of the Vault House that he couldn't fulfill in the past. With the treasured sword in hand, Eren is resolved to restore the honor lost by the Raven family and erase the stigma of their betrayal against the Empire. With determination coursing through him, Eren readied himself for the impending battle. As he raised his sword, he rallied his troops, urging them to fight for the glory of Pendragon. The soldiers surged forward, confronting the monstrous wolves that lurked within the forest. Killian cautioned Eren to be careful, but Eren assured him that he could handle the creatures. With a single swift strike, Eren dispatched the monsters, instilling confidence in his troops. He urged them to press onward without hesitation. Killian, Lindsay, and Luna watched in awe as Eren displayed his prowess. Upon reaching the Bellant Gate, Eren halted his troops and instructed Killian to remain outside while he assessed the situation within. Killian ordered the soldiers to rest until further notice. Approaching Eren, Lindsay offered him water, her face smeared with dust. Concerned for her well-being, Aaron suggested she take a break and wash her face. Blushing, Lindsay protested, claiming she couldn't possibly do so. Aaron insisted to Lindsay that it was an order, reassuring her that she need not worry about him. He urged her to rest, emphasizing that it was equally important for her well-being. Lindsay acquiesced, agreeing to follow Aaron's directive. Entering the Bellant Gate, Aaron surveyed the scene with disappointment. The state of disrepair exceeded his expectations. There were insufficient personnel and resources to maintain the fortress. Even the soldiers' equipment was worn out, leaving Aaron to lament that even the Rakshasa unit might have been better equipped. Recognizing the importance of the Bellant Gate in Pendragon territory, Aaron was dismayed by the incompetence of its commander and knights. He turned to Killian for answers, inquiring about the whereabouts of the gate's leadership. Killian revealed that the knights had deserted, taking the soldiers with them. Shocked by this revelation, Aaron's frustration grew. Determined to rectify the situation, Aaron informed Killian of his intention to pursue the deserters the following day. Aaron wasted no time in issuing orders to Killian, instructing him to prepare everyone without delay. His resolve hardened. Aaron vowed to confront those soldiers who dared to underestimate Pendragon's authority. The scene shifted to the Southstone Forest within Pendragon territory, where an abandoned monastery served as the rendezvous point for the bandits. Among them, word spread like wildfire that Aaron Pendragon had awakened. With determination gleaming in their eyes, the bandits resolved to deal with Aaron Pendragon themselves. The scene transitions to Aaron Pendragon's private quarters within the Bellant Gate. Aaron addresses Killian and the others, expressing his intention to depart ahead of the Pendragon forces the next day, with Killian and the troops following behind. Killian raises a concern about leaving the gate short of commanders and soldiers for defense. Britain interjects, assuring Killian that the Sirad house will provide soldiers to compensate for their absence. This, he explains, is how Sirad will reciprocate Pendragon's hospitality during their stay at Conrad Castle. Britain also pledges his personal assistance to young Lord Aaron as a token of gratitude. Aaron, however, remains wary of Britain's motives, uncertain of his true intentions. Despite his reservations, Aaron decides to temporarily allow Britain's involvement, recognizing the potential benefits of utilizing Sirad's resources. Acknowledging Killian's potential discontent with leaving the gate under another family's supervision, Aaron assures him that their priority is to ensure the success of their mission. Killian reassured Aaron, acknowledging that the current circumstances prioritize practicality over appearances. He explained that the bandit leader, Del Jeffrey, had taken over 20 soldiers when he deserted, likely gaining more followers since. In Killian's view, the larger Pendragon's forces, the better their chances. Aaron expressed gratitude for Killian's swift comprehension. Curious to learn more about Del Jeffrey, Aaron urged Killian to elaborate. Killian described Del Jeffrey as a skilled swordsman but noted his arrogance. He recounted how, upon Aaron's incapacitation, Del Jeffrey had brazenly demanded the title of Baron and control over 3 villages near the gate. When the Duchess promptly refused, their relationship soured, leading to Del Jeffrey's desertion, now a bandit controlling the area around the village of Southstone. Hearing this, Aaron concluded that Del Jeffrey was not unintelligent. He surmised that it was more efficient and strategic for Del Jeffrey to expand his power by attacking villages outside rather than directly occupying the gate. Aaron contemplated that he might have made similar choices in Del Jeffrey's position. Killian further informed Aaron that the village of Southstone lay in ruins, warning that without immediate action from Pendragon, the bandits might attempt to seize the gate. Upon hearing this, Aaron decided to orchestrate the entire operation but to entrust Killian with its command. Killian was taken aback by Aaron's decision. Aaron explained that the men who had followed Killian in Aaron's absence would be more inclined to follow his orders due to their established rapport, whereas they had yet to build a relationship with Aaron. Aaron assured Killian of his trust and reliance on him. Grateful for the vote of confidence, Killian promised to handle the responsibility. Aaron then designated Killian to command the troops, with Britain serving as liaison officer and cavalryman. With plans set, Aaron instructed both of them to rest, as they would depart the following day. As Killian turned to leave, Aaron halted him. Aaron offered a sincere apology to Killian for their previous encounter. Killian reassured Aaron, expressing gratitude for his concern and assuring him that he had not been injured. He thanked Aaron for his thoughtfulness. Aaron then conveyed his anticipation of continuing to have Killian serve as a knight of Pendragon. With their exchange concluded, Killian departed, leaving Aaron to reflect. The scene transitioned to the Southstone village, where a soldier informed Jeffrey that they had exhausted the available resources in the area. Contemplating their next move, Jeffrey considered the possibility of taking down the gate soon, envisioning a future where Pendragon would inevitably fall under his control. Meanwhile, Aaron and the Pendragon forces arrived at the Southstone village. Surveying the dilapidated state of the village, Aaron noted its dire condition, worse than he had expected. Turning to Killian, Aaron inquired whether the rest of Pendragon's territory faced similar challenges. Killian confirmed Aaron's suspicions, revealing that 70% of Pendragon's total territory shared the same plight. Killian explained that while there were a few villages managing to hold their own, attempting to seek help from the gate often resulted in encounters with bandits and monsters, placing them in perilous situations. Aaron realized that while he had been focused on reclaiming the mausoleum, he also needed to address the challenges faced by the Pendragon territory as a whole. Suddenly, a rustling from above caught their attention. Aaron immediately alerted everyone to stay vigilant. A monstrous creature descended from the trees. Recognizing it as a harpy, Aaron noted that its appearance couldn't have come at a more opportune moment. Aaron swung his sword at the bird monster, but it deftly evaded his attack. He swiftly instructed his 5 arbalests to step forward, commanding them to capture the harpy without causing harm. With precision, the arbalests managed to pin down the harpy as instructed. Killian remarked on the monster's increasing boldness in encroaching upon human villages. Suddenly, goblins emerged from the bushes, launching an attack on Aaron. However, Aaron effortlessly dispatched the goblins, leaving both the harpy and the defeated goblins at his feet. Killian suggested dealing with the monsters, but Aaron had a different plan. He declared that both the harpy and the goblins would be joining their ranks. Shocked by this decision, Killian and the soldiers questioned Aaron's rationale. Aaron explained that goblins possessed keen eyesight, while harpies were known for their speed, making them valuable allies. He saw them as useful familiars to aid in their mission. Killian expressed disbelief, having never heard of someone using monsters as familiars before. Aaron reminisced about how Killian had witnessed something similar on a battlefield long ago, though Killian seemed perplexed by Aaron's remark. Aaron clarified that he had come across this concept in a book. If he could utilize monsters or any other resource, he would. With a confident smile, Aaron urged Killian to observe. Approaching the goblins, Aaron inquired about their presence in human territory beyond the forest. The goblin, identifying himself as Kazal, explained that besides Aaron's group, many menacing creatures such as wolves, ghouls, harpies, orcs, and even a white dragon had encroached upon their hunting grounds, forcing them to seek refuge in human territory. Understanding Kazal's predicament, Aaron turned to the harpy named Tada. With a firm gaze, Aaron questioned Tada if he had ever harmed a human. Startled, Tada admitted to never having done so. Drawing his sword, Aaron declared to both Tada and Kazal that they would now be under his command. As the Lord of the Land, Duke Pendragon, Aaron made it clear to Tada and Kazal that disobedience or attempted escape would result in facing the wrath of the White Dragon. Both Tada and Kazal trembled at the thought and quickly pledged their obedience to Aaron's commands. Satisfied with their response, Aaron asserted his authority, informing them that they now served under him. Their first task was to lead Aaron to the Southstone village via the shortest route. Behind them, Killian and the soldiers watched in astonishment at Aaron's ability to command the monsters. Killian acknowledged Aaron's unconventional approach and resourcefulness, recognizing that there was much to learn from his methods. Aaron couldn't help but smile at the compliment. The scene shifted to the village where Kazal had successfully guided Aaron and the troops. Aaron instructed Killian to remain behind while he and Britton, accompanied by a few soldiers, would launch an attack on the abandoned monastery. Aaron decided to dispatch a messenger later to inform Killian and the soldiers that they could join him afterward. Killian nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Luna pondered her lack of battlefield experience despite being under young Lord Aaron's protection, wondering if she would be able to handle it. Britton reassured Luna, promising to protect her. Aaron ordered the first group to depart, instructing Kazal and Tada to conduct a reconnaissance mission from the sky. As Aaron pressed forward, they encountered Jeffrey and his soldiers escorting villagers to the abandoned monastery. Just as Jeffrey was about to strike a young villager, Aaron intervened, swiftly incapacitating Jeffrey. Astonished to see Aaron Pendragon in Southstone Village, Jeffrey questioned how the once timid kid had ended up there. Before Jeffrey could say more, Eren silenced him with a firm command. As Jeffrey attempted to speak, Eren sternly indicated that he would allow him to talk when he deemed it appropriate. However, instead of engaging in dialogue, Jeffrey swiftly dashed to the other side, commanding his soldiers to attack. Responding with precision and swiftness, Eren effortlessly incapacitated the assailants, leaving Jeffrey astonished by his prowess. Before Eren could confront Jeffrey directly, Bridden intervened, intercepting Eren's strike aimed at Jeffrey. Luna and the other soldiers watched in disbelief as Bridden stepped in. Bridden offered assistance to Jeffrey, who inquired about Bridden's identity. Bridden revealed himself as the first knight of the Order of the Red Moon from the Sirad Count House. He expressed his willingness to aid Jeffrey in his attempt to take down Eren Pendragon. Observing this exchange, Luna questioned Bridden's motives. Bridden reassured Luna, implying that he was more suitable for her than Eren. Ignoring Luna's concern, Bridden and Jeffrey launched a coordinated attack against Eren. Concerned for Eren's safety, Luna urged him to step away from the confrontation. However, Eren proved his capability by effortlessly blocking both Bridden and Jeffrey's attacks, subsequently pushing them back. Turning to Luna, Eren instructed her to move to a safer location, assuring her that he would swiftly deal with the knights. As Khazal escorted Luna to safety, she couldn't help but worry about Eren facing formidable opponents like Bridden and the bandit leader alone. Despite her concern, Luna found herself blushing as she watched Eren's display of strength. Eren then commanded Tada to fetch Killian, prompting Tada to rush off to fulfill the task. Bridden and Jeffrey warned Eren that even with reinforcements, they would defeat him before help arrived. Unfazed, Eren chuckled and invited them to attack him together. Confident in his abilities, both Jeffrey and Bridden launched a joint attack on Eren. As Bridden lunged forward, Eren skillfully evaded his strike and managed to shatter Bridden's sword with ease. Swiftly maneuvering behind Bridden, Eren swiftly incapacitated both Bridden and Jeffrey with a single decisive blow, leaving them astonished. Addressing them calmly, Eren remarked that their conventional swordsmanship was no match for him. Turning his attention to Bridden, Eren swiftly disarmed him, leaving Bridden stunned. Eren instructed Bridden to cease lying on the ground and fulfill his duty of escorting Luna back to her territory. He warned Bridden to leave Pendragon territory immediately and never return. Terrified, Bridden scrambled away, fleeing towards safety. Eren then turned to Jeffrey, who questioned if Eren had made a pact with a demon. Jeffrey warned Eren about the numerous bandits still inside the mansion, expressing doubt in Eren's ability to face them alone. Eren addressed Jeffrey firmly, questioning if he had forgotten about Pendragon's exceptional soldiers. He declared that his task was complete, and from that point forward, it would be his outstanding soldiers who would deal with the remnants. As if on cue, Killian arrived with the Pendragon forces, standing behind Eren. Eren warned that those who had betrayed Pendragon could expect no leniency in their punishment. After neutralizing the bandits, the scene shifted outside where the villagers expressed their gratitude to Eren for saving them. Eren assured them they could freely reach out if they needed assistance with reconstruction efforts. Delighted, the villagers thanked Eren for his aid, their cheers filling the air as he departed from the village. As Eren left, Khazal and Tada approached him, requesting a reward for their assistance. Eren promised them a fitting reward once they returned to the campsite, prompting smiles from both creatures. Meanwhile, Killian informed Eren that the Southstone village seemed to be managing well for the time being. However, Eren disagreed, stating that there was still one more task to complete before they could conquer the Ancona forest. The scene unfolded several days prior within the walls of Conrad Castle. Lady Atia approached Eren with a proposition that caught him off guard. She spoke of forging an alliance with the Ancona orcs, a notion that stirred surprise within Eren's heart. Lady Atia elucidated the unique circumstance surrounding these orcs, dwelling within the confines of Pendragon territory under a solemn vow never to stray from the Ancona forest. She painted a vivid picture of their prowess in battle, their fighting abilities purportedly surpassing that of their brethren by twofold. Eren listened intently as Lady Atia outlined how these formidable warriors could become invaluable assets in his forthcoming assault on the forest. Voicing his concern, Eren remarked on the notorious thirst for battle that consumed the Orcish nature. Yet, Lady Atia remained steadfast in her conviction that they could be swayed to Eren's cause. She made it clear that the outcome rested squarely upon Aaron's skills as a leader. In a somber moment of reflection, Lady Atia acknowledged the hierarchy that governed the orcs' allegiance. A being of superior strength, such as the dragon Soldrake, held sway over them. However, the complexities of their situation dictated that Pendragon could not leverage Soldrake's power in this instance. Moreover, Lady Atia highlighted the challenge posed by Aaron's own history with Soldrake, a defeat that the Ancona orcs were undoubtedly aware of. To gain their allegiance, Aaron would need to prove himself in combat against these formidable warriors and emerge victorious. Lady Atia inquired of Aaron's past encounters with orcs, probing into his experiences before their present conversation. Aaron recollected a skirmish with a lone orc shortly after joining the Rakshasa unit, reminiscing about the struggles he faced in overcoming the creature. However, he asserted confidently that he had since honed his skills to handle such adversaries with greater ease. Upon hearing Aaron's assurance, Lady Atia's expression lit up with approval. She saw an opportunity in Aaron's capabilities and wasted no time in formulating a plan. Urging him to seize the moment, she instructed Aaron to challenge the Ancona orcs, swiftly defeat them, and thereby pave the way for her to access the mausoleum. In the present, Aaron relayed his intentions to Killian, disclosing his plans to forge an alliance with the Ancona orcs under Pendragon's banner. Killian's reaction was one of disbelief, visibly taken aback by the audacity of such a proposition. Aaron justified his decision by highlighting the strategic advantage of bolstering Pendragon's forces with the strength of the Orcish warriors. However, Killian voiced his concerns, cautioning Aaron about the potential consequences of engaging in battle with the formidable Orcish forces. He warned of the considerable risk involved, fearing that Pendragon's troops might suffer substantial losses if pitted against the orcs in combat. Tada and Kazal voiced their apprehensions to Aaron, cautioning him about the inherent dangers posed by the formidable strength of the orcs. Undeterred, Aaron rebuked their defeatist attitude, asserting his disdain for surrender without attempting to find a solution. Amidst their conversation, a desperate cry for help pierced the air from behind them. Killian, recognizing the voice as Britton's, confirmed its source. Aaron puzzled over the unexpected presence of Britton and Luna, recalling that they were supposed to have returned to their own territory. Kazal, sensing something amiss, directed Aaron's attention to the source of the voice, revealing the looming figures of the Ancona orcs. Aaron's face broke into a determined smile as he rushed toward the commotion, eager to confront the new challenge head-on. Meanwhile, Britton found himself in a precarious situation, attempting to fend off the encroaching orcs in a state of palpable fear. Luna, observing from a distance, harbored doubts about the wisdom of remaining by Britton's side. In a flashback to a few moments earlier, Luna confronted Britton, admonishing him for his reckless actions. She emphasized the gravity of pointing his sword at young Lord Aaron, equating it to a direct threat against the Empire itself. Luna warned Britton of the consequences should he choose the path of rebellion. Luna's demand for Britton to sever ties with the Sirod family caught him off guard. Britton pleaded with Luna not to cast him out, promising to ensure her safe passage to the Sirod territory. Luna, unmoved by his plea, reminded Britton of his original duty to protect her. She made it clear that his fate would now be decided by her father, leaving Britton to ponder his uncertain future. In the present moment, confusion reigned as the Ancona orcs confronted Britton, questioning his hostile stance. Aaron's sudden arrival startled everyone, prompting Britton to dash towards him. Aaron, taken aback by Britton's unexpected presence, pondered how Britton had ascended to the rank of knight. As Killian and the remaining Pendragon forces emerged from behind, warning Aaron of the danger of facing the orcs alone, the orcs recognized the Pendragon flag. The leader of the orcs surmised that the man before them must be Aaron Pendragon himself. The orc conveyed a desire to speak with Aaron, prompting a release of his formidable aura. Killian and the other soldiers found themselves immobilized and breathless in the face of its overwhelming power. Sensing the imminent danger, Killian urged Aaron to retreat, but Aaron dismounted from his horse, surprising everyone. With calm determination, Aaron strode towards the orcs, instructing Killian and the Pendragon soldiers to remain where they were and refrain from drawing their weapons. He assured them that he alone would handle the situation. The orc leader's excitement grew upon hearing Aaron's resolve. Aaron addressed the orcs, confirming their identity as the Ancona orcs. Karuda, one of the orcs, approached Aaron with a challenging tone. In response, Aaron's smirk turned into a swift headbutt directed at Karuta, sending him crashing to the ground. The other Ancona orcs erupted into laughter at the unexpected sight of one of their own being bested by a human. Killian and the others looked on in surprise at Aaron's bold action. Karuta, still recovering from the blow, questioned Aaron's intentions. Aaron countered with the same question, reminding Karuta of the Ancona orcs' agreement with Pendragon, which forbade them from leaving the forest. Aaron pointed out the violation of this agreement by the orcs' presence outside the forest. Karuta shifted blame to Aaron, claiming that Aaron's failure to form a pact with the guardian deity of the forest had led to their disobedience. According to Karuta, the Ancona orcs only obey the strong, and since Aaron was no longer considered equal to the guardian deity, they saw no reason to heed his commands. Aaron pondered Karuta's words, realizing that the guardian deity of the forest must indeed be Soldrake. Karuta declared to Aaron that the Ancona orcs had ventured out of the forest to claim the territory and revel in battle at their whim. In response, Aaron acknowledged the strength of the Ancona orcs, but expressed his understanding that they wouldn't simply follow his commands. He explained that his purpose in confronting them directly was to negotiate, despite knowing their reluctance to comply. Aaron questioned Karuta about his decision to drop his weapon upon seeing Aaron unarmed. Karuta admitted that Aaron's awareness of Orcish rules, despite being human, impressed him. Aaron affirmed his familiarity with these rules, emphasizing the code of honor that dictated one-on-one combat and the absence of weapons when the opponent was unarmed. Proposing a duel following the Ancona orcs rules, Aaron and Karuta charged at each other. As Karuta attempted to strike Aaron, Aaron swiftly dodged the blow. Observing Karuta's strength and agility, Aaron acknowledged the superiority of the Ancona orcs over their ordinary counterparts. As Aaron soared through the air, Karuta seized the opportunity, aiming a powerful punch at Aaron's leg. Aaron braced himself and absorbed the blow head-on, causing shock among Killian and the others witnessing the scene. Upon landing, Aaron examined his feet and realized that his armor had sustained damage. Despite acknowledging the undeniable might of the Ancona orcs, Aaron couldn't shake the memory of faster opponents from his past encounters. Asserting that Karuta wasn't giving his all, Aaron challenged him to unleash his full strength. Karuta, however, explained that he held back against humans, deeming them incapable of withstanding the Ancona orcs' assaults. He resolved to reserve his full power only for those who could match his strength. Aaron urged Karuta to escalate the confrontation. Recognizing Aaron's resilience, Karuta commended him as an intriguing adversary and surged forward with intensified ferocity. Despite Aaron's best efforts to evade, Karuta's lightning-fast attacks left him struggling to keep pace. In a desperate attempt to defend himself, Aaron raised his hands, but Karuta's devastating punch connected squarely with Aaron's defenses, delivering a punishing blow. As the dust settled, Karuta couldn't shake the feeling that his punch had landed, yet something felt off. To his surprise, Aaron emerged relatively unscathed, having managed to block Karuta's attack with only minor injuries. Aaron attributed his weakened state to facing nothing but small monsters recently, a fact that caught the attention of both Killian and Luna. The orcs, on the other hand, cheered at the unexpected resilience displayed by Aaron. Killian, astonished by Aaron's endurance after taking a direct hit from an orc, pondered the rarity of a human triumphing in a one-on-one battle against such a formidable opponent. Recognizing Aaron as the esteemed heir of the Pendragon Duchy, Killian felt the weight of responsibility to prioritize Aaron's safety above all else. He swiftly ordered the soldiers to provide cover for Aaron, intending to draw the orcs' attention away. However, Aaron intervened, commanding Killian and the soldiers not to move. He declared that the fight was solely between himself and the orc, forbidding any form of cover. In an unexpected turn, the orc mage began to applaud Aaron's display of courage and resilience. Acknowledging Aaron's resilience in facing Karuta, the strongest of the Ancona orcs, the mage commended Aaron for his steadfastness amidst the battle's intensity. Aaron, facing Karuta head-on, remarked that the encounter served as good rehabilitation, allowing him to rekindle the familiar sensation of combat. He declared his intention to get serious, fully engaging in the duel. Karuta, surprised by Aaron's endurance after receiving his punch, noted the severity of Aaron's wound and predicted the duel's imminent conclusion. However, Aaron confidently asserted that his healing ability rendered the wound inconsequential. Karuta watched in amazement as Aaron's wound miraculously vanished, finding the display fascinating. Expressing his admiration for Eren, Karuta charged forward, wielding his formidable strength. With a swift strike, he attempted to pummel Eren with a hammer fist. However, Eren evaded the attack with nimble agility. In his mind, Eren strategized, recognizing that to defeat Karuta, he needed to neutralize the orc's movements first. As Eren analyzed the situation, he recognized the simplicity of the orc mindset and saw an opportunity to leverage his healing ability in combat against Karuta. He understood that by incorporating his healing into his actions, he could gain the upper hand and defeat the formidable orc. Karuta charged at Eren, questioning the apparent decrease in Eren's energy and expressing his dissatisfaction with Eren's evasion tactics. In response, Eren pointed out the lack of versatility in the Ancona orc's fighting style, frustrating Karuta. As Karuta launched his attack, Eren swiftly maneuvered, anticipating Karuta's movements. With calculated precision, Eren positioned himself to receive Karuta's kick on his arms, sustaining injuries in the process. Killian, observing Eren's injury, grew concerned for his well-being. Karuta, believing he had effectively incapacitated Eren, declared the duel finished. However, to Karuta's astonishment, Eren seized his leg, asserting that it was Karuta who would be defeated. Shocked by Eren's resilience, Karuta doubted his earlier assumption that he had severely injured Eren's arm. Karuta couldn't comprehend how Eren was still able to move his injured arm. He speculated that this must have been Eren's plan all along. Suddenly, Eren leaped onto Karuta, delivering a powerful kick directly to his face. Karuta staggered and collapsed to the ground, stunning Luna and Killian with the unexpected turn of events. Meanwhile, the orc mage observed the scene with a smile, while the other Ancona orcs erupted into excitement at witnessing Karuta's defeat at the hands of a human. Amidst the commotion, they hailed Eren Pendragon as a formidable warrior, acknowledging his strength. As Killian hurried towards Eren, urging him to tend to his injured arm immediately, Eren reassured him that it wasn't a serious injury. However, Killian couldn't fathom Eren's nonchalant attitude toward the wound. Meanwhile, Eren grimaced as he felt the discomfort of his arm healing, reflecting on the pain of regeneration compared to the injury itself. Despite this, he felt gratitude for the remarkable healing power that had been bestowed upon him. Once his arm had fully healed, Eren approached the Ancona orcs and commanded Karuta to submit to him. Karuta, acknowledging the rule of the loser obeying the winner, inquired about Eren's intentions. Eren revealed his plan to launch an attack on the Ancona forest and sought the orcs' assistance in this endeavor. Karuta, surprised by Eren's audacity, questioned why he would venture into the forest after being defeated by the guardian deity. Eren disclosed his intention to open the mausoleum, leaving the Ancona orcs astonished. Karuta then questioned whether Eren planned to form a pact with the guardian deity. Eren affirmed Karuta's speculation, emphasizing the perilous journey that lay ahead through the treacherous territory leading to Soldrake's domain. He pointed out that the Ancona orcs would now have the opportunity to engage in battle every day, a prospect that excited the orcs. They boasted of their strength, confident that they could swiftly overcome any monsters weaker than themselves and reach the mausoleum in record time. With determination, Eren retrieved his sword, prompting all the Ancona orcs to bow before him. He declared that henceforth, they would devote themselves to Pendragon and eagerly anticipated their contributions. Luna, impressed by Eren's newfound leadership, observed the scene with admiration. As Eren prepared to advance, he turned to Luna and offered her a contingent of soldiers to escort her safely to the Cyrid territory. He expressed his desire for Luna to reach her destination without incident, prompting Luna to express her gratitude and apologize for past transgressions. Before departing, Eren addressed Bridden, warning him sternly against ever raising his sword against him again. Bridden, intimidated by Eren's resolve, nodded in acknowledgement as Eren led his forces away from the scene. Emerging from behind, Luna steps forward, her gaze fixed upon Eren Pendragon with a sense of certainty. She believes wholeheartedly that Eren will honor the pact with the dragon and unlock the mausoleum. Luna is deeply impressed by Eren's determination and resolve, feeling assured in his capabilities. As night falls, the group finds themselves at the edge of the Ancona forest. Eren, filled with anticipation, sees this moment as the beginning of the battle he was destined to fight. With resolve in his heart, Eren prepares to embark on the journey that will define his legacy. As Soldrake senses Eren's presence, She reflects on his arrival and the task ahead. Soldrake believes that Eren has come to prove himself worthy of finding the gates to her domain, despite not carrying a Pendragon soul. The scene shifts to the Ancona Forest Valley, where the Ancona orcs and Pendragon soldiers are locked in battle with small monsters. Amidst the chaos, a yellow-haired soldier is overwhelmed by snake-like creatures. Unable to defend himself, he faces imminent danger until Eren steps in, swiftly dispatching the monsters and saving the soldier's life. Grateful for Eren's intervention, the soldier expresses his thanks. Eren then instructs Kratul, the orc mage, to tend to the injured. Kratul reassures the soldiers, promising effective medicine to treat their wounds and ensure their recovery. Approaching Eren, Killian inquires about any injuries. Eren assures Killian that he is unharmed and asks after the soldiers' well-being. Killian reports that there weren't many casualties due to the fewer monsters encountered across the river. As the forces continue their march, Killian worries about the soldiers' stamina if they have to engage in combat with monsters again. Eren, seeking information about their proximity to Soldrake's domain, turns to Karuta for guidance. Karuta explains that they are not far from the quarry ruins, beyond which lies a cave leading to the guardian deity's domain. He assures Eren that the journey to the quarry ruins should be safe as it falls within the Ancona orcs' territory, and any threats are minimal, mainly from creatures seeking water. Encouraged by this information, Eren decides to press on to the quarry ruins before nightfall. He plans for the soldiers to set up camp there and search for the cave entrance at dawn. Eren emphasizes that if they encounter any enemies along the way, he and the orcs will handle the situation. With his orders given, the forces depart, determined to reach their destination swiftly. Upon hearing Eren's plan, both Killian and Karuta nodded in understanding. As night fell, the Pendragon forces arrived at the quarry ruins, only to find the entrance blocked. Eren turned to Karuta for an explanation, who informed him that according to the Elder Orcs, goblins had once mined in the area. However, they had mysteriously vanished, leaving the ruins deserted. Seeking further information, Eren questioned Khazal about the fate of the goblins. Khazal, having not resided in the forest, admitted ignorance on the matter, remarking on goblins' propensity for theft rather than labor. Eren acknowledged the truth in Khazal's observation. With uncertainty looming, Killian sought Eren's guidance on their next course of action. Eren decided that, with nightfall upon them, it was best for the soldiers to remain at the ruins. He instructed 2 orcs to stand guard while Killian arranged for the soldiers to rest in tents. Killian agreed to Eren's plan, preparing to ensure the soldiers' comfort and safety for the night. Eren instructed Killian that both soldiers and orcs should take turns keeping watch. Killian agreed to relay the message to the others. As night fell, the camp settled into a restless slumber. An orc stood guard from a vantage point above, while a soldier kept watch near the tents. Suddenly, a yellow-haired soldier heard a noise and ventured into the forest to investigate. In an instant, he was ambushed and incapacitated by an unseen assailant lurking in the darkness. Meanwhile, inside his tent, Eren couldn't shake a sense of unease. He pondered the mysterious disappearance of the goblins in the area, wondering if they had been erased rather than simply vanishing. Outside, a dark figure cloaked in shadow stood atop a cliff, summoning dark forces. Sensing danger, Eren emerged from his tent just as a monstrous creature lunged at him. With lightning reflexes, Eren dodged the attack, ready to confront the threat head-on. As Eren processed the situation, he realized the unsettling truth behind the goblin's disappearance. Reacting swiftly, he unsheathed his sword and swiftly dispatched one of the wolf monsters. The noise of battle roused the soldiers, orcs, and Killian from their sleep, prompting them to emerge from their tents. Killian was astonished to find Eren single-handedly engaging the wolf monster. With a decisive strike, Eren defeated the creature, but Killian and Karuto approached him, seeking an explanation for the chaos. Their shock deepened as they beheld the skeletal remains of the goblins who had once mined in the area. Eren explained that the culprit behind this sinister manipulation of the dead was none other than a lich. Eren elucidated that only a lich, a powerful sorcerer capable of controlling the dead, could orchestrate such an act. He deduced that the lich had eliminated the goblins and enslaved their corpses to thwart Eren's efforts to open the mausoleum and forge a pact with the dragon. Realizing the dire situation they faced, Eren warned his forces that they were already surrounded. However, he cautioned against engaging the monsters directly. Instead, he urged them to focus their efforts on neutralizing the Lich, recognizing that doing so would offer them the best chance of survival. With resolve in his voice, Eren declared that he would locate the sorcerer's true body and defeat it, emphasizing that until then, the orcs and soldiers must hold off the monsters. Upon receiving their orders, the soldiers and orcs charged into battle, engaging the horde of goblins. The orcs displayed remarkable prowess, swiftly dispatching multiple goblins with each strike. However, the sheer number of foes posed a daunting challenge. Observing the chaos, Killian reflected on the nobles who sought to obstruct the resurgence of Pendragon power. Despite their efforts, Killian vowed to thwart their schemes, spurred on by his faith in the transformed Eren. Killian admired the newfound determination of the young lord, recognizing Eren's unwavering commitment to his duty and the legacy of his predecessors. He believed that the current Eren possessed the strength and conviction to control the dragon and restore the Pendragon family to its former glory. With renewed optimism, Killian envisioned a future where the Pendragons reclaimed their rightful place of prominence. He resolved that his days of servitude and despair were over, confident that the Pendragons would rise again under Eren's leadership. As the proud knight of the White Dragon Duke, Killian stood resolute amidst the chaos. Goblins unleashed a barrage of arrows aimed at Eren, prompting him to realize the monsters were targeting his life. Determined to protect himself and continue his pursuit of the Lich, Eren swiftly dispatched a snake monster with his sword and deflected the incoming arrows. Amidst the fray, Eren pondered the interconnectedness of the Pendragon House's downfall and the Vault House's exoneration. He speculated that those meddling with the Pendragons might hold clues to uncovering the truth. With unwavering resolve, Eren vowed to defy the wishes of the Raven and restore his family's power. He saw the interference as an opportunity to unearth the secrets surrounding the Vault House's honor. As Eren triumphed over a formidable adversary, he surveyed the battlefield and noted that the larger monsters had been vanquished, signaling a turning point in the battle. With determination burning in his eyes, Eren pressed forward, ready to confront whatever obstacles lay ahead in his quest to restore the Pendragon legacy. As Eren surveyed the battlefield, he grimly acknowledged that even with only the goblins remaining, the Pendragon forces stood little chance against their overwhelming numbers. The presence of a Lich added another layer of peril to the situation. In an abrupt twist that left Eren reeling, a shadowy figure materialized behind him, a dark mage. Liches, those accursed sorcerers who had bartered away their souls for immortality, stood as defiance against the very laws of nature. Their malevolence rendered them prime targets, even in realms as tolerant of magic as this empire. Liches, driven by insatiable ambition, spared no extremity to fulfill their sinister desires. Thus, it came as an anomaly when the Empire tasked the Rakshasa unit with their eradication, a mission often fraught with heavy casualties. The scene then transitions to a haunting memory, where Raven and fellow soldiers were deployed to vanquish a Lich. Without warning, comrades fell like leaves in a tempest, leaving Raven bewildered by the sudden carnage. As Raven's gaze fixated upon the motionless Lich, a chilling realization dawned. The hand of sorcery was at play. Though tales of Liches had only existed in myth, Raven's certainty solidified as the truth unraveled. The Lich's most potent ally, invisible to mortal eyes, yet undeniably present, a wraith. Invisible to human eyes, these spirits wielded sickles of death. A mere touch meant instant demise. Returning to the present, Eren's swift blade intercepted the wraith's lethal strike, though comprehension eluded him. As Eren's sword deflected the unseen threat, Killian's urgent cry shattered the chaos, alerting Eren to the sudden demise of their comrades. With dread creeping in, Eren spotted the wraith poised behind Killian, narrowly guiding his ally away from the deadly sickle. Bewildered, Killian struggled to grasp the unfolding peril. Meanwhile, Eren's mind raced with grim understanding. Wraiths possessed an ominous presence, unfamiliar to those unacquainted with their malevolence. Compounding the danger, these spirits persisted until their summoner met their end. Eren's realization struck with chilling certainty. Multiple wraiths lurked in the shadows. Faced with a dire dilemma, Eren weighed the options. To confront the Lich and risk the annihilation of Pendragon's forces by a horde of skeletons, or to remain, safeguarding the soldiers from the unseen threat, knowing the wraiths would persist until the sorcerer's demise. In Eren's mind, the realization dawned that Tada and Kazal, blessed with superior night vision, couldn't track down the elusive Lich. This wasn't just any mission for the Rakshasa unit. These Pendragon soldiers were comrades he couldn't afford to lose. Determination surged within him as he sought a solution. Suddenly, Kratul emerged from the shadows, offering his aid. With a confidence born of divine gift, Kratul unleashed his special magic, a boon from the god of earth. Tree branches sprang forth at his command, swiftly dispatching the encroaching monsters. Witnessing Kratul's formidable magic, Eren urged him to employ it against their unseen foe. However, Kratul cautioned against haste, explaining the meticulous preparation required for such potent spells. Yet, he assured Eren of his unwavering support and unveiled the rarity of this particular spell. It was a one-time opportunity. With Kratul's magic guiding them, Eren followed the ethereal trail, tracing the aura as it shimmered through the air. Eventually, they reached the precipice where the Lich awaited, its sinister presence looming over the cliff's edge. As Eren pinpointed the Lich's location, Kratul assured him they'd manage the remaining goblins. With resolve, Eren dashed towards the looming confrontation. Amidst Karuto's skirmish with the goblins, Eren appeared, urgently informing him of the Lich's position overhead. With a collaborative effort, Eren leapt onto Karuto's outstretched hand, propelling himself onto the cliff's edge. As Eren confronted the Lich, wasting no time, his strike was met with the Lich's formidable defense. Observing the Lich's retreat, Eren calculated that the Wraith likely joined the fray. With only the goblins left below, Eren sensed the soldiers nearing their limits, spurring him to hasten the battle's conclusion. Yet, the Lich thwarted Eren's advance with a spell, momentarily halting his movement. Swiftly evading the Lich's subsequent attack, Eren prepared to retaliate. But before his strike could land, the Wraith emerged from behind, sickle poised to strike. As Eren narrowly dodged the Wraith's attack, he surmised that the spectral entity aimed to shield the sorcerer. Frustration gnawed at him as the Wraith's interference thwarted his approach to the Lich. Determined to sever the connection between them, Eren strategized his next move. However, his plans were interrupted as the Lich unleashed a burst of flames, catching Eren off guard. Anticipating another assault, Eren braced himself, realizing that dodging would be futile if the Wraith intervened again. True to his fears, the Wraith materialized behind him, sickle poised for a strike. In a moment of desperation, Eren's swords emitted a brilliant blue aura, deflecting the Wraith's attack. The Lich, bewildered by this unexpected turn, struggled to comprehend the situation unfolding before him. Suddenly, a mysterious voice resonated within Eren's mind, prompting him to reveal his identity. As the voice beckoned him to prove his worth, Eren recognized it as Soldrake's. His eyes transforming into those of a dragon, Eren gained newfound clarity, easily discerning the Wraith's presence behind the Lich. Upon laying eyes on the Lich, Eren realized it was his first encounter with a Wraith. As the malevolent spirit moved to strike, Eren unleashed his sword's blue aura, swiftly dispatching the Wraith in an instant. With the spectral menace vanquished, Eren advanced towards the Lich, sword poised for the final blow. Declaring an end to the conflict, Eren channeled the aura of his sword, delivering a decisive strike that felled the Lich. As the last remnants of the goblins ceased their movements, Kratul acknowledged Eren's triumph, recognizing him as the one who had defeated the Lich. The scene transitions to a few moments later, with Eren nestled in his tent, his sword clutched tightly in his hand as he sleeps. In the depths of his dreams, memories unfold before him. Visions of Raven, wrongfully branded a traitor, and the tragic downfall of the Raven family. Amidst the swirl of memories, glimpses of the Pendragon's previous incarnations flicker into view. Suddenly, Eren jolts awake, disoriented by the rush of recollections. Emerging from his tent, he encounters Kratul, who questions Eren's late-night vigil. Inquiring about Kratul's watch duty, Eren learns of the orc's dedication to safeguarding against potential threats, mindful of the dangers that lurk in the darkness. Reflecting on the recent battle, Eren remarks on the peculiar power of the Pendragon's cherished sword, Window's Scream, which had shielded him from the Wraith's lethal sickle with an otherworldly force. Speculating that the aura flames may be linked to Soldrake, the guardian deity of the forests, Eren muses on the mystical properties imbued within the sword. As Kratul listens intently, Eren elaborates on Soldrake's extraordinary abilities, including the legendary dragon's keen insight that transcends the ordinary. Yet, amidst this exchange, Eren grapples with the enigmatic connection between his true identity as Raven and the inexplicable convergence of his dreams with Eren's reality. Sensing Eren's troubled expression, Kratul queries if everything is all right. However, Eren's gaze towards Kratul is laced with anger, causing Kratul to recoil in fear and ask why Eren is looking at him that way. Swiftly composing himself, Eren offers a quick apology, attributing his demeanor to fatigue. Relieved but still concerned, Kratul advises Eren to get some rest. The following day dawns, and as Eren and his forces approach the cave, Karuto, Kratul, and Killian share a sense of foreboding emanating from its depths. Killian remarks on the unusual reaction of creatures with senses keener than humans, indicating that there's something significant within the cave. Eren, too, feels a sense of frustration as he reflects on the past and the looming presence of the mausoleum above the cave. Despite his uncertainties, Eren can't shake the feeling that Soldrake may be awaiting his arrival. Raven understands that he requires the power of the dragon to exact revenge for the Vault family's injustices. Additionally, Eren feels compelled to seek answers from the White Dragon regarding the events of the battleground and the peculiar reincarnation of Raven as Eren Pendragon. Eren is convinced that the White Dragon possesses crucial knowledge. With resolve in his heart, Eren commands his forces to venture into the cave, determined to uncover the truth. As Eren and his forces progress through the cave, Karuto leads the way with his keen senses, guiding them towards the mausoleum. Witnessing Karuto's impressive abilities, Killian is struck by amazement. Eren explains to Killian that orcs possess an acute sense of smell and can perceive subtle changes in airflow, making them ideal guides in such environments. Suddenly, Kratul halts their advance. Concerned, Eren inquires about the reason for the pause. Kratul reveals that he can sense the presence of spirits nearby. They look up to see ethereal beings swirling through the air. Ahead lies a waterfall, prompting Kratul to warn them about the potential presence of a water spirit. Eren questions Kratul about the danger posed by the water spirit. Kratul explains that while spirits are generally harmless, in this desolate cave where life is scarce, the rules may differ. He elaborates that spirits inhabiting such barren places often exhibit abnormal behavior, indicating potential danger. Upon hearing Krutul's assessment, Eren's mind races with possibilities. Killian queries Karuto about the necessity of passing through the waterfall. Karuto confirms that there are stairs concealed behind the cascade, likely leading to the cave's exit. Eren's attention is drawn to a glimmer within the waterfall, resembling a board. Kratul, too, is taken aback by this revelation. Suddenly, the water spirit materializes before Eren and the others, startling them. To their surprise, the spirit manifests in the form of a turtle and launches an attack on the Pendragon forces. Kratul explains to Eren that the shining object he spotted is likely the coveted treasure. The presence of the water spirit suggests that the treasure holds considerable value. Realizing the spirit's intention to protect the treasure by eliminating intruders, Eren resolves to confront it alone. As the water spirit prepares to strike, ready to face the imminent danger, Eren steps forward, positioning his sword in front of him, and commands the water spirit to cease its aggression. A gentle blue aura emanates from Eren's sword, compelling the spirit to retreat. As the spirit dissipates, Eren discovers a shield hidden within the waterfall's depths. With a gesture of generosity, Eren presents the shield to Killian, who identifies it as the water spirit's prized possession. Impressed by Eren's unexpected display of power, Kratul commends him, marveling at his ability to repel the water spirit. Kratul inquires about the sword Eren mentioned the previous night, Widow's Scream. Eren confirms its significance, though uncertain of the reasons behind its influence. Karuto suggests that the sword's power is attributed to the forest's guardian deity, Soldrake. Killian concurs, acknowledging that Soldrake's power is synonymous with Pendragon's power. Reflecting on this revelation, Eren realizes that Raven's reincarnation may not have been solely influenced by Raven's own abilities. With this realization, Eren and his companions finally arrive at the mausoleum. As Eren approaches the entrance of the mausoleum, his sword begins to emit a radiant glow, its vibrations echoing through the air. Sensing the sword's agitation, Eren draws it forth, announcing their arrival at the mausoleum. Suddenly, a dense fog billows from the door, concealing the figure of someone approaching. With apprehension gripping his heart, Eren alerts his comrades to the looming presence. Yet, to their astonishment, the figure materializes into Gordon Pendragon, the former lord of the Pendragon house. Killian stands frozen in disbelief at the unexpected apparition. Observing Gordon's translucent form, Eren ponders the surreal encounter, wondering how he knows the spectral figure's identity. It dawns on Eren that these recollections stem from the memories of his past self. Amidst the surreal moment, Soul Drake descends from the sky, casting a spell of awe upon all who witness the majestic sight. Eren's heart races as the white dragon alights behind Gordon Pendragon. Soul Drake's voice reverberates through the air, posing a probing question to Eren, leaving him stunned and speechless. As Killian and the orcs stand in stunned silence at the sight of Gordon Pendragon speaking, Eren's mind races with revelations. He recognizes the voice he just heard as the same one from his previous life as Raven, echoing a meeting in Pendragon's tent. Eren realizes that this voice belongs not to him nor to Gordon, but to Soul Drake. The white dragon is addressing him, not as Eren, but as someone else entirely. Soul Drake's inquiry pierces the air once more, demanding to know Eren's true identity. With resolve, Eren declares his full name as Eren Pendragon. However, Soul Drake descends closer, asserting that Eren cannot deceive the dragon's keen eyes. The question lingers in the air, pressing Eren for a response. Suddenly, a searing pain grips Eren's head, causing him to collapse in agony. Memories flood his consciousness, a torrent of recollections and nightmares that he cannot escape. Eren realizes that he is not witnessing these memories by choice, but that Soul Drake is revealing them to him, unraveling the truth hidden within his past. As the white dragon draws nearer, its imposing presence looming over Eren, the floodgates of memories burst open within Eren's mind. Overwhelmed, he collapses to the ground, shocking Killian and the orcs witnessing the scene. Just as Eren is on the brink of revealing his true identity to the dragon, a deluge of memories from his past life floods his consciousness. In the midst of this torrent of recollections, Eren suddenly awakens, his resolve firm. He declares to Soul Drake that his true identity is none other than Eren Pendragon, heir to the Pendragon's ducal house. At this revelation, a smile graces Gordon Pendragon's face before he vanishes from sight. The roar of the white dragon reverberates through the air, sending tremors through the soldiers and orcs struggling to maintain their composure. Soul Drake descends toward Eren, confirming that the pact has been forged between Eren Pendragon and Ravenvault. Soul Drake assures Eren that he is the one destined to carry on the Pendragon legacy. Amidst the tumult, Killian, Tata, Kazal, and the other orcs rush to Eren's side, concern etched on their faces as they inquire about his well-being. Eren's voice resonates with triumph as he declares his success in forging a pact with the White Dragon. Killian and the others erupt into jubilation at this news, their faces alight with joy. Observing the scene, Karuto and Krudel exchange knowing glances, recognizing that young Lord Eren is now poised to become the guardian of the forest, a position of great significance. Karuto remarks to Krudel that Eren's strength was evident even in his victory over the Ancona orcs. Soul Drake's attention is drawn skyward, prompting Eren to inquire about the cause of the dragon's distraction. Soul Drake's response sends a shiver down Eren's spine as he realizes they have unwelcome guests approaching. Gazing upward, Eren's astonishment mounts as he beholds 6 dragons descending upon their location. The dragons encircle the Pendragon forces, their imposing presence casting a foreboding shadow. One dragon, named Anyahalt, addresses Eren as the Queen's new partner, eliciting Soul Drake's inquiry into their uninvited arrival. Soul Drake questions why the 6 dragons have ventured into Soul Drake's domain without invitation, given their lack of association with the pact forged between Soul Drake and the Pendragons. However, Elagrain, a green dragon among them, interjects, signaling that their intentions differ this time. Elagrain asserts that they have come to Soul Drake, as they believe Soul Drake is aware of the reason for their visit. Soul Drake, however, does not feel compelled to provide an explanation to Elagrain, prompting a moment of silence from the green dragon. Amuhalt then addresses Queen Soul Drake, noting that the human before them emanates not only Soul Drake's aura, but also those of both the dragon and demon gods. Soul Drake responds with a resounding roar, sending tremors through the dragons in her presence. Firmly, Soul Drake commands the uninvited guests to depart her territory immediately, asserting her authority as the Dragon Queen. Aaron is taken aback by this revelation of Soldrake's royal status. As the dragons prepare to depart, Amuhalt assures Soldrake that they will leave for now. However, Amuhalt cryptically hints that when that man eventually visits the rest of the dragons, clarity will dawn. With that, the dragons take flight, leaving Karuto and Krudel bewildered by the exchange. Kazal remarks on the dragons speaking, prompting Krudel to explain that only those on equal footing with dragons can hear their voices. Before the pact, Krudel could also hear the dragons through Gordon Pendragon. However, now that the pact has been formed, only young Master Aaron can communicate with them. Aaron realizes that he was the only one privy to that conversation. Soldrake's voice did indeed change after forming the pact with him. More importantly, Aaron ponders the significance of the 6 dragons, the dragon god and the demon god. There are too many mysteries that Aaron doesn't comprehend. Aaron wonders if Soldrake knows everything, including why Raven was reincarnated as Aaron. Aaron then asks Soldrake if he could lower her head, as his neck hurts from craning upwards. Soldrake responds to Aaron's request by suggesting a better alternative. With a graceful transformation, Soldrake takes on the form of a stunning woman with wings adorning her back. Aaron, Killian, and the orcs are taken aback by Soldrake's striking new appearance. The scene unfolds amidst the dense embrace of the forest, where the Pendragon forces retreat toward their territory, led by Soldrake and Aaron at the forefront. Amidst the march, Karuta turns to Killian, questioning why he doesn't approach Aaron and Soldrake to inquire about their discussion. In response, Killian directs Karuta to pursue the answers himself. Karuta expresses hesitation, noting the challenge of approaching the guardian deity of the forest, the Ancona orcs unable to casually engage with such entities. Killian counters, acknowledging even his own inability to comprehend the discourse between Aaron and Soldrake, hindered by an inexplicable inability to hear Soldrake's voice and, peculiarly, the voice of young Lord Aaron at that moment. Moreover, Killian expresses disbelief at the notion of a dragon assuming human form, an unfamiliar concept to him. Meanwhile, Aaron turns to Soldrake, seeking clarification regarding the identity of the 6 dragons who displayed apparent discontent with Aaron's pact with Soldrake. Aaron presses Soldrake for insight into the nature of the dragons' dispute. Soldrake's response to Aaron's inquiries was cryptic, stating that time would reveal the answers Aaron sought. Perplexed by Soldrake's enigmatic words, Aaron pressed further, reminding the dragon of the glimpses of Aaron's past life as Raven, including the mysterious circumstances surrounding Raven's demise and Balthi's cryptic messages. Aaron questioned whether Soldrake had insight into the reason behind Raven's reincarnation as Aaron. Yet, once again, Soldrake deferred to the passage of time for understanding. Growing frustrated by Soldrake's evasive responses, Aaron demanded clarity, questioning why the dragon repeated the same refrain. Soldrake, unfazed by Aaron's agitation, remarked on Aaron's verbosity, noting the rarity of a Pendragon seeking dialogue with him. Aaron, puzzled by Soldrake's inscrutability, had anticipated gaining enlightenment through their pact, but found himself met with further ambiguity. Suddenly, chaos erupted as a monstrous serpent lunged at Aaron. Before Aaron could react, Soldrake sprang into action, swiftly dispatching the creature with a single decisive strike. Aaron and the soldiers stood in stunned silence, marveling at the dragon's astounding speed and prowess. After swiftly dispatching the monstrous serpent, Soldrake stoically approached the fallen creature's carcass, much to the astonishment of the soldiers. Witnessing the dragon eating the monster, Killian couldn't help but reflect that a dragon, regardless of its guise, remained inherently draconic. The scene transitions to a few moments later, with the camp established and Soldrake perched on a sturdy tree branch. Aaron approached, kindling a fire before commencing to prepare a meal for Soldrake. As Aaron offered her culinary creation, Aaron encouraged Soldrake to partake in the human experience of consuming cooked food. Soldrake, indulging in the meal, remarked on Aaron's uniqueness as a Pendragon. Aaron, revealing his true name as Raven, momentarily stunned Soldrake. Despite Aaron's contemplation of disclosing his true identity to others, she acknowledged the futility of such an endeavor. Sharing a glimpse into Aaron's past life as Raven, Aaron recounted her penchant for such gestures. Soldrake, touched by Aaron's revelation, suggested Aaron address her by the shortened name, Sol, henceforth. Surprised by Sol's smile, Aaron marveled at the notion of dragons expressing such emotion. Aaron's curiosity then turned to the enigmatic figures of the dragon god and the demon god. Yet Sol deflected her inquiries, citing the wisdom of time. Frustrated by the dragon's continual deferral, Aaron's patience wore thin. News spreads like wildfire through the Pendragon Palace that Aaron has returned after forging a pact with the White Dragon. Selena and Irene beam with joy at the news, Selena's maternal pride evident as she revels in her son's accomplishment. Lindsay, her thoughts filled with concern since bidding Aaron farewell at the Bellant Gate, now finds solace in his safe return. Aaron and his forces arrive at the Pendragon territory, greeted by jubilant crowds. Among the throng, Irene, Selena, and the ever-stoic butler Lindsay observe with surprise as Aaron's contingent includes orcs, goblins, harpies, and a winged girl. Aaron's proclamation rings out, declaring the White Dragon once more allied with the Pendragon, leaving everyone in stunned disbelief. As the White Dragon, Sol, transforms before their eyes, the palace erupts into astonished murmurs. The scene shifts to the grandeur of the palace halls, where festivities ensue in honor of Aaron's return with the White Dragon. Lindsay confides in Irene, expressing awe at her first experience of such lavish celebration within the castle walls. Irene leaned in to share with Lindsay the reason behind the extravagant festivities, a celebration to honor the newly formed pact between Aaron and the White Dragon. She explained that lords from neighboring lands and affluent merchants had gathered to partake in the revelry. Curiosity piqued, Lindsay scanned the room for young Lord Aaron, puzzled by his absence. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Aaron, engaged in conversation with Sol. Aaron inquired why Sol had chosen not to attend the feast. Sol replied that she had conversed enough with her pact partner, whether it be Aaron or Raven. Aaron countered, reminding Sol of her reticence in sharing information. Sol explained that, as the heir to the Pendragon, Aaron would be occupied with hosting duties. Aaron conceded, acknowledging the myriad responsibilities that awaited him. Aaron marveled at Sol's understanding of human society, prompting Sol to reveal her lengthy tenure with the Pendragon household. She added that the notion of a dragon attending a feast had never been entertained. Aaron, intrigued, questioned why not, considering Sol's ability to assume human form. Sol's gaze bore into Aaron, her words carrying an unexpected weight as she remarked on his uniqueness among the Pendragons of yore. With that, she soared into the sky, leaving Aaron bewildered by her cryptic words. In the wake of Sol's departure, a flurry of noblewomen descended upon Aaron, eager to hear the tale of his pact with the dragon. Aaron found himself overwhelmed by their sudden attention, his astonishment growing as the women began to quarrel amongst themselves. From the sidelines, Lindsay observed Aaron's predicament, noting with a mixture of amusement and concern the chaos unfolding around him. As Aaron extricated himself from the fracas, he couldn't help but feel disdain for the bickering nobles, deeming them all foolish. Turning away from the commotion, Aaron's gaze fell upon Mia, engrossed in play with the orcs, Kazal, and Tata. A smile tugged at his lips as he approached them, eager to join in their merriment. Lindsay, witnessing Aaron's genuine joy, felt a warmth spread within her as she watched him revel in the simple pleasures of camaraderie. Later that night, Lindsay guided Aaron to Lady Selena's chambers, where she awaited him. Expressing her delight at seeing Aaron's happiness, Lindsay confessed that it had been too long since she had witnessed such genuine joy. Aaron turned to Lindsay with a furrowed brow, questioning why his mother wished to see him at such a late hour. Lindsay, equally puzzled, admitted her own lack of insight as they approached the chamber door. To their surprise, a line of noblewomen awaited them inside, their presence perplexing Aaron and Lindsay alike. Aaron's mother, standing regally at the head of the room, addressed her son solemnly. She explained that as a Pendragon who had forged a pact with the dragon, Aaron was expected to choose a bride from among the assembled noblewomen. Aaron's astonishment was palpable as the weight of her words sank in. Selena observed Aaron's reaction keenly before addressing him with a solemn tone. She explained that the tradition demanded a Pendragon who had forged a pact with the dragon to produce an heir with a young noblewoman from a neighboring country. Originally, the engagement had been intended with the daughter of Count Sirad Luna, but circumstances had led to its dissolution. Irene chimed in, informing her brother that the assembled ladies were from families of equal renown to Sirad's. As the noblewomen descended into another bout of squabbling over who would be chosen as Aaron's bride, Aaron turned to his mother with a question. Did he have to make his decision here and now? Selena confirmed that it was indeed tradition. Yet, Aaron stunned everyone by declaring Lindsay as his chosen bride. The room fell into a shocked silence at his unexpected proclamation. Selena, taken aback, clarified the true purpose of the tradition: to ensure the prosperity of the Pendragon family. Aaron acknowledged this, but countered that the noblewomen had gathered to celebrate his pact with the dragon. With a determined gaze, Aaron continued, asserting that individuals like Lindsay, who had proven their loyalty and dedication to the Pendragon family during times of crisis, would indeed become the true strength of the Pendragon lineage when faced with pivotal moments that would shape their fate. He turned to his mother, reminding her of Lindsay's unwavering care during his 3-year unconsciousness, a gesture that caused Lindsay to blush with embarrassment. However, the noblewomen interjected, dismissing Lindsay's significance due to her station as a maid. Aaron, unyielding, rebuked their narrow-mindedness, condemning those who relied solely on the status of their family names without possessing any personal merit. The noblewomen recoiled in shock at Aaron's boldness. Undeterred, Aaron continued, emphasizing that he already had comrades who stood by him faithfully, even during the family's lowest moments. He spoke of Killian and the soldiers under his command, the steadfast Ancona orcs, as well as Goblin Kazal and Harpy Tata, who had remained by his side in the mausoleum. These, Aaron declared, were his reliable allies, and he proclaimed that the Pendragon family was no longer weak enough to depend solely on alliances. The joyous revelation brought smiles to the faces of Irene, Selena, and Lindsay. Aaron turned to Lindsay, seeking her thoughts on becoming his wife. With unwavering certainty, Lindsay affirmed her readiness, prompting Aaron to declare her as the Lady of Pendragon from that moment forth. A few moments later, Lady Atia approached Aaron, praising his remarkable performance. Surprised by her continued presence despite the mausoleum's opening, Aaron questioned her motives. Lady Atia admitted her desire to see the face of the Pendragon heir before departing. Reflecting on Aaron's transformation since their initial encounter, she cautioned him about the challenges ahead in an era devoid of alliances. Aaron, undeterred, shared his optimism with Lady Atia. He spoke of the Pendragon's regained strength through their pact with the dragon and anticipated the influx of individuals eager to serve the family. Drawing upon his knowledge as Raven, Aaron expressed confidence in recognizing future heroes who would carve their names in history. Lady Atia was taken aback by Aaron's ambitious plan. As Aaron elaborated on his strategy to establish relationships with potential heroes, transforming them into loyal allies, Lady Atia's shock gave way to admiration. She expressed her belief that Aaron possessed all the qualities necessary to lead with excellence, leaving her with no regrets. Aaron then revealed another startling revelation. 6 dragons had appeared during his pact with Sol. Lady Atia's astonishment grew as Aaron recounted the presence of a black dragon and the cryptic references to a dragon god and demon god. Aaron speculated that these entities might be connected to Raven's reincarnation as himself, a theory supported by Balti's enigmatic words. Lady Atia confessed that this was the first she had heard of the dragon god and demon god, signaling the depth of mystery surrounding these mythical figures. Lady Atia turned to Aaron with a probing gaze, inquiring if Soldrake had shed any light on the matter they discussed. Aaron shook his head, recounting Soldrake's repetitive response that time will teach him, a phrase that seemed to be the dragon's refrain. Reflecting on their conversation, Lady Atia remarked on Aaron's apparent rapport with Soldrake. Perplexed, Aaron questioned her meaning. With a knowing smile, Lady Atia pointed out that Aaron had been referring to Soldrake as Sol for some time. Aaron explained that Soldrake had encouraged him to use the nickname, a detail he had only shared with Lady Atia and Soldrake. As they spoke, Aaron suddenly gasped in shock as Aaron saw Lady Atia starts to vanish before his eyes. Lady Atia gently informed Aaron that she had to depart, leaving him momentarily bewildered by her sudden announcement. Sensing his confusion, she reassured him, expressing her belief that Aaron possessed the capability to achieve both Raven's and Aaron's goals. Aaron, moved by her faith in him, embraced his grandmother gratefully, thanking her for her unwavering support over the years. Encouraged by Lady Atia's words, Aaron pledged to continue moving forward, both as himself and as Ravenvault. Determined to prove his grandmother's faith justified, Aaron vowed to demonstrate his ability to achieve their shared aspirations. The scene then transitioned to the castle, where Aaron Pendragon and Lindsay Conrad prepared for their marriage ceremony. Alone in his room afterward, Aaron was visited by Sol. Sol remarked on Aaron's choice of bride, prompting Aaron to explain his decision. He cited the complexities of political marriages and the inevitability of discussions about heirs, emphasizing that his choice had been made with strategic considerations in mind. Sol inquired of Aaron whether he harbored no interest in Lindsay, to which Aaron responded by affirming his trust in her, stemming from her care during his 3-year immobility. Curious about Sol's sudden disappearance, Aaron questioned her whereabouts during that time. Sol explained that she resided in her lair, a stone dragon statue atop the cliff behind Pendragon Castle. Ever since forming a pact with a Pendragon, Aaron, puzzled, asked if Sol didn't grow bored in solitude. Sol revealed that even if she ventured out, no one could hear her voice. Aaron countered, noting that heads of the Pendragon lineage could hear her, but Sol admitted to seldom conversing with them. Neither Gordon from the last generation nor Klein from the previous one. Aaron was taken aback, prompting Sol to reveal that it seemed they didn't want her to assume human form, leading her to respect their wishes and remain in her lair. As Aaron pondered Sol's previous remark about his talkativeness, he reflected on the rarity of a Pendragon engaging in conversation with her over the centuries. Sol interjected, reminding him of their unique partnership, encompassing both Aaron and Raven. Feeling a sudden urge to change the dynamics of their interaction, Aaron suggested that Sol could address him however she pleased. Surprised by this proposition, Sol decided to refer to him as Ray henceforth. Memories flooded Aaron's mind, recalling how Raven's brother used to call him by that name. Concerned that Aaron might be discontented with the change, Sol questioned him. Yet, Aaron assured her that he welcomed the new moniker, urging her to use it from that moment onward. Sol's smile widened, confirming her belief that Ray was unlike any Pendragon she had encountered before. Gazing skyward, Sol murmured the name of the first Pendragon, Alex Pendragon, expressing her hope that this time she would finally fulfill her promise to him. The news of Aaron Pendragon's pact with the White Dragon spread like wildfire across the entire empire. Mercenaries, upon hearing the tidings, viewed Pendragon in a new light. Despite their small territory and scant knights, they saw potential for advancement, even the prospect of noble titles, if they aligned themselves with Pendragon and executed their duties diligently. Turning to their comrade, a masked figure, for his opinion, the scene shifted to a guy seated, absorbed in reading about Aaron Pendragon's feats. Fascinated by Pendragon's ability to not only subdue a dragon but also monsters and orcs, found Aaron to be an intriguing individual. In the Sirad territory, Count Sirad grappled with shock upon learning of Aaron Pendragon's alliance with the White Dragon. Unsure of the next course of action, he pondered his options. Meanwhile, Luna, his daughter, couldn't shake her thoughts about Aaron, her mind consumed by the news. In a dimly lit room, a man cloaked in black conversed with a brown-haired companion, both acknowledging Aaron Pendragon as a hindrance to their plans. The cloaked man, addressing Balti, entrusted him with the task of dealing with Aaron Pendragon, emphasizing the importance of their success relying on Balti's actions. The scene unfolds at the Bellant Gate, where Killian, brimming with enthusiasm, rallies the new recruits, urging them to exhibit spirit and diligence in their training despite having only been at it for an hour. Yet, we witness the weariness etched on the faces of these fresh trainees. Undeterred, Killian sternly reminds them that exhaustion is not a trait befitting a knight of Pendragon, igniting a newfound determination within them. Observing from the sidelines, Aaron nods approvingly at Killian's leadership, commending his efforts. Eager to gauge the progress of the recruits, Aaron engages Killian in conversation. Killian, with a hint of disappointment, shares his observation that many aspiring knights nowadays are more talk than action. In response, Aaron offers reassurance, acknowledging the inevitable adjustment period when recruiting in bulk. He emphasizes Killian's pivotal role in molding these recruits, bestowing upon him the title of commander, a moment that visibly stirs Killian's passion. Embracing his newfound designation, Killian pivots towards the soldiers, urging them to strive for excellence. As Aaron observes the scene unfolding before him, a contemplative air envelopes his thoughts. He reflects on the recent events, noting a singular enthusiasm amidst the gathering of new recruits, each harboring aspirations for the coveted knighthood. His mind wanders to the cryptic words of the 6 dragons regarding the dragon god and the demon god, a reminder of the looming uncertainty that hangs over them, despite the absence of immediate threats. In this calm before the storm, Aaron recognizes the prudence in fortifying the forces of Pendragon, a strategic measure to brace themselves for the inevitable clashes on the horizon. His gaze drifts upward to the castle's roof, where Sol stands alongside her griffins, her departure from her sanctuary signaling a shift in the status quo. Eren observes the familial bond between Sol and her majestic companions, sensing an unparalleled contentment radiating from her. In a moment of telepathic connection, Sol alerts Eren to the approaching knights, her voice resonating in his mind with urgency. Turning his attention back to the courtyard, Eren watches as the knights converge upon Killian, their seasoned demeanor betraying their wealth of experience in battles fought across distant lands. From the vantage point of the new recruits, these knights embody a sense of freedom, their nomadic existence defined by unwavering reliance on their weapons and skills. The new recruit is certain that these free knights have caught wind of the Pendragon's resurgence and have arrived to pledge their swords to the Pendragon cause. Killian steps forward, proudly identifying himself as the commander of the Order of the White Dragon under the Pendragon banner. One of the knights introduces himself as Reed Pollock, a free knight hailing from Evendell, expressing his desire to find a place where he can truly showcase his skills. Another knight, Barrio, echoes Reed's sentiment, seeking the same opportunity to prove himself. Curiosity piqued, Killian inquires about the identity of the masked figure among them. Without hesitation, the enigmatic individual declares to Killian that he has no name to offer. Killian's surprise is palpable, prompting Barrio to step forward and explain that neither Reed nor himself are privy to the masked man's true identity. Reed further reveals that they encountered the masked figure during their travels and, as fate would have it, they've been journeying together towards a common destination. Upon hearing this, Killian concludes that the masked individual harbors the same aspiration to join the ranks of the Pendragon Knights. Barrio nods in agreement with Killian's assessment, acknowledging the current state of the Pendragon Order without a proper head of knights. He asserts that with the combined skills of himself and Reed, they can fortify the Pendragon armies while simultaneously reaping the rewards of wealth and fame. The Pendragon soldiers bristle with indignation at this suggestion, their loyalty to their order evident in their reactions. Just as tensions reach a crescendo, Eren strides into the scene, diffusing the hostility with calm authority. He assures everyone that the origin of these knights matters little in the face of their capabilities, emphasizing the importance of skill over attitude. Killian and Reed exchange surprised glances at Eren's unorthodox stance, but Eren further clarifies that only prowess in combat truly matters. With a nod from Eren, Killian eagerly steps up to the challenge, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. Barrio steps forward to meet Killian, but the seasoned Pendragon Knight proves his mettle, standing firm against Barrio's advance. The new recruits watch in awe as Killian's skill becomes evident, culminating in a decisive strike that brings Barrio to the ground, showcasing the prowess of the Pendragon Knights. As Killian turns to Reed, shock etches across his features at Barrio's swift defeat. Frustration seething within him, Reed launches into a relentless assault against Killian, but the seasoned knight effortlessly parries each blow, swiftly turning the tide in his favor. With a deft maneuver, Killian dispatches Reed as well, eliciting cheers from the watching recruits who marvel at his skill. Curious about the potential of these free knights, Killian turns to Eren for insight. Eren reassures him that despite their unorthodox origins, these knights possess considerable strength, making them valuable assets for Pendragon. Turning his attention to the masked figure, Eren prompts him to face Killian in combat, but the enigmatic individual declines, expressing disinterest. Killian bristles at the masked figure's informal demeanor towards Eren and demands to know his name. Unfazed, the masked figure maintains his anonymity, further fueling Killian's ire. In a fit of anger, Killian charges at the masked figure, only to be met with astonishment as the masked figure effortlessly subdues him. The new recruits stare in disbelief at this unexpected turn of events, while Eren can't help but smile, recognizing the masked figure's formidable strength. Determined to enlist him in Pendragon's ranks by any means necessary, Eren watches on with anticipation. Upon witnessing the masked figure's prowess, Eren boldly declares himself as the next challenger for the Cavaliers of Valvas. Valvas, taken aback by Eren's audacity, questions his intentions. Unfazed, Eren reminds Valvas that he faces not just any opponent, but a young lord of Pendragon. With a pointed gesture of his sword towards Valvas, Eren issues a challenge, adhering to the sacred customs of dueling among the Cavaliers of Valvas. The mention of Valvas sparks astonishment among Killian and the other soldiers. Hailing from the distant and tumultuous southern regions, Valva's cavaliers are renowned for their combat prowess, forged in the crucible of perpetual warfare that defines their homeland. In these lands of constant conflict, where territories clash and alliances shift like the sands, the cavaliers of Valvas stand as formidable warriors, embodying the skills of countless seasoned fighters. Killian finds himself taken aback by the presence of a Valva's cavalier in their midst. Rumors of their exploits may have circulated, but encountering one in person is a rarity beyond imagination. Yet, what astounds him even more is Aaron's familiarity with the cavaliers of Valvas, a testament to the depth of Aaron's knowledge and the mysteries surrounding his past. Meanwhile, Aaron's mind races with recognition as he observes the mysterious figure. With a single glance, Aaron discerns telltale signs of the Valvas Knights. The distinctive attire, the unmistakable accent of the southern lands, and the hallmark dual swords, one long, one short, strapped to the figure's back. Memories of battles fought in a past life flood Aaron's thoughts, memories of facing Valva's Knights in the southern reaches. But it's not just the swords that catch Aaron's eye. It's the readiness for combat evident in every aspect of the figure's appearance. From the mace and shield secured to the saddle to the presence of a crossbow, Aaron recognizes a seasoned warrior prepared for any eventuality. Addressing the figure, Aaron remarks on the unwavering pride of the cavaliers of Valvas, who bow to none but those they deem worthy. Even the Emperor himself cannot compel a Valva's knight to lower their head, such is their confidence in their own prowess. Aaron surmises that the figure seeks a master capable of wielding his sword, but the figure refutes this, claiming to have abandoned such notions in favor of following the guidance of the stars. Amidst the unfolding scene, it comes to light that the Valva's warrior had joined the ranks of the Free Knights in exchange for water. Aaron reflects on the significance of astrology to the people of Valvas, recognizing the role of celestial guidance in their lives. With a knowing nod, Aaron acknowledges the alignment of fate that led the Valva's warrior to the Pendragon stronghold. Drawing his sword, the Valva's warrior asserts the principles by which cavaliers of Valvas abide. They do not serve for wealth, status, or trivialities. Instead, their loyalty demands a far greater price, the willingness to risk life itself. Should Aaron desire the allegiance of a Valva's warrior, he must be prepared to stake his life on the outcome of their duel. With resolve in his eyes, Aaron accepts the terms, understanding the gravity of facing a Valva's knight in combat. As the duel commences, Reed remarks to Barrio on Aaron's impressive stance and the mercenary-like quality of his sword. Aaron wastes no time, charging at the Valva's warrior with ferocious speed, catching Killian and the others off guard. Yet, despite Aaron's swift assault, the Valva's warrior effortlessly parries his attack, swiftly disarming him and pinning his sword to the ground. In a swift and fluid exchange of blows, the Valva's warrior unleashes his second sword, aiming a strike at Aaron. With remarkable agility, Aaron evades the attack, countering with a swift thrust of his own. However, the Valva's warrior proves equally adept, deftly sidestepping Aaron's assault with a mere graze, leaving a cut on Aaron's cheek in return. As their swords clash in a symphony of steel, they momentarily break apart, sizing each other up. The shock on Killian and the others' faces is palpable as they witness the intensity of the duel. Aaron, breathing heavily, confesses his disbelief at missing his usual trump card, a tactic that typically proves effective against dual-wielding opponents like the Valva's warrior. He recounts how, in a moment of imbalance caused by the Valva's warrior's smaller sword, he had seized the opportunity to launch a spinning cut, only to find himself swiftly countered by the Valva's warrior's relentless assault aimed at his head. Acknowledging the Valva's warrior's formidable strength, Aaron is met with a probing question about his true identity. The Valva's warrior finds it difficult to believe that Aaron could be the son of a mere noble. In response, Aaron reveals a surprising truth. He sees himself as no different from the Valva's warrior, bound by the same indomitable spirit and thirst for battle. Having faced down countless monsters and soldiers in his past, Aaron recounts to Valvas how each encounter was not an act of indiscriminate violence, but rather a means of survival. He explains how the very essence of the Valva's warrior, fierce and unyielding, resonates within him, fueling his own determination. Observing the shift in Valvas's demeanor as he readies both swords, Aaron remarks with a hint of admiration that the nameless Valvas has finally chosen to take the duel seriously. The scene shifts to Karuto and Krudel, accompanied by Mia, awakening to the sound of commotion. Curiosity piqued, they venture forth to investigate, only to be met with astonishment upon discovering Eren engaged in a duel with a formidable swordsman. Each exchange of blows between Eren and the Valva's warrior is met with mutual admiration, leaving Karuto and Krudel in awe of the unknown swordsman who matches the young master's skill. Meanwhile, as the duel unfolds, the Valva's warrior narrowly misses a strike, prompting Eren to feint and launch a counterattack. The display of Eren's prowess garners impressed murmurs from Killian and the surrounding knights. However, their amazement is short-lived as the Valva's warrior adeptly blocks Eren's feint with his second sword. In a fluid sequence of movements, the Valva's warrior swings his sword, but Eren deftly evades by leaping over the blade. Seizing the opportunity while airborne, Eren attempts to strike the Valva's warrior, yet the agile swordsman evades the attack with equal finesse. As Eren lands gracefully on the ground, the Valva's warrior charges forward. Despite Eren's quick reflexes allowing him to dodge the initial assault, the Valva's warrior surprises everyone with a cunning feint, swiftly striking Eren from the left with his second sword. As the duel reaches a critical moment, Eren swiftly blocks the Valva's warrior's strike from the right, seizing the warrior's hand before he can deliver another blow. Acknowledging each other's skill, they exchange words of respect. However, in a sudden turn of events, the Valva's warrior executes a swift feet sweep, catching Eren off guard. Reacting with lightning reflexes, Eren plants his hand on the ground, propelling himself out of harm's way. Capitalizing on the opening, Eren launches a retaliatory kick at the Valva's warrior. Their clash resumes with renewed intensity, leaving onlookers like Reed and Barrio in shock at the sheer skill displayed in the duel. Even Karuto finds himself astounded by Eren's prowess against the formidable Valva's warrior. In a bold move, Eren reveals his strategy to exploit the weakness of dual wielders. The Valva's warrior, intrigued, queries Eren about this vulnerability. Without hesitation, Eren hurls a handful of sand into the warrior's eyes, forcing him to retreat momentarily to regain his composure. With determination blazing in his eyes, Eren charges at the Valva's warrior, only to find himself abruptly halting as the warrior drops his sword. Karuto and Killian share a moment of shock at this unexpected turn of events. Without missing a beat, the Valva's warrior moves to strike at Eren with his right arm, but before the blow can connect, Eren deftly positions his sword near the warrior's neck, effectively ending the duel. The sight leaves Killian and the surrounding onlookers stunned. Acknowledging the Valva's warrior's formidable skill, Eren expresses his admiration for the Cavaliers of Valvas and credits his victory to the aid of his cherished sword. He admits that without it, the outcome may have been different. In a display of humility, the Valva's warrior bows before Eren, conceding defeat. With a sense of reverence, he reveals his name to be Elkinisla, pledging to serve as Eren's sword and vanquish his adversaries. The gathered crowd erupts into cheers for Eren's triumph. Meanwhile, Eren is taken aback by the revelation of Elkin's name. The new recruit soldiers turn to Killian with curiosity, inquiring if Elkinisla is a renowned knight. To their surprise, Killian and the other free knights admit that they've never heard of him before. Killian wonders if young Lord Eren is familiar with this mysterious knight. Meanwhile, Eren is shocked by the revelation. Elkinisla, known as the Stormbringer, was a legendary figure in Eren's previous life, a formidable cavalier of Valvas whose exploits earned him widespread recognition. Serving under the Duchy of Arangis, Isla fought in numerous battles, carving out a name for himself as one of the Empire's most distinguished warriors. However, in the current timeline, Isla's fame has yet to reach its zenith, leaving him poised to become a hero of renown in the future. Seizing the moment, Eren takes a seat before Isla, surprising Killian and the others with his boldness. He instructs Isla to lift his head, declaring that Isla will serve as the sword while Eren assumes the role of master. However, Eren emphasizes that their positions do not signify differing levels of importance. Rather, they simply fulfill different roles in their partnership. With a warm smile, Eren extends an invitation to Isla, expressing his desire for Isla to join him as a comrade like everyone else. Surprised by the unexpected offer, Isla remarks that Eren is indeed an intriguing individual. Interrupting the moment, Sol calls out to Eren, prompting her descent from the palace roof accompanied by her majestic griffins. Isla's astonishment is palpable at the sight of the mythical creatures. As Sol approaches Eren, Reed and Barrio exchange bewildered glances, unaware of her identity. Killian enlightens them, revealing Sol as the White Dragon, a revelation that leaves Reed and Barrio in shock. Eren introduces Isla to Sol as Soldrake, his pact partner and the White Dragon of Pendragon. Unfazed, Isla approaches Sol without a hint of fear, surprising Reed and Barrio with his unwavering composure in the presence of the legendary creature. Reflecting on Isla's demeanor, Eren recalls his own overwhelming reaction upon first encountering Sol in his previous life. He muses on Isla's intriguing character, noting the depth of strength and resolve hidden beneath his calm exterior. As Eren gazes up at the sky, his mind is consumed with plans to venture beyond the confines of their territory. His objective: to seek out individuals of renown from his previous life. Among them, he seeks the likes of Eden Dorian, a young merchant said to possess a fortune rivaling that of the Emperor, hailing from the bustling free city of Ovilla. Then there's Jean Oberon, an eccentric magician dwelling in a tower amidst the vast forests of Asha in southern Valvas, renowned for his creation of mystical artifacts. And not to be forgotten is Ivan Zitter, a remarkable general who, at the tender age of 20, conquered the entire northern region with a mere few hundred mercenaries. Eren reflects on the invaluable resource his memories from his previous life provide him. They serve as a guide to securing the most exceptional talents before anyone else. However, before he can delve further into his plans, Crudel receives a message from his elders through a magical communication ore. Intrigued by the crystal, Killian queries Crudel about its significance. Crudel enlightens Killian about the magical communication ore, a treasured possession passed down through generations in the Orc village. With its aid, Crudel can easily communicate with the elders using sorcery. As he reads the message, Crudel relays alarming news. Humans have infiltrated the Ancona forest, accompanied by armed mercenaries numbering in the dozens. Eren's surprise is palpable upon hearing this revelation. Further details emerge as Crudel reveals that the leader of the group wears an ogre's helmet, an unsettling revelation that leaves Eren stunned. Karuto poses the question of whether this man defeated the orcs, speculating on the formidable power he must possess if he did. Meanwhile, Eren's thoughts race, recognizing the ominous significance of a man wearing an ogre's helmet, none other than Balti. Fueled by anger, Eren emits a crackling blue aura, alarming everyone present. In frustration, he demands further information from Crudel, only to be met with the revelation that communication with the Orc elders has been severed. Determined to take action, Eren declares their intention to journey to the Orc village. The scene shifts to the Ancona forest, where Balti stands victorious amidst defeated Orcs. The scene transitions to a dimly lit room where Balti confers with the leader of the Centaurs. He relays crucial information regarding Pendragon's resurgence, detailing their acquisition of the power of the White Dragon and their efforts in recruiting fresh troops and bolstering their arsenal. With a solemn gesture, Balti unveils a mirror, revealing a cloaked figure who, through the use of magic, has subjugated the centaurs under his control. Meanwhile, in the tranquil depths of the Orc forest, the young Orclings gather around Crudel, playfully engaging with him. Nearby, Killian and Karuto find themselves similarly enveloped in the playful antics of the Orc children. However, when one of the Orc youngsters approaches Eren, they recoil in fear at the intensity of his angered expression and the palpable pressure of his aura. The child scurries away in fright, leaving Killian to ponder the cause of Eren's ire. Karuto explains to Killian that ever since Eren received the news from the Elder, his countenance has remained clouded with anger. Killian observes a flicker of something akin to a dragon's aura briefly manifesting behind Eren, prompting both him and Karuto to urge Eren to temper his emotions. On the flip side, even Isla's presence instills fear in the children. However, the atmosphere shifts when the Elder of the Orcs steps forward, expressing gratitude to Eren Pendragon for gracing the Orc forest with his presence. Having caught sight of Soldrake, the revered guardian deity of the forest, the Elder commands all the Orcs to pay homage to the majestic creature. With solemn reverence, the Orcs bow before Soldrake. Sensing the tension in the air, Sol intervenes, advising Eren that progress cannot be made if he remains consumed by anger. She urges him to find balance, cautioning that allowing anger to consume him could lead to his own downfall. With those words, Soul gracefully ascends to rest atop a nearby tree, leaving Eren to contemplate her wisdom. After exchanging pleasantries with the orc elder, Eren, accompanied by Karuto and Krudel, is invited to converse in private within the confines of the orc dwelling. Seated before the elder, Eren listens attentively as the elder reveals troubling news. A group of humans had infiltrated the forest undetected by the orcs' magical surveillance, only revealing themselves as they departed from the forest. A ripple of surprise courses through Krudel as he questions the elder orc about the breach in their magical barrier. With furrowed brows, Krudel probes further, speculating whether the humans were aided by a magician. However, the elder orc dispels this notion, revealing that the invaders consisted solely of soldiers and colossal wolves. Despite the absence of a mage, the elder orc remains convinced that some form of magic was involved, an unsettling revelation that weighs heavily on Krudel's mind. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the elder orc recounts how their orc warriors were swiftly defeated by the human intruders, leaving Karuto visibly shaken. Eren's thoughts race as he pieces together the puzzle. He surmises that the mastermind behind the incursion must be none other than Balti, leading the feared Rakshasa unit into the heart of the forest. The elder orc's revelations take an unexpected turn as he discloses that the humans proceeded to seek an audience with the Centaur clan, an announcement that catches Eren off guard. Contemplating the intricate dynamics between the Pendragon House, the orcs, and the centaurs, Eren reflects on the complex history of their coexistence. It becomes evident to him that the centaurs, originally inhabitants of the Ancona forest, harbor resentment towards humans, a sentiment likely stemming from conflicts with the Pendragon House. Yet, the orcs, acting as a defensive buffer, have historically stood in opposition to the centaurs' aggression. The strained relationship between the centaurs and orcs becomes increasingly apparent to Eren, who recognizes both species as inherently belligerent and combative. Content to remain an outsider to their conflict, Eren opts to refrain from intervening, hoping for a peaceful resolution. However, his hopes are swiftly shattered when Killian bursts into the room, breathless with urgency. He delivers alarming news. The centaurs have launched an unexpected attack on humans. Rushing outside, Eren is met with a scene of chaos and confusion as centaur arrows rain down upon them. In a swift display of reflexes, Eren catches an arrow mid-air, only to find the unmistakable crest of the Empire emblazoned upon it. Shock courses through him, mingled with a rising tide of anger, as he realizes the centaurs have allied themselves with the Empire. His dragon's aura ignites once more, a manifestation of his fury and determination. With a resolute expression, Eren issues orders to the Pendragon forces, commanding them to retaliate against the centaur aggressors. Faced with the unprovoked assault, he urges his soldiers to stand firm and prevent the centaurs from escaping. Eren dashes toward the centaurs with astonishing speed. Isla's eyes widen in surprise at the sight of him. The centaurs react by unleashing a volley of arrows, but Eren effortlessly deflects them. Isla and the mercenaries watch in disbelief as Eren's skill becomes apparent. Closing the distance, Eren strikes at one of the centaurs, only to find that his blow is met with unexpected resistance. The centaur retaliates, catching Eren off guard. Despite Eren's attempt to defend himself, the centaur remains unfazed. To Eren's bewilderment, the centaur accuses him of invading their forest with the intention of attacking and destroying them. The centaur reveals that Eren has been amassing military forces for this purpose, leaving Eren confused and surprised by the allegations. As the centaurs launch a coordinated strike, the orcs fighting alongside them struggle to comprehend the centaur's newfound strength. Krudel speculates that dark magic may be at play. The centaurs, ensnared by a sorcerer's dark magic, are being controlled against their will. The sorcerer manipulates their anger and fear, brainwashing them into relentless fighters who push past their physical limits. In the midst of battle, Killian moves to strike a centaur, but before he can, the centaur retaliates with a powerful kick to his stomach, sending him sprawling to the ground. The Pendragon forces find themselves overwhelmed by the ferocity of the centaur's strikes, with Eren still locked in combat against them. Desperate for aid, Eren implores Sol to join the fray, but Sol refuses, likening both orcs and centaurs to children and choosing not to intervene. Frustrated by Sol's stance, Eren's thoughts drift to Baltui. Suddenly, Eren spots a centaur poised to attack an orc child. Without hesitation, he rushes to the child's defense, saving them from harm. Surveying the chaos around him, Eren realizes that half of the Pendragon troops have been incapacitated, and the orc village is under relentless siege. Eren mounts his horse and addresses the centaurs, questioning their reputation as proud warriors. He disparages them, claiming they are no better than brute animals. Eren boldly declares that he alone can handle the centaurs, provoking their anger. In response, the centaurs launch a collective strike on Eren. Seizing the opportunity, Eren gallops toward the opposite side of the orc village, drawing the centaurs away from their target. Crudel observes Eren's strategy and explains to Karuto that Eren's intention is to lead the centaurs away from the vulnerable village. Karuto is incredulous at the idea of Eren facing so many centaurs alone, while Isla watches in astonishment. Meanwhile, Sol summons her griffin, which appears before Isla. Startled by the majestic creature, Isla looks to Sol for explanation. As the griffin approaches, Isla's demeanor shifts as he comprehends Sol's decision. At the mountain's edge, Eren finds himself confronted by a mass of centaurs blocking his path. Their leader acknowledges Eren's tactic of acting as a decoy to safeguard his forces, but warns that both Eren and his allies, including the orc village, will ultimately fall to the centaurs. Eren's actions are deemed foolish. In response, Eren defiantly asserts that it is the centaurs who are foolish, claiming he alone can handle them all. However, doubt gnaws at him as he ponders whether he can truly overcome the magically strengthened centaurs. As the centaurs charge towards him, arrows suddenly rain down from behind, felling several of them. Surprised, Eren turns to see Isla atop the griffin, wielding his bow. Questioning his presence, Eren learns that Isla remains true to his pledge, to stand as Eren's sword and vanquish his foes. Meanwhile, the centaurs are taken aback by the appearance of the divine griffin. Isla charges towards them atop his majestic mount, prompting the centaur leader to launch an arrow in his direction. Swiftly evading the attack, Isla retaliates with a flurry of arrows, swiftly dispatching several centaurs. Observing Isla's prowess, Eren recognizes him as a griffin rider, one who commands these revered creatures associated with the White Dragon. Riding a griffin requires immense skill and knowledge, obtained through ancient wisdom and extensive practice. Those who master this art through countless battles earn the esteemed title of Griffin Rider. Reflecting on Isla's abilities, Eren can't help but smile, recalling that in his previous life, Isla was known as Stormbringer. Seeing Isla live up to his reputation fills Eren with pride. As the centaurs are driven back, their leader orders a retreat. The centaur leader assesses the situation, believing that the dense forest will hinder any pursuit by the griffin. Determining that regrouping is their best course of action, he prepares to retreat. However, Eren intervenes by swiftly shooting an arrow that brings down the centaur leader. Approaching the fallen leader, Eren utilizes his shield to heal the centaur's wounds and break the hold of sorcery upon him. As the centaur leader regains his senses, he is astonished by Eren's unexpected act of kindness. Confused, he questions Eren's motives for aiding him. In response, Eren queries the centaur leader about the whereabouts of the man who provided the centaurs with their weapons, Balti of the Rakshasa unit. The centaur leader is taken aback by Eren's knowledge of Balti and inquiries about him. Eren asserts his authority, insisting that he will be the one asking the questions. Reluctantly, the centaur leader reveals that Balti appeared in the forest and proposed an alliance with the centaurs. He claimed that the Pendragons had regained the power of the White Dragon and were bolstering their forces and weaponry. Balti reveals to the centaurs his belief that the Pendragons will inevitably set their sights on both the centaurs and their forest. To preempt this threat, Balti urges the centaurs to seize control by defeating the orc village and reclaiming the Ancona forest themselves. Upon hearing this, Eren disputes the validity of Balti's claims, questioning how the centaurs could be so easily swayed by such obvious manipulation. The centaur leader suggests that they may have fallen under a spell, mentioning that Balti used a mirror to communicate with them, after which they were overcome with anger and lost their rationality. The leader admits to having fuzzy memories since that moment. Moved by the plight of the injured centaurs, Eren uses his shield to heal them. Isla, witnessing this act, expresses surprise. After tending to everyone, Eren reflects on the considerable drain on his mana caused by healing so many. Isla queries Eren about his decision to heal the centaurs, seeking understanding. Eren explains to Isla that the true enemies of the Pendragons are those who manipulated the centaurs. He acknowledges that even the predecessors of the Pendragons bear responsibility for the complex situation. The centaur leader interjects, noting that Eren, as a Pendragon, stands apart from his predecessors. Eren modestly acknowledges that he's been told this before. The centaur leader expresses belief in Eren's potential to be an exceptional ruler. He declares that from that moment forward, the centaur tribe will consider themselves friends of the Pendragons. Both Isla and Eren are taken aback by this unexpected declaration. The centaur leader assures Eren that they will aid the Pendragons in confronting the group that deceived the centaurs. He pledges the centaurs full cooperation with Eren as Pendragon. Turning to the other centaurs, the leader seeks their agreement, which they readily provide. Witnessing this unity, Eren assures the centaur leader that the Pendragons will also support the centaurs. The two groups forge an unexpected alliance, united in their determination to confront their common adversaries. Eren expresses his desire for the centaurs to safeguard the harmony of the forest as its strongest cavalry. With a handshake between Eren and the centaur leader, the conflict comes to an end, and peace returns to the Ancona forest. Eren, using the healing powers of the water spirit shield, tends to the soldiers' wounds, and they celebrate the newfound peace with a banquet. Later, Eren, the centaur leader, Crudel, and the orc leader sit together. Eren explains to the orc elder about the mirror and how it was used to ensnare the centaurs with a spell. The orc elder admits it's the first time he's heard of sorcery working through a mirror. Crudel warns the centaur leader of the dangers of such magic, expressing disbelief that someone could manipulate the emotions of so many centaurs. He labels the sorcerer a fearsome user of dark arts. In the following scene, Eren stands on a tree branch, deep in thought. Sol approaches him, noting his somber demeanor. Eren inquires if Sol was the one who provided Isla with the griffin. Sol confirms, mentioning that he sensed the griffin's aura emanating from Isla. Eren reveals that Isla used to be a griffin rider but avoids discussing it now for unknown reasons. Sol remarks on the complexity of human nature, expressing surprise that Eren didn't succumb to the dragon's aura when enraged. Reflecting on a past moment when he was enveloped by the dragon's aura, Eren contemplates the control over such power. Sol explains that those who form a pact with the white dragon can harness its power within their bodies, but mastering that power is a personal challenge. Eren emphasizes the importance of not giving in to anger to progress. Inwardly, Eren ponders the discrepancies in his memories. Despite initially forgetting due to anger, he remembers being part of the Rakshasa unit in his previous life, which is currently engaged in battle against the Troll King in the distant southern region's Great Forest. As half of the Rakshasa unit falls in battle, Baltui's presence in the same continent as the centaurs seems ludicrous to Eren. Reflecting on the events in the Great Forest and the confrontation with the Troll King, Eren's thoughts linger on Ravenvault. Baltui had once hinted at a connection between various events, including the decline of the Pendragon Duchy and the downfall of the Vault House. Eren wonders about Ravenvault's whereabouts, recalling Baltui's suggestion that everything was interconnected. Feeling a sense of urgency, Eren confides in Sol about his need to return to his hometown, where his family was branded as traitors. The scene transitions to the Sirad territory, where Count Sirad and Luna are taken aback by the sudden arrival of the Emperor's children, Prince Ian and Princess Ingrid. Prince Ian explains to Luna and Count Sirad that they've come for one reason. Eren Pendragon, the head of the neighboring Duchy of Pendragon. Ian describes the Eren he knows as weak, frail, and innocent, making it hard for him to believe that Eren, after awakening from a coma, could make a pact with the White Dragon. The focus then shifts to the Pendragon territory, where Eren receives the news of the impending visit of the Imperial Prince and Princess. The butler informs Eren that the second prince and his younger sister from the Imperial household are on their way. Perplexed, Eren questions the butler about their purpose for coming. The butler hesitates before revealing that Princess Ingrid is Eren Pendragon's former fiancée. Eren learns that Prince Ian was the one who ended his engagement with Princess Ingrid. This revelation surprises Eren, who hadn't realized he had previous fiancées before Sirad. He finds the situation troublesome, especially since a month has passed since the incident with the centaurs, during which the Pendragon forces have significantly bolstered their ranks with the addition of the Free Knights. Isla is busy forming a Griffin squad, and Eren's own dragon aura has strengthened, with him gaining better control over it. Normally, the Pendragon household takes a summer break each year, and Aaron had planned to use this opportunity to investigate the connection between the destruction of the Vault House and the current schemes unfolding. However, just as he was about to do so, news of the Imperial children's visit disrupts his plans. Aaron queries his butler about the reason for their visit, suspecting it may be related to marriage. Though uncertain, the butler advises Aaron to tread carefully, warning him that the second prince, Ian, is considered a potential future emperor. Ian is renowned as a martial arts master feared throughout the imperial capital, earning him the moniker, the Tyrant. Aaron expresses concern to his butler about inadvertently offending Ian. Curious about why the second prince is in line to become emperor, Aaron queries his butler. The butler explains that the crown prince's health is failing, making Ian the likely successor. This news triggers a moment of reflection for Aaron. Suddenly, he recalls that in his previous life's future, there was no Ian slated to become emperor. Instead, the future emperor's name was Jeffrey. Aaron questions his butler about the crown prince's name, suspecting it might be Jeffrey. However, the butler clarifies that the current emperor's name is Cheyenne Aragon, and there's no record of a Jeffrey in the imperial lineage. This revelation surprises Aaron. Jeffrey isn't even among the top princes of the empire. He's essentially a nobody. Aaron ponders the significance of this discrepancy, considering that it might be linked to the altered course of history from his previous life. Aaron channels his dragon aura through his hand, signaling to his butler that he now has a reason to meet Prince Ian Aragon. The scene shifts outside, where the two children of the imperial household have arrived in Pendragon territory. Ian begins to emanate his own aura, causing everyone around him to feel intimidated. Unfazed by Ian's aura, Aaron strides confidently towards him. Ian, noticing Aaron's approach, remarks on Aaron's seemingly lofty demeanor. Aaron retorts that Ian isn't yet the emperor, prompting frustration from Ian, who asserts his future as the emperor. In response, Aaron calmly assures Ian that his ascension to the throne won't come to fruition. Ian is taken aback by this statement. Without hesitation, Aaron begins to emanate his own dragon aura, signaling his resolve. Surprised, Aaron realizes that only those with the bloodline of the first emperor can withstand Ian's aura of supreme authority. Ian, equally astonished, can't comprehend how Aaron is able to resist his overwhelming aura. He deduces that Aaron must possess the aura of the white dragon. As tension mounts, Princess Ingrid intervenes, accompanied by Luna, urging her brother to cease his display of power. She doesn't want Ian to cause unnecessary trouble. Aaron notes Ingrid's presence and wonders why Luna Sirad is with them. Princess Ingrid introduces herself to Aaron, explaining that they were betrothed since birth and had never met in person before. However, she breaks into laughter suddenly, remarking on Luna's description of Aaron as incredibly strong and handsome. Aaron is taken aback by her words. Ian warns Ingrid against getting too familiar with Aaron, but she ignores his caution, inviting Aaron to accompany her on a tour of the castle. As Aaron walks alongside Ingrid, he contemplates the unusual turn of events. Aaron's mother, Selena, and his sister, Irene, along with Mia, welcome Prince Ian and Princess Ingrid to the Pendragon Palace. Ian engages in conversation with Irene, while Princess Ingrid converses with Selena. However, when Irene catches sight of her brother Aaron, she rushes over to him, praising his radiant appearance. Ian is shocked to be ignored, and his frustration manifests in the form of his aura. Mia, frightened by Ian's aura, seeks refuge with Isla. Ian, perturbed by Isla's lack of recognition, questions him about his identity. Isla, unperturbed, refuses to provide a name. This refusal frustrates Ian, who perceives Isla's stubbornness as characteristic of knights from the southern region of Valvas. Ian challenges Isla to a duel, but Princess Ingrid intervenes, chastising Ian for causing trouble once again. She warns him that if he causes trouble a second time, she won't speak to him for a year. Ian couldn't ignore his sister's admonition. Soldiers from Sirad observe the situation, astonished that the tyrant Ian, who is feared in the imperial capital, seems to have lost control since coming to Pendragon territory. They marvel at the prowess of Pendragon. Ian requests a private conversation with Aaron, indicating he has something important to discuss. He probes Aaron, questioning if Aaron is afraid. Aaron reassures Ian, asserting that he also has matters to discuss. In a private room, Ian and Aaron face each other. Ian remarks on Aaron's transformation, recalling him as a frail figure in the past. He admits breaking off the engagement with Aaron due to his perceived weakness. Aaron challenges Ian's authority to make such a decision for his sister. Curious, Aaron asks Ian why he came. He questions whether Ian intends to rekindle the engagement. Ian flatly denies the possibility, stating there's no way his sister would be engaged to Aaron Pendragon. Ian confronts Aaron, expressing his disillusionment with the loyalty of Aaron Pendragon and the Valva's Knight to the Imperial family. He questions Aaron's intentions. In response, Aaron asserts that Pendragon does not stand in anyone's shadow and has responsibilities to fulfill. Suddenly, Ian attempts to strike Aaron, but Aaron reacts quickly, throwing water at Ian and elbowing him. Despite the blow, Ian remains resilient, seizing Aaron's arm and slamming him onto a table. Aaron counters by locking Ian's arm before the impact. As they both assess the situation, Aaron notices a knife near Ian's hand and decides to step back. Surprised by Aaron's retreat, Ian questions his motives. Aaron suggests that Ian wasn't fighting seriously, as he could have easily countered Aaron's technique with the knife. Aaron then emanates his aura and poses his question to Ian once more. Aaron questions Ian's motive for coming to Pendragon territory. Ian responds with laughter, acknowledging Aaron's prowess and ability to push Ian to this point. Aaron is perplexed by Ian's reaction. Ian suggests that Aaron join forces with him, recognizing Aaron's potential to become the cornerstone of the Empire as Aaron Pendragon. Ian explains to Aaron that he's extending the invitation because of Aaron's military skills and sharp intellect. However, Aaron observes that the tense atmosphere and Ian's imposing aura have dissipated. Curious, Aaron asks Ian what he means by joining forces. Ian reveals that the Imperial family is currently grappling with the issue of succession, with several princes and influential aristocrats vying for power behind the scenes. He wants Aaron on his side in case of future difficulties. Ian offers Aaron a significant position within the Empire, along with wealth, treasures, territories, or even the opportunity to establish an independent state. Hearing this, Aaron reflects on Ian's reputation as a tyrant in the Imperial capital, but considers that Ian's true nature might be different. He concludes that Ian may not actually aspire to become emperor. Ian is taken aback by Aaron's response. Aaron expresses his belief that Ian's tyrannical persona might be a facade. Despite the tempting rewards, Aaron cannot accept an offer from someone whose true intentions are unknown. Ian is surprised that Aaron has discerned his true nature to such an extent. He admits that Aaron is the first person, aside from his sister, to understand his intentions. Ian reveals his desire for his brother, Cheyenne Aragon, to become emperor. Aaron questions if Cheyenne is the crown prince who is currently bedridden. Frustrated, Ian explains that his brother was nearly assassinated 3 years ago during the treason incident in Sisek. This revelation shocks Aaron. Ian describes his brother as kind and capable, believing he would have been an outstanding ruler. Cheyenne aspired to bring change to the Empire. Aaron recalls that 3 years ago, the Vault family was branded as traitors in Sisek. Then, Aaron agrees to Ian's offer but requests in return that Ian divulge all the information he knows about the treason incident. The scene shifts to Selena and Irene informing Luna and Ingrid about Aaron's wife, Lindsay, shocking both of them. Returning to Aaron and Ian discloses everything he knows about the treason incident in Sisek. Aaron recalls that during that time, he was aspiring to become a knight and was entrusted with a letter to deliver to the lords of Sisek, but there was a hidden agenda behind it. Ian poses the question of who could be the mastermind behind the treason. Aaron speculates if there's another prince vying for the emperor's throne. Ian acknowledges the possibility but explains that there are numerous princes and associated aristocrats, making it difficult for him to keep track of them all. Aaron then inquires if Ian knows of any prince named Aim Jeffrey. Ian informs Aaron that Aim Jeffrey is the child of a concubine, holding only the title of Viscount without any real power. Aaron realizes that Jeffrey does exist, but is merely a Viscount without influence. He ponders how someone like Jeffrey could ascend to the throne in just a few years. Curious, Aaron asks Ian about the lineage of Jeffrey's mother. Ian is surprised to reveal that she hails from Sisek and struggles to believe that Jeffrey could be involved in such matters. Aaron reflects on Balthi's words about everything being interconnected. He then emits his dragon's aura, surprising Ian, who hadn't seen Aaron use this power before. Ian wonders about Aaron's true identity. Outside, Sol appears, startling Ian with his white dragon form. Sol transforms into human form and approaches Aaron. Aaron queries Sol about the situation, and Sol mentions sensing a powerful dragon aura. Ian, stunned by the sight of the white dragon in human form, smiles and decides to trust his instincts. Ian realizes that Eren is someone he can trust. Sol inquires if something is wrong, and Eren acknowledges that there have been some realizations. Eren proposes that Ian joins him and the others on their summer vacation. This surprises Ian. Eren explains that they will be traveling to the Silbul Coast, near the outskirts of Sisek, where Eren plans to draw out their enemies. The scene unfolds in the bustling heart of Luz, the Empire's foremost commercial hub. Amidst the grandeur of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry, whispers permeate the air, weaving tales of intrigue and alliances. As the citizens of Luz gather, murmurs spread of the unexpected convergence of Pendragon House and the infamous Prince Ian, tyrant of the Imperial City, upon the nearby shores of Silbul Coast. Speculation runs rife as to the purpose behind their unusual alliance. In the midst of the fervent discussion, a man leans in to confide to his companion the overwhelming pace of life in Luz. He recounts rumors of the recent arrival of the absolute monarch of the South, the formidable sea dragon King Aranjus, whose majestic vessel docked in Port mere days ago. His revelation elicits astonishment from his peers. With a knowing nod, the man elaborates on the potency of the Sea Dragon King's influence, particularly with the ferocious Viscula as its guardian dragon. It's whispered that Aranjus wields a power that rivals even that of the Emperor, making it a formidable military force. Meanwhile, a figure named Vincent reassures his workers, assuring them that amidst the gathering of nobles, opportunities for their business to thrive will abound. Amidst this backdrop of intrigue and commerce, we catch glimpses of Karuto, Killian, and Isla traversing the labyrinthine streets of the city. Killian, perplexed by the sudden influx of activity, can't help but wonder what has turned Luz into such a bustling vacation destination. In a surprising turn of events, Killian finds himself taken aback by the unexpected appearance of Prince Ian alongside Eren. Karuto, however, dismisses the significance of their presence, instead focusing on the city's abundance of warriors. Eager for a challenge, Karuto expresses his anticipation for duels with these seasoned fighters. Suddenly, a group of orcs emerges into view, their brutish forms unmistakable to Killian's discerning eye. Identified as Ratuan orcs hailing from the southern territories, they are notorious as the fiercest orc tribe and notorious pirates. Spotting Karuto among the humans, the Ratuan orcs are taken aback, having never encountered his kind before. Their leader disparages Karuto's perceived weakness for associating with humans, provoking Karuto's ire and igniting his desire for confrontation. But Killian intervenes, recognizing the potential danger of a public altercation with the Ratuan orcs. Despite Karuto's frustration, Killian insists on restraint, wary of the repercussions of a skirmish amidst the onlookers. However, the Ratuan orcs persist in their disrespect, escalating tensions further. As Isla joins in, fueled by his own indignation, Killian feels the weight of responsibility settle heavily upon them. With two hot-headed companions to manage, Killian resolves to navigate the situation with caution and diplomacy, knowing that the delicate balance could easily tip into chaos. However, amidst the bustling commerce of the city, Killian can't shake the feeling of unease at the brazen presence of pirates openly wandering the streets. He senses that Luz, for all its outward prosperity, harbors secrets beneath its surface. The scene then shifts to the opulent residence of Governor Count Torio, where Count Segunda engages in conversation with Vincent. They discuss the unexpected arrival of Eren Pendragon, partner of the White Dragon, and Prince Ian Aragon, son of the Emperor, to the outskirts of Luz for vacation. Count Torio queries Vincent's thoughts on the matter, prompting Vincent to reveal that their visit extends beyond Luz to the Silbul Coast of Sisek. Vincent speculates that Eren and Ian may be investigating the relationship between His Highness, Baron Allen, and Gauffre. If that's the case, Vincent suggests, Eren's involvement is likely tied to Ian's interests rather than any personal stake in Sisek affairs. Upon hearing Vincent's analysis, Count Torio concurs, acknowledging the absence of a direct connection between the Sisek affair and the Pendragon interests. He instructs Vincent to entrust the handling of this matter to a particular individual, the enigmatic figure who wields influence over both the pirates and the clandestine machinations of Luz, the Dark King. The scene transitions to the Pendragon residence, where Eren Pendragon sits in contemplation. Ian enters and joins him, and Aaron wastes no time in divulging the true purpose behind their seemingly leisurely vacation. To unravel the mystery behind Cheyenne's assassination, Ian listens intently as Aaron lays out his suspicions, mentioning the familial ties between Imperial Prince Jeffrey, Baroness Irlin, and Lu's Governor Torio. Aaron posits that if Governor Torio were indeed the mastermind, he would have made a move upon hearing of their presence in nearby Sisek, perhaps targeting Ian himself. Aaron reassures Ian of his confidence in his resilience, knowing Ian to be a man of action rather than passivity. Ian, in turn, expresses his anticipation for the impending confrontation. As they strategize, Ian marvels at Aaron's astuteness, pondering whether it's mere instinct or something deeper that drives him. Unbeknownst to Aaron, Ian contemplates the depths of his partner's insight. The scene then shifts to a bustling restaurant in Luz. In a clandestine meeting, Vincent rendezvous with the Dragon King, their conversation shrouded in secrecy. The Dragon King inquires about the governor's directive, prompting Vincent to reveal the chilling order, to eliminate Aaron and Ian. Upon hearing this, the Dragon King discerns Governor's deeper intentions, realizing his ambition extends to ensnaring the prince as well. Impressed by Vincent's composure and boldness, the Dragon King praises his demeanor, noting his fearlessness even in the presence of formidable beings like the Ratuan orcs and himself. The Dragon King expresses his admiration for strength, whether it resides in humans or orcs, relishing the prospect of a challenge. Vincent, undaunted, provides the Dragon King with pertinent details, including the upcoming invitation to the governor's residence in 3 days. With this information, the Dragon King exudes confidence, assured of his ability to dismantle Aaron and Ian's plans. As their exchange continues, Vincent ventures a personal question, to which the Dragon King, intrigued, grants permission to ask. Vincent musters the courage to pose a question that has long lingered in his mind: whether the Dragon King is human. At the mere inquiry, the Dragon King's presence begins to radiate an overwhelming aura, stunning Vincent into silence. As Vincent reels from the sheer power emanating from the Dragon King, the enigmatic figure challenges him with a question of his own. Before Vincent can respond, he finds himself unexpectedly hoisted into the air, his world turned upside down. With a deft landing back on his feet, Vincent is astounded by his own agility, a feat that earns him praise from the Dragon King. In the wake of this display, the Dragon King turns his attention to the leader of the Ratuan orcs, issuing commands with a sense of anticipation. He reveals to the orc leader the prospect of facing a rare breed of orc in combat, igniting excitement within the ranks. With confidence, the Dragon King assures the orc leader that he will handle Aaron Pendragon and Ian. Vincent, witnessing this display of power and authority, is struck by a realization. He is in the presence of a true monster. For the Dragon King is none other than Tolio Arangis, the second son of the head of one of the Empire's 5 great dukedoms. See Dragon King Arangis, a figure known as the King in the Shadows of Luz. A new day dawns upon Luz, heralding the arrival of an invitation from Governor Count Torio to a grand ball. Killian shares the news with the group, sparking excitement among them. Aaron recognizes this as their long-awaited opportunity, while Ian silently acquiesces to Aaron's plan, though harboring his own reservations. Meanwhile, Selena, Aaron's mother, can't shake her unease at the mention of Count Torio's ball. Sensing her apprehension, Aaron reassures her and insists she remain at the Pendragon residence for her safety. Selena, grateful for her son's concern, acquiesces and thanks him warmly. Aaron then entrusts Duchess Selena to Sol, who promises to look after her. As the evening unfolds, the scene shifts to Governor Torio's opulent mansion, where nobles from far and wide have gathered for the extravagant ball. Aaron arrives with his entourage, drawing the attention and admiration of all present. In a surprising turn, Karudo and Isla make their entrance, causing a stir among the nobles at the sight of an orc in their midst. Karudo, frustrated by the necessity of wearing armor, grapples with the discomfort of his attire amidst the grandeur of the occasion. Vincent strides into the scene, extending a warm welcome to the Pendragons and their companions. Making his way towards Aaron, Vincent introduces himself as a knight in the service of Governor Segunda. Aaron is taken aback by the intense aura emanating from Vincent's eyes, a telltale sign of a seasoned warrior. Intrigued by this revelation, Aaron decides to observe Vincent further, sensing there's more to him than meets the eye. Vincent leads the group into the mansion, his steady pace and composed posture catching Ian's attention. Ian notes Vincent's unwavering demeanor, impressed by his poise amidst the bustling activity. As they enter the grand ballroom, Eren and his companions exchange pleasantries with the assembled nobility. Governor Torio steps forward, introducing himself as the ruler of Luz. Ian acknowledges their past acquaintance, noting the passing of 3 years and briefly mentioning the tumultuous events at the Imperial Castle. Count Torio extends his greetings to Princess Ingrid, further setting the stage for the evening's festivities. Count Torio extends his greetings to Irene before turning his attention to Eren Pendragon. Expressing his admiration, Count Torio acknowledges Eren's remarkable achievement in forming a pact with the White Dragon and commanding the loyalty of both orcs and griffins. He finds Eren's accomplishment truly astounding. However, Count Torio's curiosity shifts as he inquires about Duchess Selena's absence. Eren explains that Selena is unwell and resting at a separate villa. Count Torio offers to send his personal healers to attend to her, but Eren politely declines, citing potential complications in case of danger. Count Torio respects Eren's wishes and encourages him to enjoy the festivities without worry. Ian, ever vigilant, warns Eren to remain cautious, suspecting that Count Torio may have ulterior motives. Eren, intrigued, questions Ian about Knight Vincent's identity. Ian reveals that Vincent is Count Torio's most trusted knight, having distinguished himself since his arrival in Luz 2 years prior. Ian adds that there's speculation about Vincent handling all of Count Torio's affairs. Eren ponders the significance of Vincent's involvement in the Sisek incident. Despite their suspicions, Eren suggests they proceed with caution and adapt to the situation as it unfolds, maintaining their vigilance. Count Torio turns to Vincent, inquiring about his impressions of Eren Pendragon. Vincent recounts the moment Eren glimpsed his released aura but quickly looked away, interpreting it as a sign of fear. Count Torio dismisses Eren as just a youth in response. Vincent acknowledges Eren's companion as undoubtedly strong, though he admits he can't gauge the man's true strength without a fight. Internally, Vincent speculates that the man is likely a Valva's knight, known for their narrow-mindedness and boldness, which seems incongruous with his allegiance to Eren Pendragon. Count Torio entrusts Vincent with the knight's handling, while reinforcements deal with the remainder. He references the involvement of Tolio, the son of the Sea Dragon King, in handling Eren and Ian. Count Torio reminds Vincent of their previous encounter with Tolio. Vincent's mind drifts back to his encounter with the Dark King, Tolio, recalling the sheer power and ferocity he witnessed. He confides in Count Torio, emphasizing the unparalleled strength of the Dark King, asserting that victory against him seems impossible for mere humans. Count Torio, reassured by Vincent's assessment, sees it as a sign that their plans will proceed smoothly. Acknowledging Vincent's cunning and fierceness, Count Torio hints at grander schemes to come. He promises Vincent a position of great honor once their current operation concludes successfully. Vincent humbly protests, feeling unworthy of such accolades, but Count Torio insists, citing his own detachment from the impending events. As tension mounts within the mansion, the tranquility is shattered by the sound of breaking glass. Eren and the others are startled as the window shatters, revealing the unexpected intrusion of Tolio and his orc companions. Panic grips the mansion as the pirates infiltrate its halls. Tolio swiftly dispatches any noble who dares to confront him, commanding the orcs to subdue the remaining guests. Observing Tolio's actions, Vincent assures Count Torio that Tolio's ruthless efficiency will divert suspicion away from them. With a nod of agreement, Vincent prepares to execute his own part of the plan. Meanwhile, Luna, Irene, Lindsay, and Ingrid scramble up the stairs, only to find Tolio blocking their path like an ominous wall. The sight of the imposing figure leaves them stunned. Tolio locks eyes with Luna, declaring his intent to eliminate her first. But before he can strike, Eren steps forward, intercepting Tolio's blow with his sword. Relief washes over Lindsay and Irene as they witness Eren's intervention. Eren inquires after Luna's well-being, to which Luna responds with gratitude for his protection. Tolio, observing Eren's bold move, realizes that Eren Pendragon has taken the bait and exposed himself, playing right into their hands. At the foot of the staircase, Ian stands resolute, confronting Tolio head-on. With unwavering determination, Ian challenges Tolio's assumption that he only faces one opponent. Tolio's shock intensifies as Karuto and Isla step forward, ready to join the fray. Surprised by the unexpected show of solidarity, Tolio realizes that he's fallen into their trap. Despite the odds stacked against him, Tolio breaks into laughter, his confidence unshaken. Asserting his dominance, Tolio scoffs at the notion of facing multiple opponents, confident in his unrivaled strength and skill. Tolio, feeling the weight of 4 adversaries pressing down on him, calmly assesses the situation. He confides in Eren that the group is a tad cumbersome, prompting him to strategize. With a surge of mana coursing through him, he clenches his fists tightly and delivers a decisive blow to the very foundation beneath them. The stairs shatter, sending Eren tumbling into an unexpected separation from Ian. Meanwhile, as Isla and Karuto find themselves abruptly deposited onto the mansion's ground floor, Karuto bitterly notes Tolio's manipulation. Their disquiet is soon eclipsed by the ominous arrival of the Ratuan orcs. Karuto recognizes the menacing figures from a prior encounter at the market. Fueled by indignation, he vows to personally vanquish the orcs. With steely determination, both Isla and Karuto launch into a preemptive strike against their assailants. Returning to the upper level, Tolio stands tall, facing Ian with an air of calculated resolve. He assures Ian of his imminent attention before addressing the broader conflict below. Yet, Ian, undaunted by Tolio's display of power, offers a sobering reminder that strength alone does not guarantee victory in the heat of battle. Observing the intense exchange, Irene's concern for Prince Ian's well-being flickered momentarily across her features. Princess Ingrid, however, sought to assuage her worry with a reassurance born of familiarity. She reminded Irene of Ian's renowned prowess, revered throughout the imperial capital for his unmatched technique. Ingrid's confidence was unwavering. She had never witnessed Ian falter in combat. Ian wasted no time in demonstrating his mettle, launching a relentless strike against Tolio. Each strike carried the weight of his determination, yet Tolio met his onslaught with formidable defense. Irene and Ingrid watched in astonishment as Ian's swordsmanship unfolded before them, a display of skill that surpassed their expectations. Meanwhile, Eren's thoughts diverged from the prevailing optimism. Doubt crept into his mind, convinced that Ian was outmatched against Tolio's prowess. Amidst the clash of steel, Ian found himself in a peculiar state of detachment. He perceived Tolio's actions as mere parries, yet a sudden realization struck when Tolio pinpointed Ian's blade, rendering it immobile. Shock rippled through Irene and Ingrid as they witnessed Ian's predicament. Seizing the opportunity, Tolio moved in for the decisive strike, only to be intercepted by Eren's sudden intervention. With a swift maneuver, Eren attempted to thwart Tolio's advance, yet the agile foe evaded his attack with ease before retreating into the fray. As the battle intensified, Eren stepped forward to stand beside Ian, urging him to join forces against their formidable opponent. Tolio, taken aback by Eren's audacity, bore the evidence of a scratch inflicted by his unexpected assailant. It had been a rare occurrence for Tolio to face such resistance, prompting a contemplation of his strategy. Perhaps, Tolio mused, he should have prioritized Eren's threat over Ian's. With a calculated resolve, Tolio raised his shield, acknowledging the newfound challenge with a declaration of readiness. Both Ian and Eren were cautioned to give their utmost effort, for failure would not be tolerated. Tolio's ultimatum hung heavy in the air, a stark reminder of the stakes involved, including the safety of Irene and Ingrid. Meanwhile, on the lower level, Isla engaged in his own skirmish, swiftly dispatching a Ratuan orc before rushing to aid Eren on the second floor. However, his progress was impeded by the sudden appearance of a masked assailant. With a skillful grace, Isla evaded the masked man's initial strike, retaliating with a lightning-fast counterattack that disarmed his assailant. The masked knight, astonished by Isla's prowess, found himself at a loss in the face of his formidable strength. In the charged atmosphere, Isla's sharp perception cut through the veil of anonymity surrounding his masked opponent. Vincent, taken aback by Isla's swift recognition, was astonished that Isla could discern his identity with a mere glance. Isla's assertion revealed the keen memory of a Valva's knight, attuned to the unique aura of warriors encountered in the past. Vincent's initial shock transformed into a steely resolve as he accepted Isla's challenge. With a newfound sense of purpose, he invited Isla to engage in a serious bout, eager to settle their unresolved conflict. Without hesitation, Vincent launched himself forward, his blade meeting Isla's in a clash that reverberated with determination and intensity. Returning to the second floor, Ian confides in Eren, sharing his strategy to find a vulnerability in Tolio's defense. With conviction, Ian entrusts Eren with the crucial task of seizing the opportune moment. Eren, taken aback by Ian's unexpected proposal, remarks on the rarity of such humility from the typically confident prince. Nevertheless, Ian stands firm, recognizing Eren's superior strength and skill, evident even in their brief encounter with Tolio. Grateful for Ian's trust, Eren responds with a request for Ian's safety. Ian dismisses the concern, urging Eren to concentrate on the impending battle. Together, they charge towards Tolio, their synchronized movements a testament to their determination and unity. Meanwhile, Karuto finds himself occupied with the Ratuan orcs on the first floor, while Isla engages in a fierce duel with Vincent on the stairs. With their focus elsewhere, they remain unable to provide aid to Eren on the second floor. As Isla launches an attack against Vincent, the masked man showcases impressive agility, evading Isla's strike. In a swift countermove, Vincent retaliates with equal intensity. As tension mounted, Isla swiftly sidestepped Vincent's strike by dropping low to the ground. Capitalizing on the moment, Isla launched a counterattack from the crouched position. Yet, with astonishing agility, Vincent leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding Isla's strike and landing gracefully on the stairs. With a confident gaze, Vincent vowed not to allow Isla to proceed to the second floor. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Eren intercepted Tolio's strike with his swords. Sensing an opening, Ian moved to engage Tolio, but his strike was deflected by Tolio's shield. Now facing both Ian and Eren, Tolio taunted Eren, suggesting that their combined efforts were insufficient. Undeterred, Ian and Eren pressed forward, launching a coordinated attack. However, to their astonishment, Tolio effortlessly evaded their strikes, showcasing remarkable agility despite his imposing stature. Ian noted Tolio's surprising speed, recognizing the formidable challenge they faced. As Tolio moved to strike from behind Ian attempted to block the attack, but his sword shattered upon impact. With a smirk, Tolio declared Ian the first to fall. Turning his attention to Eren, Tolio prepared to face the next challenger. In a swift move, Ian seizes Tolio's arm, halting his impending strike towards Eren. With urgency in his voice, Ian commands Eren to capitalize on the opening. Eren, recognizing the opportunity, moves in to strike at Tolio. However, Tolio releases his sword and, with astonishing strength, hurls Ian into the air, inadvertently colliding with Eren mid-attack. Before Eren can react, Tolio swiftly strikes at his arm with his sword, sending Eren crashing into the wall. Ian, momentarily distracted by Eren's plight, finds himself vulnerable as Tolio swiftly strikes, sending him hurtling into a nearby table. Irene and Ingrid watch in shock as the two warriors are overpowered. From the stairs, Isla, witnessing Eren's downfall, is momentarily stunned. Vincent, seizing the opportunity, strikes at Isla, leaving a scratch on his face. With a stern tone, Vincent admonishes Isla for his distraction, igniting frustration within him. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Tolio relishes in his triumph, having successfully incapacitated both Eren and Ian. As Tolio looms menacingly, the women shrink back in fear, apprehensive of his formidable presence. However, to Tolio's surprise, Eren rises to his feet despite his injuries. Tolio is baffled by the resilience displayed by this mere mortal, doubting anyone's ability to withstand a direct blow from him. With a grave expression, Eren acknowledges Tolio's prowess in both skill and strength, conceding that Tolio appears to have no discernible weaknesses. Yet, with unwavering determination, Eren asserts that he has faced opponents of Tolio's caliber in the past. Tolio, intrigued, queries Eren about his claims, but Eren cryptically dismisses the notion, convinced that Tolio wouldn't comprehend the depths of his experiences. In his thoughts, Eren reflects on Tolio's strength, acknowledging it as formidable but ultimately pale in comparison to the adversary he once vanquished, the merciless Troll King, who had terrorized countless lives. Eren reminisces about his previous life, where his victory over the Troll King bestowed upon him his current immortal form. Tolio, witnessing Eren's resilience despite his supposed injuries, is taken aback. The sight of Eren effortlessly moving his supposedly injured right arm only adds to Tolio's astonishment, leaving him questioning the true extent of Eren's capabilities. Meanwhile, Ingrid turns to Irene, questioning whether there's any truth to Eren's cryptic claims. Irene, shaking her head, assures Ingrid that such events have never transpired with her brother before. Lindsay suggests they may have misunderstood, but Luna senses a shift in Eren's demeanor, pondering over the possibility of something changing within him. Returning to the duel, Tolio jests with Eren, urging him not to try to appear impressive. With relentless determination, Tolio charges at Eren with full force. Yet, Eren evades Tolio's strike with astonishing agility, sidestepping the attack effortlessly. Tolio is taken aback by Eren's nimbleness, baffled by his ability to move so swiftly despite his apparent injuries. As Eren retaliates with a strike of his own, Tolio swiftly blocks the attack with his shield before pushing Eren back. Regaining his balance, Eren is startled to find Tolio steadily advancing towards him. Unable to discern the position of Tolio's sword, hidden behind his shield, Eren prepares for an incoming strike. Anticipating Tolio's move, Eren predicts the attack from the front and swiftly dodges, narrowly avoiding Tolio's blade. Tolio launches a flurry of strikes at Eren, but to his astonishment, Eren effortlessly dodges each one. Tolio, taken aback by Eren's agility, is left bewildered by his opponent's prowess. Undeterred, Eren reminds Tolio of his earlier claim, that he has faced and defeated adversaries of Tolio's caliber in the past. In Eren's mind, he ponders the seamless coordination between Tolio's shield and sword, recognizing it as the hallmark technique of the Ratuan swordsmanship. Ratuan, once an ancient dwarven city perched upon the sea, fell to Orcish conquest decades ago, evolving into the largest orc kingdom in the empire. The orcs, blending the sturdy dwarven shields with their own throwing techniques, forged the formidable Ratuan technique. Eren draws a parallel between this technique and the one employed by Isla in a previous encounter, solidifying his suspicions. Considering Tolio's proficiency in both northern and southern martial arts, Eren speculates on Tolio's origins. He surmises that Tolio could either be a renowned warrior from the south or perhaps even an illegitimate child of a noble, born of both Orcish and human lineage. On the opposite end of the spectrum, Tolio observes Eren with a mixture of surprise and suspicion. Eren's remarkable ability to regenerate and his adept reaction to the Ratuan technique leaves Tolio perplexed. Tolio reflects on the devastation he wrought upon opponents using the Ratuan technique, swiftly overpowering them with its swift and devastating strikes. Puzzled by Eren's apparent familiarity with the technique, Tolio questions whether Eren has faced it before. Tolio grapples with the notion that Eren possesses such experience against the Ratuan technique, despite Tolio's belief in his own superiority in both strength and skill. However, Tolio senses a subtle yet distinct difference in Eren's demeanor. With Ian incapacitated and the possibility of Eren's allies joining the fray looming, Tolio realizes the precariousness of the situation. For the sake of his father, the Sea Dragon King's ambition, Tolio knows he must swiftly neutralize Eren Pendragon. Turning his attention back to Eren, Tolio acknowledges Eren's proficiency in evasion with a wry comment. With deliberate intent, Tolio makes a beeline for Ian, prompting a shocked reaction from Eren as he watches Tolio's unexpected move towards his fallen comrade. As Tolio moves to seize Ian, the prince seizes the moment, delivering a swift punch to Tolio's eye. Before Tolio can retaliate, Eren swoops in from behind, his aura sword ablaze with power, delivering a powerful strike at Tolio with all his might. Tolio's agility proved paramount as he swiftly evaded Eren's strike, leaving Ian astonished at his opponent's timing. Undeterred, Eren attempts to immobilize Tolio with an arm lock, employing a technique similar to what Tolio used on Ian. However, to Tolio's disbelief, Eren successfully applies the hold, surprising both himself and Tolio. Meanwhile, on the stairs, Isla and Vincent engage in a fierce battle. With a powerful strike, Isla shatters Vincent's sword, prompting him to realize the limitations of his weapon in direct combat. Vincent attempts to conceal a tattoo on his arm, but Isla keenly spots it. Suddenly, a distant scream pierces the air, leaving Vincent shocked at the thought of Eren Pendragon besting Tolio. Conversely, Isla is filled with excitement at the news. Descending to the first floor, Karuto stands victorious over the defeated Ratuan orcs, leaving Vincent stunned by the unexpected outcome of the battle. Vincent's mind races with uncertainty as he observes the unfolding chaos. With a sense of unease creeping in, he makes the decision to retreat, leaving the scene behind. Meanwhile, Isla wastes no time, swiftly ascending to the second floor to join the fray. On the second floor, Tolio, nursing an injured arm, stands defiantly with his shield raised against Eren. Eren confidently remarks on the reversal of fortunes, frustrating Tolio. However, before the tension can escalate further, Isla and Karuto arrive on the scene, much to Eren's relief. Tolio, seizing the opportunity, hurls his shield towards Ian, but Eren intercepts it, preventing any harm. With resolve in his voice, Tolio positions himself by the nearest window, issuing a challenge to Eren for a future rematch. With a whistle, he summons a griffin, swiftly making his escape. Karuto, filled with frustration at Tolio's evasion, watches as the griffin disappears into the distance. However, Eren reassures them, revealing that he had managed to injure Tolio's right arm and eye, so Tolio won't come back for some time. Isla then shares the recent encounter with Vincent, underscoring the lingering danger they face. Karuto and Eren exchange shocked glances upon hearing Isla's revelation. Ian's mind races as he contemplates the possibility of Count Segunda orchestrating the attack beforehand. Eren acknowledges Ian's suspicion but cautions that it may not be enough to prove Count Segunda's involvement definitively. Nevertheless, he turns to Isla, seeking insight into Vincent's strength. Isla recounts their battle, emphasizing Vincent's formidable skill and noting a distinctive tower tattoo on his shoulder, leaving Eren stunned by the revelation. Meanwhile, at the Pendragon residence, Lady Selena and Mina enjoy a peaceful moment until Lady Selena's gaze is drawn to the sky, where she spots orcs riding griffins approaching their home, filling her with shock and dread. In the forest, Tolio rides his griffin, only to be confronted by Count Segunda. Frustrated, Count Segunda admonishes Tolio for his failure to not only destroy his mansion, but also for his inability to eliminate their targets. Tolio confronts Count Segunda, revealing the extent of the injuries inflicted upon Ian. With a calculated demeanor, Tolio announces his intention to utilize the witch doctor he brought from the south to complete their sinister plan. Count Segunda is taken aback by this unexpected turn of events as Tolio lays out the details of their scheme. Tolio explains that the orcs sent to kidnap Lady Selena, Eren's mother, are accompanied by the witch doctor, whose expertise lies in brainwashing and elimination. Tolio asserts that had the witch doctor been present at the mansion, dealing with Eren and Ian would have been a simple task. Count Segunda's fear grows as he realizes the magnitude of Tolio's actions. Suddenly, without warning, Tolio strikes Count Segunda, injuring his leg. Tolio justifies the action as a precautionary measure to divert suspicion away from Count Segunda. With his task accomplished, Tolio departs from the scene. Meanwhile, at the Pendragon residence, Soldrake griffins engage in a fierce battle with the invading orcs and their mounts. On the battlefield, Killian and the other Pendragon forces engage the invading orcs with impressive skill and coordination. Observing Killian's prowess, the Free Knights are in awe of his abilities. Killian himself acknowledges the effectiveness of the Crutal strength-enhancing spell, finding it both potent and sustainable. Meanwhile, Crutal has cast an enhancing spell on both the Griffins and the Pendragon forces, boosting their combat capabilities. In the depths of the forest, two knights observe the ongoing battle through a crystal sphere. The witch doctor, accompanying them, explains that the Pendragon force's success is attributed to the strengthening spell. The witch doctor confidently asserts that while there may be a master-level magician among the Pendragon forces, they pale in comparison to his own strength. The knights are stunned by the aura exuded by the witch doctor as he speaks. Using the crystal sphere, the witch doctor locates Lady Selena's position and devises a plan to capitalize on the distraction caused by the pirates to execute her kidnapping. In a tense moment, Lady Selena, accompanied by Mina, Kazal, and Tada, huddles fearfully in a room, seeking refuge from the chaos outside. Suddenly, to Lady Selena's astonishment, the thick metal door before them begins to melt away, revealing the imposing figure of the witch doctor accompanied by a few knights. With a commanding presence, the witch doctor instructs Lady Selena to step forward and accompany them. Showing courage in the face of danger, Lady Selena complies, urging the witch doctor to spare the others from harm. Using his magical ropes, the witch doctor binds Lady Selena, preparing to take her away. However, just as the knights move to escort Lady Selena, Sol emerges from the shadows with lightning speed, dispatching the knights with a single strike. The witch doctor is left dumbfounded by Sol's sudden intervention, recognizing her as something other than human. With gems adorning her forehead and wings sprouting from her back, Sol conjures a radiant sword from thin air, confirming the witch doctor's suspicions that she is the legendary White Dragon. Before the witch doctor can react, Sol swiftly incapacitates him with another decisive blow, ensuring Lady Selena's safety. Later that night, Isla was driving the carriage, and inside, Ingrid asked Ian if he was alright as she healed him using Aaron's shield. Ian replied that he felt much better and that the healing shield truly worked wonders. Ian then asked Aaron about his condition, noting that despite being beaten to a pulp by the monster Tolio, Aaron had still managed to stand up and fight immediately. Aaron explained that it was the power of the White Dragon. Hearing this, Ian remarked that he needed to thank the White Dragon. Meanwhile, Luna wondered if that was really the case. At the Pendragon house, the Griffins and Killian, with the help of orcs, had defeated the Ratuan orcs' army. Everyone began celebrating the Pendragon army's victory. Seeing them, Krudel couldn't help but laugh. On the terrace, Selena, Aaron's mother, thanked Sol for saving her and the others. Sol told her that Aaron had asked her to take care of his mother while he was gone, and that was all. Selena didn't seem to understand what Sol was saying, but she told Sol that what she protected wasn't the Pendragon house, but the head of the family with whom Sol had made the pact. Selena was aware of that. She stated that before her husband Gordon was alive, she had only seen the White Dragon turn into its human form once. When she saw the beautiful dragon, stronger than anyone else, staring into her husband's eyes, Selena felt jealous. However, when Sol looked into her son Aaron's eyes, the look in Sol's eyes was one of nostalgia, an almost painful longing for a distant past. Selena said that she understood now and asked Sol to keep protecting her son Aaron. She admitted that she knew Aaron might not be her son, but she was his mother regardless. Just because Aaron seemed different, or even if it was another person inside, deep down, she loved him. Crying, she expressed this heartfelt sentiment. Seeing this, Sol also admitted that she couldn't understand what Selena was trying to say, but Sol states that Ray, it's the name Sol gave Aaron, is Ravenvault and Aaron Pendragon, and through Ray, Sol can see Alex. Sol might end up loving Ray more than any of her previous pact partners. At that moment, Aaron, Lindsay, and Irene rushed to check on their mother. Worried, Aaron asked if she was all right, having heard they were attacked by orcs. Selena replied that she was fine, thanks to Soldrake, and asked if Aaron and the others were all right. Aaron assured her that they were completely fine and nothing had happened. Selena expressed her relief that Aaron was okay, hugged him, and thanked him. She then hugged Irene, who asked what had happened. Later, after they went inside the house and said goodnight to Aaron, he hugged Lindsay and told her goodnight as well. On the other hand, Luna approached Aaron and stated that she had something important to discuss with him and wanted to talk about it now. As they walked outside, Aaron asked Luna what she wanted to talk about. Luna told Aaron that perhaps if she hadn't brought up the divorce at that time, she might have become his wife. Aaron remained silent. Luna expressed her regret for initiating the divorce, especially after seeing how Aaron had changed so drastically from his previous self. However, since the divorce was a family decision, Luna felt there was no way around it and gave up. During their trip to the mausoleum and throughout the journey, Luna had kept watching Aaron as he protected her. This feeling probably wouldn't change, and even now, thinking about it, she told Aaron that she loved him. Aaron replied that he didn't feel the same way. Surprised, Luna said she understood, acknowledging that she had treated Aaron harshly before and had only gotten closer to him once he succeeded. Luna admitted that she hadn't considered it from this perspective. Aaron told Luna that she was wrong. It wasn't about that. He further explained that he never hated Luna nor thought she was a despicable woman, but in his current life, he had no room for real feelings. Just like a piece on a chessboard, moving as Aaron had been told to, there was no place for feelings in his heart. Aaron would have said the same to anyone trying to court him. He apologized to Luna and told her to go and rest for the night. Meanwhile, Ingrid had been watching them from the bushes. Aaron told Ingrid to do the same and rest. As he left, Aaron thought to himself that he couldn't just leave things as they were, so he would definitely have to go to his hometown, Sisek. The scene then shifted to the next day at the Luz Chamber of Commerce, where people were discussing the recent events. They talked about how the Latuan orcs had caused a scene by barging into the governor's ball, killing the attending nobles, and seriously injuring the governor. One person noted that the astonishing thing was that those fierce Latuan orcs were dealt with by the Pendragons, who had been suddenly invited to the ball. The Pendragon knights had turned the tables and defeated the orcs. At the next table, Vincent was sitting and overhearing the conversation. He thought to himself that all those Latuan orcs were dealt with by just that one Arcona orc, and the one who fought against Vincent was a Valva's knight. Tolio Orangus, the Dark King, a monster said to be unmatched in the south, even made Vincent feel like he couldn't win against him. At that moment, a servant came in and informed Vincent that an incredible opportunity had arisen. Aaron Pendragon was here. Vincent was shocked to hear this. The scene shifts to Vincent's room, where Aaron comments on how extravagant it is. Aaron notes that with such facilities, a small or medium business wouldn't be able to afford to maintain them, implying that Vincent must be making a lot of money. Vincent appears frustrated seeing Aaron Pendragon in his office. Aaron continues, stating that Governor Segunda significantly developed the economy of Luz, which means the governor must have had a fantastic subordinate. At that moment, Vincent wastes no time and attempts to kick Aaron, but Aaron barely dodges it. Vincent then tries to punch Aaron, but Aaron blocks the punch as well. Vincent starts throwing a barrage of punches, but to his surprise, Aaron grabs Vincent's hand and comments that he expected nothing less from the sly fox who fought evenly with Isla. Vincent retorts that Aaron is the sly one, as he pretended to be afraid of Vincent's aura flow. Vincent acknowledges that since Aaron dealt with the Dark King, he is certainly strong, but warns Aaron that if he thinks it will be easy to kill Vincent, he is mistaken. Then Vincent begins to release his aura and states that in this world, he still has things he must do. Hearing this, Aaron remarks that with the power of the Chamber of Commerce, Vincent aims to reduce economic disparities within the empire and develop it further. Vincent is shocked to hear this. Aaron then tells Vincent that he is mistaken. Aaron is not there to capture him, but to buy his services. He addresses Vincent as the Master of the Tower of Dusk, Ron Vincent. Vincent is stunned. Aaron reflects that although Vincent is a common name, he didn't initially realize the significance. However, from Isla's report, he knew that the man had a tower tattoo on his shoulder, the mark of the Tower of Dusk. Little is known about the Tower of Dusk, but two things are certain. Its members bear a tattoo of a tower, and its talented members excel in various fields, referring to their leader as Master. Furthermore, they are committed to the betterment of the world. They preach that they must walk the path of justice. Aaron had heard stories about them in his previous life in the Demon Unit. Aaron tells Vincent that Vincent's first goal is to strengthen the foundation of Luz and seize control of all the Empire's coastal cities. Through this Chamber of Commerce, Vincent aims to gather the power of small and medium merchants and use their collective interests to pressure the big merchants and nobles, disrupting their main source of income and preventing them from becoming too powerful. Vincent is stunned to hear this and wonders how Aaron knew about his plan, as he had never revealed the nature of his plans to anyone. Aaron thinks that Vincent's plan is to eliminate economic disparities in the Empire and that he has something significant in mind. Known as the Gray Afterflow of the Sunset, Ron Vincent was a name that spread far in Aaron's previous life. Vincent is one of the heroes. Aaron then questions Vincent, saying he doesn't understand why someone of Vincent's caliber is working under someone like Count Segunda. Vincent was left speechless for a moment before replying. He said that Governor Segunda is not incompetent, as the governor was willing to work with him without caring about his social status and skillfully used Vincent to develop Luz's economy. As a result, the population was able to achieve prosperity. However, Aaron continued, stating that due to those profits, the governor planned to take down Aaron and Ian, and perhaps even the imperial prince, Shaun. Vincent asked what about it, surprising Aaron with his reaction. Vincent then elaborated that the noble idiots and the imperial family are always in a struggle for influence and power. No matter who wins or dies, it doesn't matter to him, because his objective is to bring wealth and safety to everyone. That is all. Besides, all nobles are more or less like Count Segunda. With a smile, Aaron asked if he, Aaron Pendragon, was also like Segunda. Vincent replied that he still didn't know. Aaron then invited Vincent to come to the Pendragon territory and find out. Aaron offered to treat Vincent as a house guest, allowing him to make his own judgment. If Vincent believed it was in the best interest of the people, He could attempt to cut off the Pendragon's income or even try to kill Aaron. He was free to do as he pleased. Vincent pondered for a moment before replying. He asked should Aaron take him as an ally, and if Aaron intended to expose all of Count Segunda's schemes. That was what Aaron was counting on. Aaron confirmed that was indeed part of his plan. Vincent agreed to cooperate with Aaron and stated that he would try to do so. Aaron expressed that he looked forward to it. The scene shifts to later that night at the house, where Aaron asks Ian if his injuries are all right now. Ian replies that he is fine, attributing his recovery to the healing shield. He reflects on the harrowing adventure and mentions that Ingrid will be scarred for life. Ian then tells Aaron that he will never allow Aaron to have his sister. Aaron responds that if that is their decision, so be it, and he will leave the matter to Ian. Ian asks if they will go to Sisek now. Aaron explains that they need to continue their investigations and will bring Isla and Sol along this time. Ian questions whether 3 people will be sufficient, given that they do not know what their enemies are planning. Aaron reassures Ian that he has seen the strength of both Aaron and Isla at the governor's mansion, and that the last one is even stronger than both of them. Ian smiles and notes that Sol is, after all, a dragon in human form. He then asks Aaron what kind of monster they faced at the governor's mansion, the leader of the pirates. Ian further states that while fighting both opponents simultaneously, Tolio did not fall behind, clearly indicating that Tolio was not an ordinary human. Aaron replies that Tolio was probably a half-orc and was also well-versed in southern fighting techniques. Ian mentions that after Count Segunda, there is an even bigger enemy behind the incident. However, Aaron reassures Ian that it is comforting to have him as a comrade. Ian is surprised to hear this. Aaron explains that, during the battle against the monster Tolio, he probably would not have survived without Ian's help. Ian seems like he can't take a compliment. Ian then asks Aaron if he is injured or if he sustained damage from his fight against the pirate leader. Ian states that they will be departing the next morning and also need to search for Godfrey in the Imperial Castle. Hearing this, Aaron thinks that Godfrey is the man who is likely to become emperor in the future. Aaron tells Ian not to be careless, as their enemies are everywhere. Ian advises Aaron to be careful as well. The scene shifts to the next day, where Ian, Luna, and Ingrid are leaving, and the Pendragons are saying their goodbyes. We then see Vincent departing from Luz on horseback, seemingly heading toward Pendragon territory. Later that night, the scene shifts to the governor's room. Injured and worried, Segunda wonders what he should do next. Ian has left for the Imperial Castle, the assassination attempt failed, and the governor was unable to capture Selena. Additionally, Vincent has disappeared. Frustrated, Segunda reflects on how things could have gone so wrong, as he needs to make Godfrey the crown prince as soon as possible. Segunda realizes that if people from the Imperial Castle come here searching for clues about the assassination attempt on Prince Shaun, and if they travel to Sisek to search for evidence related to the incident, the promised future for Governor Segunda could change. He concludes that he needs to contact them. The scene shifts to Sisek, where 2 men are fleeing from the Griffins. As the Griffins were about to catch the 2 men, a few arrows suddenly flew their way, easily taking down the Griffins. On a nearby cliff, 3 figures were visible, with Isla being the archer who had fired the arrows. Suddenly, one of the Griffins appeared in front of them, preparing to attack. Aaron, in disguise, charged forward and took down the Griffin with a single strike. The 2 men, startled, feared that they were dealing with mercenaries and worried about provoking them. However, Aaron then prepared to leave. One of the men, still surprised, asked Aaron if he was not going to take any money for his help. Aaron replied that there was no need, as he was merely testing his blade. When asked for his name, Aaron introduced himself as Raven, though he is actually Aaron. Aaron then called Isla and Sol to come down, indicating that they should move forward. The scene shifts to a restaurant in Sisek, where the trio is seated. The waitress approaches and asks if they are ready to order. Aaron drops some golden coins and instructs her to bring 2 drinks, herb-roasted chicken, smoked chicken, and the famous rice dish from the region. As the food arrives, Isla tastes the rice and remarks that he hasn't had rice since leaving the south. Aaron explains that Sisek has many mountains, which are not suitable for wheat farming. Instead, due to the frequent rain, terraced rice fields are constructed in the mountains to grow rice. Isla then asks Aaron how he knows so much about Sisek. Aaron responds that he has his reasons. As people begin to fight in the restaurant, Aaron reflects that mercenaries and monsters roam these infertile mountains, the cursed land of Sisek. It earned this name 10 years ago when the feudal lord of Sisek, Count Brescia, paid a substantial sum to purchase the lordship from the empire. Consequently, the imperial army that had previously governed the land withdrew. Count Brescia, who had spent most of his fortune purchasing estates, was unable to defend his land. Bandits and monsters poured in, causing public order in Sisek to collapse. The villagers, unable to rely on their lord, began hiring mercenaries with the little money they had. Meanwhile, the Vault House trained true-born soldiers and worked to ensure the safety of the people until they were eventually overpowered. Eren, frustrated by the downfall of his family, reflects on this. Suddenly, a man crashes into Eren's table, causing their food to fall to the ground. Isla looks stunned by the incident. The woman who threw the man onto the table, clearly frustrated, scolds him for becoming overly familiar with her. Angered, the man draws a dagger and prepares to attack the woman. Before he can do so, Isla steps forward and forces the man's face into the ground, his anger fueled by the waste of his favorite rice. A brown-haired man then approaches Eren and apologizes for the disturbance. As his comrade is a bit violent, the man states that he will treat Eren and the others to a meal. They sit together, and the brown-haired man introduces himself as Jonathan, and the next to him is named Gus, while the woman's name is Scylla. Jonathan then asks Eren to introduce himself. Eren questions whether he needs to provide his name, but Jonathan insists that it would be fine for Eren to share it, given that they are all mercenaries. Eren introduces himself as Raven. Jonathan comments that Raven seems like an unusual name, likening it to a crow, and expresses skepticism about its authenticity. Eren then mentions that his comrades are Isla and Sol, who are siblings, and adds that Sol is his wife. Jonathan notes that this makes them a mercenary family, which he finds quite unusual. He then inquires whether they are in Sisek to hunt down monsters. He explains that monsters are rampant in Sisek due to the feudal lord's misrule, leaving both villagers and nobles at a loss for solutions. Jonathan points out that, given the high demand and payment for mercenaries, there is no better place for them to be. Scylla, noticing Isla's appearance, comments that he looks very handsome and exactly to her taste. She then suggests that they should come along with her and Jonathan. Jonathan tells Eren to disregard Scylla's behavior, as she often acts this way. Eren responds that it's fine and proceeds to ask Jonathan about the nobles recruiting mercenaries. Eren inquires if Lord Ruvtylon is also recruiting, which surprises Jonathan. Observing Jonathan's reaction, Eren wonders about his surprise. Jonathan confirms that indeed, he and his comrades were actually planning to go to Tylon's mansion, as Tylon is known to offer good pay. Eren then tells Isla and Sol to prepare, as they will be heading to Tylon's mansion with Jonathan. Everyone is surprised to hear this. Seeing their reactions, Eren tells Isla that it seems they have found some good companions, so it should be fine. Isla, still surprised, doesn't understand what Eren is talking about. Scylla, however, becomes happy and excited upon hearing this. Eren then informs Jonathan that it seems like they were destined to meet. And didn't Jonathan say that connections are important? Jonathan, confused, replies, "That's right." The scene shifts to later that night at the inn, where Isla asks Eren what he meant by going together with the three mercenaries. Eren explains that it is to gather information, as the three mercenaries have traveled throughout the entire empire. Additionally, traveling with them would make it easier for their group to disguise themselves, especially since Sol stands out too much. Hearing this, Isla looks at Sol. Eren further explains that the more their group stands out, the harder it will be for them to move around, which would hinder their true objective. After a few moments, Sol asks Eren if Ruvtylon is the one who framed Ray and ruined the Vault household. Ray was Eren's name in his previous life. Hearing this, Eren, with a sad voice, remarks that Sol must have seen Ray's memories. Frustrated, Eren states that it was all because of Ruvtylon. Then, a memory is shown where a young Ray happily tells Ruvtylon that he wants to become a knight in the Brescia family. Ruv responds that of course, Ray will become a knight alongside Ruv's son, Jeff. Ruv then gives Ray a recommendation letter and instructs him to deliver it to a guest staying in the country. Ray eagerly follows Ruv's orders. Later, Ray goes to his brother and father, telling them that Lord Tylon has recommended both him and Jeff to become knights, and that Ray only needs to do one more thing before achieving this goal. Both Ray's brother and father are thrilled to hear the news. Ray's father tells him that Tylon is the Count's most trusted subordinate, so a recommendation from him is legitimate. However, the next day, everything suddenly changes. Royal soldiers arrive at the vault household and arrest them, accusing them of being traitors. Shocked, Ray and his family are left bewildered, not understanding what is happening. Young Ray, in shock, thinks that this must all be a mistake and that his family has been framed. Returning to the present, Aaron informs Sol that, according to what he heard from Ian, the letter was actually meant for Prince Shaun, who was visiting Sisik in secret. When the prince opened the letter, he was attacked by poison that had been placed on the ink, and the letter vanished on its own. Aaron suspects that some form of magic must have been engraved on the letter. Since the Vault family became the prime suspects behind the incident, they were arrested. Ruv later approached Ray and informed him that Ray's father had confessed to being hired for 5 gold bars to have his son switch the letter with an assassination device. Ray is stunned to hear this. Ruv then tells him that, in order to ensure his eldest son could safely inherit the family estate, Ray's father forced his good-for-nothing younger son to carry out the deed. With a smirk, Ruv adds that although Grey Vault was once a respected and proud knight, he still did this. Enraged, Ray tells Ruv to stop speaking nonsense, insisting that his father would never say such things and that Ruv was behind everything. Hearing this, Ruv tells Ray that between the words of Count Brescia and those of the second son from some inferior family, which one is more likely to be believed? Ray becomes enraged at this. Ruv then informs Ray that arrangements have been made for him to be freed and sent to the demon unit. If Ray manages to survive for 10 years in the demon unit, he will be pardoned of his crimes. As Ruv leaves, an angered Ray vows that he will definitely kill Ruv. He declares that he will survive the 10 years in the demon unit and take his revenge. Returning to the present, Aaron explains that his father lied to save his life, all because he switched the letters. Sol is left speechless. Aaron further reveals that the Vault family was framed as traitors, and everyone except Ray was eliminated. This time, however, Aaron plans to disguise himself as a mercenary, get close to Ruv Tylan, and find an opportunity to restrain him and force a confession of his crimes. Sol, shocked to see Aaron consumed by anger, notices that Aaron is surrounded by a blue aura. Filled with rage, Aaron declares that he will find everyone responsible for orchestrating the betrayal and ensure that they are all taken down. The scene shifts to the next day, where Gus asks Jonathan if they are really going with the 3 mercenaries. Hearing this, Scylla responds that if Gus dislikes it so much, he can go on his own. Ignoring Scylla, Gus states that the woman with them seemed unable to hear or speak, and he wonders if she really is a mercenary. Jonathan tells Gus that, according to what they were told, that woman is the strongest among them. Gus replies that he finds it hard to believe. Both Scylla and Jonathan acknowledge that Gus has a valid point. Jonathan then thinks to himself that there were certainly some strange things about the group, but the killing intent he sensed in that moment convinced him that these people are not just ordinary mercenaries. Jonathan reassures Gus not to worry, as his intuition is never wrong. Just then, Aaron and the others come downstairs, and Aaron tells Jonathan it's time to head to Ruv Tylan's estate. As they set off, Aaron asks Jonathan how long it will take to reach the estate. Jonathan replies that it will probably take about half a day. At that moment, Gus points out that there seems to be some commotion at the castle gates. A carriage is seen arriving with guards, and one of them commands everyone to bow as the young lady of the Brescia family approaches. As they move forward, Gus remarks that he has heard rumors about the Count's daughter having an unpleasant personality, but he never expected it to be true. Jonathan, being the leader, says they should avoid these troublesome people and instructs everyone to move away. However, to their surprise, Aaron is already standing in front of the carriage. Shocked, Jonathan tells Aaron to stop and come back, but Aaron, upon seeing the Brescia family flag, is consumed with rage, as it was the Brescia family who framed the Vault family. Aaron begins to emit his dragon aura, preparing to attack the carriage. At that moment, Sol steps forward and stops Aaron, calming him down. Aaron acknowledges that Sol is right, saying that there is no time for this today. As Aaron leaves with Sol, the tension dissipates. Sophia calls out to Aaron, demanding that he stop, displeased by the way he was glaring at her. She orders Aaron to bow down immediately. Seeing this, Gus remarks that they weren't fast enough to avoid trouble. The knight captain cautions Sophia not to act recklessly, but she ignores him and commands the knights to capture Aaron and force him to bow. As the soldiers charge at Aaron, Isla swiftly steps in and takes down all 3 soldiers with a single strike. Everyone is shocked by how easily Isla defeated them. Isla then states that if the knights want to lay a hand on Aaron, they will have to get past him first. As he prepares to confront the knights, a shocked and frightened Sophia asks what Isla means, reminding her that she is the daughter of the Count. With a calm demeanor, Isla replies that he couldn't care less about Sophia's lineage. Frustrated, Sophia glares at Isla. Eren tries to stop Isla, but it's too late. Isla charges forward and attempts to strike Sophia's carriage. Just then, the knight captain intervenes, blocking Isla's attack with his sword. Eren and Sol are both surprised to witness this. The knight captain apologizes to Isla and acknowledges him as a Valva's cavalier. Sophia, confused, doesn't understand what is happening. The knight captain explains that Valva's knights hail from the far south, from a land of chaos called Valvas. These knights possess incredible strength and will take down anyone who threatens their masters, whether they are nobles or royalty. Shocked, Sophia listens as the knight captain tells her that she has much to learn about the world and should not be overly conceited about her lineage. The knight captain then turns to Isla, remarking that his skills are impressive, and asks for his name. Isla replies that he has no intention of revealing his name. Hearing this, the knight captain can't help but smile. As the carriage departs, Sophia angrily shouts that she will inform her father about the incident. Meanwhile, Eren recognizes the knight captain, Fillmore. Eren recalls Fillmore as a fierce warrior and remembers, as a child, wanting to be just like him. Eren is surprised that Fillmore was able to block Isla's strike. Eren reflects that it's a shame Commander Fillmore has to serve under Count Brescia. As Eren and the others continue their journey, Jonathan and Scylla are both pleased and surprised to learn that Isla is a knight from Valvas. Scylla excitedly asks Isla to teach her the throwing technique Isla had just used. Meanwhile, Gus thinks to himself that since Isla is a Valvas knight, it means he wouldn't follow someone weaker than himself, implying that Eren is even stronger than Isla. With a smile, Gus tells Jonathan that it seems his intuition was right after all. Jonathan replies confidently that he knew it. Just then, Scylla points ahead and says she can now see Ruvtylan's estate. The scene transitions to Ruvtylan's palace, where Eren and his companions meet with Ruvtylan. Ruv inquires if they all intend to work as mercenaries under his command. Jonathan responds affirmatively, adding that they are skilled in the art of combat. Scylla interjects, stating that as long as they are paid for defeating their enemies, that's all that matters. Gus further clarifies that their loyalty does not lie with Ruv. Hearing this, Ruv comments on their apparent confidence, acknowledging their skills based on the way they speak. He also notes the presence of the three individuals standing behind Jonathan. Ruv then proposes a test for them, to hunt a monster located on the outskirts of his territory, near the village of Manza. Eren is visibly taken aback upon hearing the village's name, as it is his hometown, a place once managed by the Vault family. The scene then shifts to the forest, where Jonathan successfully takes down a monster. Scylla dispatches a bird-like creature, and Gus eliminates a snake-like beast. Their remarkable strength leaves the soldiers observing them in awe. Meanwhile, Isla faces a massive monster and effortlessly takes it down with a single strike of his spear. Suddenly, a bear-like monster attacks Isla from behind, but before it can land a blow, Eren intervenes and swiftly slays the creature. The soldiers accompanying them are left stunned by this display of skill. Elsewhere, Sol single-handedly defeats a dozen monsters. Later, the group gathers to eat, and Scylla remarks on the astonished expressions of the soldiers, who were left speechless by the group's strength. Jonathan adds that Sol, Isla, and Eren did most of the heavy lifting and notes how surprising it is to see Sol's incredible power. Gus chimes in, confidently stating that their performance will undoubtedly secure them a position. Jonathan then tells Eren that he's glad they joined his group, but Eren appears unusually quiet and doesn't respond. Concerned, Jonathan asks what's on Eren's mind. Eren replies that it's nothing but mentions noticing something peculiar about the villagers. He wonders aloud if the farmers in the village were truly as impoverished as they seemed. Jonathan informs Eren that those people aren't actually farmers. Both Eren and Isla are confused by his statement, prompting Jonathan to explain further. He reveals that these farmers have neither wealth nor freedom. They are essentially slaves. Eren and Isla are shocked to hear this. Gus adds that much of Sisek operates this way. When the nobles of the Brescia household purchased the territory, they squandered half of their fortune. To recover their losses, they imposed heavy taxes, but when that failed, they resorted to implementing a slave-based class system. Everything beyond what these farmers consume for survival is taken from them. Gus laments that the greedy nobles, blinded by their avarice, caused this injustice. Scylla cautions Gus to lower his voice, warning that soldiers might overhear their conversation. Gus, however, assures her that they're out of earshot. Both Eren and Isla grow visibly angry upon hearing about this system. Eren reflects that it wasn't like this before, not when his father and the Vault household were in charge. At that moment, it begins to rain. Eren suddenly stands and starts walking into the downpour. Surprised, Jonathan asks where Eren is going in this weather. Eren tells the group to leave him alone for a while. Hearing this, both Isla and Sol grow concerned. Eren walks off and eventually reaches the Vault household, now in ruins. As he gazes at the broken-down structure, Sol suddenly appears and remarks that this is the Vault household, the place where Eren was raised. Startled by her voice, Eren turns and asks why she followed him, reminding her that he wanted to be alone. Sol replies that she was worried about him and notes that ever since they arrived in Sisek, Eren has been acting strangely. She adds that they are bound by a soul contract, or is she mistaken? Eren remains silent and walks toward the graves in front of the Vault household. Sol cautiously asks if those are the graves of his family members. Eren explains that they belong to his father, Grey Vault, his brother, Reed Vault, and his mother, Sheena. However, since the Vault family was branded as traitors, there is no way Tylene or the Brescia nobles would have created these graves. Eren wonders aloud who might have done so. At that moment, an old man approaches and asks about Eren's identity. Seeing the old man, Eren initially assumes he might be a villager, but then he recalls that this man was the butler of the Vault household, Sir Ramelda. Ramelda asks if Eren has come to mock the graves of the traitors from the Vault family. He then declares that he served the Vault household faithfully for many years and knows in his heart that his lord, Grey Vault, and his family were not traitors. Hearing this, Eren responds that he has heard stories of Grey Vault, the head of the household, who was a proud and honorable warrior that protected his people. Eren adds that he does not believe the Vault family were traitors, suspecting there must have been some kind of mistake. Moved by these words, Ramelda begins to cry and thanks Eren. Eren then inquires if Ramelda was the one who created the graves. Ramelda confirms this, explaining that he wanted to give the Vault family a proper funeral because they were truly remarkable people. He recounts that Grey Vault often said there should be no distinction between a lord and his people, other than their roles in society. Ramelda adds that Grey's son, Reed, inherited his father's values and was also a brave warrior. Ramelda recounts how Reed risked his life countless times to protect the villagers from beasts and how Grey Vault's wife, Sheena, always ensured the villagers had food during poor harvests. She even helped plow the fields alongside them. Ramelda emphasizes that the three of them were truly remarkable people. However, something changed. Eren is surprised to hear this. Ramelda continues, explaining that Reed once went to the Brescia household to deliver a letter. Eren is confused and shocked by this revelation. He tells Ramelda that the one who delivered the letter was Raven Vault. Ramelda, perplexed, asks who Raven Vault is. Eren is stunned and, growing frustrated, informs Ramelda that Raven was the second son of the Vault household. He insists that there is no way Ramelda wouldn't know about Raven. However, Ramelda dismisses Eren's claim, stating firmly that the Vault household never had a second son. According to him, Grey, Reed, and Sheena were a family of three, and what Eren is saying is impossible. Hearing this, Eren is left speechless. He struggles to process the revelation, unable to believe that Raven Vault doesn't exist in this world. Panic begins to overtake him. Sol grows increasingly worried seeing Eren in this state. In his mind, Eren wrestles with despair, believing that the revival of the Vault household is impossible if no one survived. The thought shakes him to his core, leaving him questioning his purpose and identity. Overwhelmed, Eren collapses to the ground and begins to cry. Sol kneels beside him, attempting to console him. Meanwhile, Isla watches the scene unfold from a distance, visibly surprised by Eren's emotional breakdown. Eren mutters, asking himself what he should do now. The scene then shifts to the forest, where Sophia vents her frustration over the perceived rudeness of the mercenaries. She angrily declares that she will never forgive them. Fillmore, trying to calm her down, warns her to lower her voice. Annoyed, Sophia snaps back, reminding him that she is royalty, the daughter of a count. At that moment, Balti, observing from a nearby cliff, smugly remarks that he has found the stupid noble. The scene shifts to Sophia's residence, which is under attack by monsters. Fillmore and his soldiers are engaged in battle, fighting valiantly against the creatures. With skill and precision, Fillmore quickly defeats the attacking monsters, leaving the servants in awe of his prowess as one of Sissek's finest knights. However, Fillmore notices something unusual. The defeated monsters continue to move. Realizing the cause, he identifies a magic symbol responsible for reanimating them. After securing the area, Fillmore rushes into the palace to check on Sophia. To his shock, he discovers that Balti has captured her. Balti threatens Fillmore, warning him to follow his orders or Sophia will be harmed. Fillmore is further stunned to see that the 3 specially selected escorts, handpicked for their expertise, have been silently eliminated, leaving Lady Sophia defenseless and in Balti's grasp. Fillmore wonders who Balti could be and what his intentions are. When he demands answers, Balti vaguely replies that his motives are part of a grandiose plan and refuses to divulge further details. Smirking, Balti adds that he can manipulate Fillmore and the foolish Brescia family to effortlessly achieve his true objective. In an instant, Balti overpowers both Sophia and Fillmore, swiftly taking them down. He then casts a dark spell, reincarnating them as demons. The scene shifts to an inn, where Jonathan asks Isla about what happened with Aaron. He notes that ever since that rainy day, Aaron hasn't left his room or spoken a word to him. Isla remains silent in response. Inside the room, Aaron is still deep in thought, reflecting on the recent events. The scene shifts to Ruv's palace, where he inquires of his soldier about the strength of the 6 mercenaries. The soldier replies that all of them are first class, but there is a minor issue. The scene then transitions to Aaron's room, where Sol, concerned, urges Aaron to eat something. However, Aaron remains distraught, unable to accept that Raven Vault doesn't exist in this world, and that the Vault household is no more. He is left questioning his identity and purpose, unsure of what he is living for. Aaron turns to Sol, asking what he should do. Sol remains silent and apologizes to him. Next, the scene shifts to Sissek Palace, where Count Brescia anxiously awaits the return of his daughter. A soldier enters and informs him that Lady Sophia and Sir Fillmore have arrived. Count Brescia hurries to meet them, but is surprised to see his daughter in a different outfit. He wonders what happened, as their behavior is noticeably different from usual. Fillmore informs the Count that a serious issue has arisen, one of great importance, and requests to discuss the matter in private. As they enter the throne room, Count Brescia inquires about what happened. Fillmore responds that one of the lords of Elma, Ruv Tylene, is planning a rebellion. Count Brescia is shocked to hear this. Fillmore continues, explaining that Ruv attempted to take Lady Sophia hostage and that he and the knights were attacked in the mountains. Additionally, Ruv has been recruiting a large number of mercenaries. Fillmore warns that it would be wise to strike first, as failing to act could lead to greater trouble. Count Brescia, recognizing Fillmore as one of the best warriors and most loyal knights of Sissek, knows that a report from him cannot be wrong. Fillmore then adds that he managed to save Sophia. She approaches her father and insists that he must protect her. Count Brescia, deeply concerned for his daughter, resolves to do so. The scene shifts outside, where Count Brescia orders his knights to prepare, as the enemy is within the Tylene household. He declares that for the sake of their honor and Sophia's protection, his troops will be dispatched. Among the knights, Balti smiles and remarks that thanks to Count Brescia, the evidence will soon be destroyed, signaling a further development in his plan. The scene shifts to the forest, where Jonathan and Gus, accompanied by Scylla, were battling monsters. Suddenly, a snake-like monster appeared and managed to capture Scylla. Jonathan and Gus were stunned, but as they attempted to rescue her, the creature ensnared them as well, rendering them unable to move freely. At that critical moment, Isla arrived and saved all 3 of them. With a single strike, Isla defeated the snake monster. Afterward, the group sat together to eat. Jonathan expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that Isla had truly saved them and praising him as a formidable Valva's cavalier. He remarked that Isla was in a league of his own. Scylla then shared her desire to visit Valva's with Isla someday. Isla, hearing this, recalled his past and commented that whether it was Valva's or Sissek, they were essentially the same. Gus noted his surprise at encountering such a dangerous monster, while Jonathan admitted that had Isla been even a moment late, they would have been in serious trouble. He then suggested that if they could secure positions as officers in a household, their skills might truly be put to good use. Jonathan remarked that if they could secure positions in a household, their lives would become much easier, like those in the renowned Pendragon household. Isla appeared surprised at this comment, and Scylla responded enthusiastically, mentioning the hero of Luz who defeated the pirate orcs that had attacked Governor Segunda's mansion. Jonathan added that he had heard the Pendragon household treats its soldiers well. Scylla chimed in, mentioning she had also heard that the Duke of Pendragon was incredibly handsome. Noticing the conversation, Isla seemed uneasy as the group discussed the Pendragon household. Jonathan, sensing his discomfort, asked for his opinion, but Isla remained silent. Gus then interjected, stating he had no intention of becoming someone else's soldier. He pointed out the deplorable state of Sisek, where the nobles and lords did little more than exploit the poor, calling them incompetent fools. Gus declared he would rather return to being a thief than serve under such people. Scylla turned to Isla and shared that Gus used to be a thief, prompting Jonathan to add that Sisek's current rulers were from the Vault household. He remarked that the territory wasn't always in such a miserable condition. Isla appeared surprised upon hearing this revelation. Jonathan further stated that he had heard the Vault household defied Ruv Tylene and the Breshas. He added that he was told the Lord himself led his soldiers to fight off monsters and protect his people, describing Grey Vault as a proud and valiant warrior. However, Scylla interjected, noting that Ruv Tylene's followers claimed the Vault household were traitors. Jonathan admitted he didn't know the details behind why the Vaults were branded as traitors, only that their reputations suffered afterward. He mentioned that in the village of Manza, many still regarded Grey Vault as a wise and benevolent lord. Hearing this, Isla reflected on Aaron, another prideful warrior. At that moment, a soldier from Ruv Tylene arrived and instructed Jonathan and the others to gather immediately at Ruv Tylene's estate. The soldier warned them that the foolish Breshas were marching toward the estate with their forces. Everyone was shocked by the news. Meanwhile, Count Brescia was shown approaching Ruv Tylene's estate with his army. Isla rushed to Aaron's room and informed him it was time to depart. Aaron calmly asked, "Is this Ruv Tylene's order?" Isla informed Aaron that Ruv's soldiers had just delivered the news and that if they didn't act, Ruv might be killed. Aaron responded that if Ruv were to die, their leads on the assassination attempt against Prince Shaun would become useless. Isla urged Aaron to move quickly, but Aaron questioned, why? Isla was taken aback by his response. Aaron continued, stating that he was neither Pendragon nor Raven and questioned why any of this should matter to him. He declared that he had no reason to fight. At that moment, Isla punched Aaron, causing him to fall to the ground. Grabbing Aaron by the collar, Isla said firmly, "I chose to serve Aaron Pendragon. Is this all there is to you? Are you really this weak of a man?" Aaron was left in shock by Isla's outburst. Isla remarked that Aaron had been acting differently from his usual self, a change Isla had noticed ever since they arrived in Sisek. Isla admitted that something had been on his mind since their arrival, something he had been reflecting on deeply. He observed that Sisek and his hometown, Valvas, were strikingly similar. Isla explained that Valvas was a territory made up of fragmented lands, resulting in endless wars. The insatiable greed and stubbornness of its territorial lords had led to countless sacrifices, both soldiers and civilians. Much like what was happening in Sisek now, Aaron was left speechless by Isla's words. Isla continued, confessing that the more he killed his enemies, one after another, the more he lost his purpose for fighting. Eventually, he abandoned his will to live as a Valvas knight, until he met Aaron Pendragon. Aaron looked at Isla, surprised by his confession. Isla then reminded him of his own words after their fight, that Isla was Aaron's sword and Aaron was his lord. However, Isla clarified, "This doesn't mean we aren't equals. It simply means we have different roles." After defeating Isla so decisively and saying such a thing afterward, Aaron was the first to leave such an impact on him. That's why Elkin Isla swore to become Aaron's sword. Aaron, however, responded, "Even so, it's fine already. The Vault household and Raven Vault no longer exist." Isla called out to Aaron, but he remained silent. Then, Isla called him Raven, leaving Aaron visibly shocked. Isla continued, stating that something must have happened on that rainy day, something he couldn't fully understand. He admitted he didn't know the nature of Aaron's connection to the Vault household, but pointed out that the Vaults were the only ones in this land who truly protected their people. Isla also mentioned that he had heard the Vaults were proud warriors. Recalling the time when Aaron chose to fight the Centaur army alone, Isla admitted he felt the same resolve then. He then prayed to Sol, asking to ride the griffin granted to him once more. Turning back to Aaron, Isla declared, "Aaron Pendragon, you have the power to change the world. Don't forget that. Not even this place, Sisek." Hearing Isla's words, Aaron reflected to himself, "That's it. Even though the Vault household is gone, there will still lives on within me." Isla asked Aaron how long he planned to let his sword be tarnished. Frustrated, Isla moved to punch Aaron, declaring that he wouldn't forgive him. However, to everyone's surprise, Aaron blocked the punch and began to smile. "You're not speaking like your usual self today," Aaron remarked. Isla, smiling in return, replied, "And your face isn't as dull as usual either." Aaron, still smiling, told Isla, "I don't want to hear that from you." Seeing them share a moment of laughter, everyone was caught off guard. Aaron then sat down to eat, thanking Sol for her blessings and asking her for the armor. Sol, delighted by the request, agreed. The scene shifted to outside, where Jonathan, Scylla, and Gus were waiting for Isla. Gus turned to Jonathan and said he was planning to quit, noting that Aaron probably felt the same. After all, Gus added, "There's nothing to gain from siding with Tylene." Jonathan agreed, pointing out that Ruv had made the lord of the territory his enemy. Just then, Aaron appeared, clad in black armor. The trio was stunned at the sight of him. Jonathan, surprised, thought to himself that the aura around Aaron seemed far nobler than before. Scylla blushed as she looked at Aaron, while Gus, recalling his past as a bandit, reflected that he had seen countless high-quality items, but he had never encountered armor of such extraordinary craftsmanship. Gus couldn't help but wonder if Aaron was truly a mercenary. Aaron then instructed the group to prepare the horses, saying it was time to head to the Tylene estate. Stunned, Jonathan asked if Aaron truly intended to ally with Tylene. Scylla interjected, reminding him that Tylene had made an enemy of the territory lord. Gus added that even if they joined forces with Tylene, there would be nothing to gain. Aaron calmly replied that it would be troublesome if Ruv Tylene were to die right now. Mounting his horse, he stated firmly, "This is my battle, and I have no intention of dragging you into it." Turning to them, he added, "Take care," and rode off. Isla and Sol quickly followed after Aaron. Jonathan, watching them leave, asked Isla if he was truly going with Aaron. Isla replied simply, "I am Aaron's sword." With that, Isla and Sol departed as well, leaving the others behind. Suddenly, Scylla jumped onto her horse and called out to Isla to wait for her. Gus, shocked, wondered if Scylla had lost her mind. Jonathan remarked that they owed Isla for saving them during the monster subjugation accident. Without hesitation, Jonathan mounted his horse, adding, "I have a feeling that if we part ways with Aaron and the others now, we'll definitely regret it." He then rode off. Left behind, Gus felt a wave of frustration. After a brief pause, he too jumped onto his horse and rushed after them. Meanwhile, Aaron had reached the Ruv estate, only to find that the battle had already begun. He clenched his fists in frustration at the sight. Isla turned to Aaron and asked how he viewed the situation. Aaron replied, "It's not like the Breshas to declare war so suddenly. Tylene's soldiers also seem disorganized, which suggests a high likelihood that someone is meddling in this conflict. It feels as though someone wants to eliminate Tylene." In his mind, Aaron speculated further. Could it be the same person behind the assassination attempt on Prince Shaun, Segunda, or perhaps someone even higher in rank? As Isla prepared for action, Aaron warned him not to recklessly kill the soldiers, as they were ultimately just following orders from their lord. Isla smiled upon hearing this and replied, "Of course." As the trio neared Ruv's palace, they were shocked to see it surrounded by soldiers. Isla asked, "Are we too late?" Aaron responded, "No, the soldiers are still attacking. Besides, the Tylene I know isn't the type to harm himself out of pride. Ruv may still be alive." Aaron then suggested that the three of them split up and search for him. At that moment, Jonathan, Scylla, and Gus appeared from behind, calling out to Aaron and urging him to wait. Upon seeing them, Aaron remarked, "Our numbers just increased." As expected of a Valva's night, Isla really earned Jonathan, Scylla, and Gus's trust quickly. Isla couldn't help but smile as they charged together toward the palace. Count Brescia laughed, declaring that he was protecting his daughter, Sophia, who thanked her father in return. Inside the palace, 3 soldiers attempted to strike at Eren, but he swiftly and effortlessly took them down. Eren quickly rushed forward, thinking to himself that he had no time to deal with these idiots and needed to find Tylene as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Isla was also knocking down soldiers, though he was careful not to harm them too severely. At that moment, Fillmore appeared from behind and remarked that Isla wasn't killing the soldiers. He added that Isla was being too gentle to be a Valva's knight. Isla recognized Fillmore as the knight commander, but sensed something different about him. Without hesitation, Isla unsheathed his sword and inquired about Fillmore's true identity. Elsewhere, Sol was busy defeating the monsters as well. Meanwhile, Jonathan, Scylla, and Gus were also engaged in combat with the monsters they encountered. Scylla, shocked, wondered how monsters had managed to infiltrate the estate. Jonathan told Scylla to forget about the monsters and focus on finding Ruv Tylene as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Eren noticed the magic circle on the wolf monster's head and wondered about the sudden attack from the Brescias. As expected, someone was orchestrating this from behind the scenes. At that moment, Balti stepped forward and commented that Eren was quite strong for a mercenary. He added that the Balti demons had not caused any damage to Eren. Upon hearing the voice, Eren instantly recognized it as Balti's. Looking up, he saw Balti approaching. Balti declared that he would have to deal with Eren himself for the sake of their grand plan. Angered, Eren prepared to face Balti. The scene shifts to the battle between Isla and Fillmore. Fillmore strikes at Isla, but Isla successfully blocks the blow and pins him down. However, Fillmore swings his sword again, nearly hitting Isla. Isla barely manages to dodge the strike and attempts a counter, but the blow lacks power. Seeing an opening, Fillmore lunges, thinking he has Isla, but to his surprise, Isla dodges the strike as well. Without wasting any time, Isla charges at Fillmore head-on, striking with his sword. Fillmore blocks the attack, but Isla quickly spots another opening and strikes from multiple directions, ultimately knocking Fillmore down. Isla thought he had defeated Fillmore, but to his surprise, Fillmore swiftly strikes Isla's arm with his sword. Isla quickly retreats, feeling the injury. To his astonishment, he watches as Fillmore recovers quickly. Fillmore smirks and tells Isla, "As I thought, even an experienced cavalier of Valva's isn't used to facing opponents like this." Isla is stunned, unable to believe what he is witnessing. Fillmore tells Isla that he has surpassed humanity for the sake of a grand plan and the mighty god. He has embraced this immortal body to strike down his enemies. Isla, on the other hand, wonders what grand plan Fillmore is referring to. Fillmore further explains that common people, including Isla, do not need to know. Hearing this, Isla retorts that Fillmore is no longer human, but merely a puppet. Enraged, Fillmore and Isla charge toward each other. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Eren and Balti clashing swords. Balti steps back and swings his spear to strike Eren, but Eren blocks the attack with his sword. Balti inquires how Eren knows his name, asking if they've met before or if Balti is simply that famous. Eren replies that he doesn't need to answer Balti, as he will defeat him right here and now. Just as Eren prepares to land a clean strike, Balti unexpectedly dodges, leaving Eren briefly open. Seeing the opening, Balti wastes no time and strikes at Eren with his spear. To Balti's surprise, Eren manages to block the strike with his sword using just one hand. Balti is taken aback, noticing that Eren's dragon aura now surrounds him, but this time, the aura is red instead of blue. With a smirk on his face, Eren strikes at Balti, landing a powerful blow that sends him crashing to the ground. Balti is stunned by Eren's red dragon aura, finding the situation unexpectedly interesting. He then declares that he, Balti, will defeat Eren right now. Excited by the challenge, Balti looks forward to facing such a powerful opponent. Eren wastes no time and charges at Balti. However, before he can reach him, Balti whistles, and the wolves block Eren's path, attacking him. Frustrated, Eren unleashes his aura and takes down the wolves. But as he turns his attention back to Balti, he sees that Balti is attempting to escape. Without hesitation, Eren uses his aura sword and strikes towards Balti, determined to prevent his escape. Filled with rage, Eren vows to take down Balti right here and now. A few more wolves position themselves beside Balti, facing Eren. Balti, with a smile, remarks that things are going well, encouraging Eren to get angrier. The scene then shifts to Jonathan, Scylla, and Gus, who are running from the monsters. Scylla looks back and comments that it seems Eren has managed to hold off the wolves. Jonathan responds that it's fortunate those wolves aren't following them anymore. This is convenient, as now they can focus on finding Tylene while they have the opportunity. Jonathan spots Ruv Tylene and hears the soldiers declaring that Tylene is a traitor, and that, following the orders of the great Lord Count Brescia, they will now take him down. Ruv tells the soldiers that these accusations are completely unfounded. That foolish Brescia is out of his mind, Ruv mutters, inquiring how the soldiers could believe such an idiot's words. The soldier replies that the matter was reported by Fillmore, the fiercest knight commander of Sisek, and that there's no way Fillmore would make a mistake in his judgment. As the soldier is about to strike Ruv, Jonathan intervenes, blocking the strike with his sword. Wasting no time, Gus and Scylla come from behind, quickly taking care of the other two soldiers. Jonathan also takes down the soldier who attacked him with a single strike. Seeing this, Ruv becomes enraged and demands to know where they had been, and where the other 3 mercenaries who were with them are. Frustrated, Gus tells Ruv to stop talking nonsense, explaining that they didn't come to save him out of desire. Scylla, equally angered, warns Ruv to stop being a nuisance, or she'll teach him a lesson. Jonathan, however, tells Scylla and Gus that there's no time for joking around, as more soldiers are approaching. Seeing them, Scylla comments on the large force, and Jonathan orders everyone to run. The scene shifts to Eren, who is still facing the wolves. As one of the wolves manages to pin him down, Balti begins to laugh and remarks that Eren seems intent on continuing to fight the monsters, as Balti is starting to feel lonely. In response, Eren delivers a single punch, knocking the wolf off him. As the other wolf attempts to strike, seeing an opening, Eren swiftly swings his sword infused with dragon mana, instantly taking them down. Balti, watching this, comments on the impressive power, noting that it is to be expected from one who bears the dragon aura. He admits that he can't tell which one is the true monster. Smiling, Balti muses that this isn't a battle, but a hunt. He wants Eren to grow enraged until he exhausts himself. With a grin, Balti declares that hunting a dragon is truly enjoyable. The scene shifts to Isla, who is struggling against Fillmore. Despite Fillmore's ability to heal instantly, Isla manages to block a strike, though barely, using his sword. Fillmore, filled with confidence, praises Isla for enduring this much with just one arm but states that he will defeat him. Unfortunately, this seems to be the end for Isla. At that moment, soldiers approach Fillmore, announcing that they will support him. Seeing the soldiers, Fillmore tells Isla that if they join the battle, Isla will have no chance of winning. Isla grows frustrated at the sight of the soldiers. Fillmore continues, giving Isla 2 options: either run and be hunted as a deserter, or stay and be defeated. Fillmore pushes Isla with his sword, but Isla barely manages to withstand the force. Then, in a sudden move, Isla releases his sword and employs the same technique he used earlier. He drops to the ground and flips Fillmore upside down, causing Fillmore to crash into the fence. Shocked, the soldiers shout and rush toward Fillmore. Isla, observing this, remarks that it seems Fillmore is truly respected by his soldiers. Fillmore, undeterred, states that Isla is right. He can't go up against that many soldiers. As for Fillmore himself, there's no way something like this can kill him. Isla picks up his sword and declares that the fight is over. Isla takes down Fillmore, and the scene shifts to Eren, who is exhausted but still fighting the waves of wolves coming his way. Seeing this, Balti thinks that rage creates strength, but that strength dulls the blade. In the end, it will exhaust Eren. While the dragon aura Eren is using with his sword is certainly powerful, it lacks accuracy. Balti's army of zombie wolves is the worst matchup for Eren, and this strategy will eventually deplete his stamina. Once Eren is worn out, Balti will take him down with a single strike. Balti tells Eren to do his best, though he believes everything Eren does will be futile. He states that everything in this world has already been set in stone since the beginning of time, including this fight, Eren's idiocy, and his stubbornness. None of it will prolong Eren's life. Balti further declares that Ruv Tylene's end is already guaranteed, along with the fall of Sisek. Eren is surprised by this, and he begins to remember what he saw of Sisek's current condition. Eren wonders what he is even doing. As the wolves prepare to strike, Eren unleashes his true blue dragon aura, instantly taking down the zombie wolves. Balti is stunned by this, thinking that Eren managed to precisely neutralize the mobility of his zombie army, ensuring they will no longer be able to attack him. Eren, now fully calm, has conjured his true aura and is ready to face Balti. Balti is shocked to see Eren surrounded by the blue aura of a dragon. He realizes that Eren is no longer throwing pointless punches. His demeanor and aura have completely transformed. Meanwhile, Eren reflects that this is no time to be consumed by anger toward Balti. As the successor to the Vault House's will, he resolves to fulfill his duty. The scene then shifts to Jonathan and his group, who are cornered by Brescia soldiers. With no choice but to face their enemies, the Brescia soldiers smirk and declare that there is no way the mercenaries can escape now. Frustrated, Ruv exclaims, questioning why the mercenaries came here only to end up trapped. Scylla replies curtly, pointing out that they didn't have a choice. Angered, she warns Ruv to stop complaining, threatening to hand him over to the Brescia soldiers if he doesn't. Hearing this, Jonathan remarks, half-jokingly, that sacrificing Ruv might actually be their only way out alive. Just as the Brescia soldiers charge forward to strike, a burst of blue aura erupts out of nowhere, shattering the ground beneath the soldiers. The soldiers were caught off guard. Jonathan, Gus, and Scylla were equally shocked. Suddenly, Sol appeared in the air, and Scylla was surprised to see that Sol had wings. The sight left both the Brescia soldiers and Jonathan's group stunned. Without hesitation, Sol rushed toward Jonathan and the others, grabbing all four of them effortlessly and flying away from the soldiers and the mansion. The Brescia soldiers were bewildered, unable to comprehend what had just happened or who the winged woman was. Ruv was stunned to see Sol carrying 4 grown adults with just her fingers. Scylla, noticing his reaction, sarcastically remarked that this was what surprised him. The scene then shifts to the interior of the mansion, where the soldiers have reached Isla. Fillmore commended the soldiers, praising them for their efforts and stating that this was the level of excellence he expected from the Sisek Order of Chivalry. He then commanded the Brescia soldiers to take down Isla immediately. However, the soldiers froze in shock, stunned to see that Captain Fillmore was able to speak. One of the soldiers hesitantly remarked that this wasn't their commander. It was an imposter. Another soldier added that Fillmore was the one who had spoken to Count Brescia earlier. As a result of Count Brescia's actions, Ruv Tylene was attacked. One of the soldiers remarked that perhaps they had been deceived. Wasting no time, the soldiers charged at Fillmore to take him down, while Isla quietly slipped away unnoticed. The scene then shifts to Sol and the others. Jonathan observes the Brescia soldiers gathered outside Ruv's castle and notices something unusual. The soldiers have stopped attacking. Meanwhile, Sol is worried about how Eren is faring in his battle. Inside the castle, Eren continues to face Balti. Eren tells Balti that it seems reinforcements will no longer arrive, and it's time to finish things. Hearing this, Balti realizes that Eren's wounds have already healed. He wonders if Eren possesses the same immortal body as the zombies. However, Balti soon concludes that this power is more akin to that of the Orc Lord. Balti then demands to know how Eren knows his name and what his true identity is. In response, Eren reveals that he is Ravenvault. Releasing his dragon aura, Eren unveils his true identity as the contractor of the White Dragon, Eren Pendragon. Balti is stunned by this revelation. Frustrated and desperate, he charges forward and strikes at Eren blindly. However, Eren, now fully composed, easily defeats Balti with a single, decisive strike. Eren is stunned to see that Balti is still alive. Balti smirks and states that Eren Pendragon is truly remarkable. However, he reveals that what Eren has been fighting is nothing more than a mere puppet. Frustrated by this revelation, Eren clenches his fists in anger. Balti then inquires how Eren acquired his seemingly immortal body and how he knows Balti's name. With a mocking tone, Balti continues, calling Eren the boy from the Pendragon household, once ridiculed for being a coward. He then adds that Eren has become a serious nuisance to their plans. Balti vows to hunt Eren down relentlessly, swearing on the name of the Empire Demon Unit Commander, Mad Dog, Tovan Balti. It is then revealed that this version of Balti was merely a clone. Upon seeing this, Eren states that nothing has truly changed, as this is only the beginning. With resolve, he declares his intention to start with Ruv Tylene. The scene shifts to a grand palace, where the real Balti becomes aware of what happened to his clone. Overcome with rage, he is stunned to discover that he has somehow received the wounds inflicted on his duplicate. The wounds inflicted on the clone somehow reached Balti's real body. Stunned, Balti mutters that he must report this to that person immediately. The scene shifts back to Ruv Tylene's palace, where Eren now stands face to face with Ruv. Eren remarks that, in the past, their roles were reversed. Annoyed, Ruv snaps at Eren to stop talking nonsense. However, Eren, angered, points his sword directly at Ruv's face and declares that 3 years ago, Ruv sent a letter to the Vault household. Ruv Tylene is visibly shocked by this revelation. Eren continues, stating that the letter Ruv sent was intended to orchestrate the assassination of Prince Shaun. He reveals that the letter was laced with poison. Stunned, Ruv struggles to understand how Eren could possibly know about this. Fuming with rage, Eren releases his dragon aura, which shocks Jonathan, Gus, and Scylla. Jonathan, in particular, is taken aback, thinking to himself that this aura is something only fierce warriors who have survived countless battles possess. However, it is Jonathan's first time witnessing an aura of such immense magnitude. Eren then accuses Ruv of conspiring to brand the Vault household as traitors. Overwhelmed and terrified, Ruv Tylene is left speechless. With a serious expression, Eren demands that Ruv answer his questions. Trembling, Ruv admits, yes, and explains that the Vault household opposed the policy he was pushing. However, he quickly adds that he didn't know the poison would end up being used on the Crown Prince. Ruv, overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of Eren's aura, which defies common sense, begins to shake with fear. Eren presses further, demanding to know who ordered Ruv to carry out such a heinous act. Ruv hesitates before revealing that it was an orc. Eren is visibly surprised by this revelation. Ruv continues, explaining that the orc was a hybrid, a cross between an orc and a human, and a fearsome pirate boss. That orc delivered the poison letter to Ruv, ordering him to eliminate the Count's guests. Ruv admits he was wary of the orc, but claims he couldn't resist the command. He finally divulges the orc's name, Tolio Orangus. Hearing this, Eren is stunned, realizing that the Orangus dukedom is involved. Tolio Orangus, the absolute ruler of the Southern Territory and head of the Orangus dukedom, was known as the Sea Dragon King. It becomes clear that this fearsome pirate, whom Eren encountered at Segunda's residence, is connected to everything. Jonathan, surprised, wonders what Eren and Ruv are talking about. At that moment, Isla approaches Eren, who informs him that they have likely identified the mastermind behind the incident. Meanwhile, Count Brescia, seething with anger, demands answers about what happened to his daughter. He realizes that when Eren defeated Balti's clone, those who were under Balti's spell were freed as well. Frustrated, Count Brescia blames Ruv Tylene and orders his soldiers to kill him. However, not a single soldier obeys his command. Confused and frustrated, Gus questions what Count Brescia is talking about. Eren calmly explains to Count Brescia that Captain Fillmore had been manipulated by someone, and it's possible that his daughter, Sophia, had also been under the same influence. Eren further elaborates that both Sophia and Fillmore must have exhibited unusual behavior, which led Count Brescia to start this meaningless war because he was deceived. Eren calls Count Brescia an incompetent fool, then challenges him by saying that if he believes Eren is lying, he should ask his soldiers why they have stopped attacking. Angered and frustrated, Brescia orders his soldiers to capture Eren and his group, but none of them move. Confused, Brescia demands to know why his soldiers aren't following his orders. At that moment, Eren speaks again, pointing out that Count Brescia's decision to start this meaningless war has led to the loss of countless villagers and soldiers, all while Brescia refuses to face the truth. Frustrated, Brescia yells at Eren to stop talking, proclaiming that no one knows better than himself. Hearing this, Isla's anger flares. In an instant, he unsheathes his sword and points it directly at Count Brescia. Filled with rage, Isla commands Brescia to shut up, declaring that he no longer has the right to speak. The Count, now terrified, remains silent. Eren then calls for Sol. Sol spreads her wings, beginning to reveal her true form. Everyone, stunned and confused, struggles to comprehend what is happening. Jonathan, Gus, and Scylla are left stunned as a majestic blue dragon appears before them. Everyone knows that this dragon possesses the power to destroy an entire city single-handedly, the mightiest living creature in existence, leaving Count Brescia utterly speechless as he realizes that Aaron Pendragon stands before him. Sol lets out a powerful roar, and the sheer force of it sends Count Brescia flying in the opposite direction. He lands right in front of the villagers, who, enraged by his actions, waste no time in attacking him. Working together, they bring Count Brescia down. The scene then shifts to Isla, who turns to Aaron and says, "It's finally over." Aaron nods and replies, "Yes, and with this, we've managed to save Sisek, at least a little." The story transitions to a lively restaurant where Jonathan, Gus, and Scylla are seated together. Jonathan remarks that he never expected Raven to be Aaron Pendragon, though he had always suspected Raven wasn't just an ordinary person. Scylla chimes in, commenting that Aaron is both handsome and a strong young master. Gus, unimpressed, retorts that if Scylla wants to leave for Pendragon, she should just go. He reminds her that they are mercenaries who don't work under anyone. Gus then adds that it's unlikely they'll ever meet Aaron again. Jonathan and Scylla grow visibly disheartened by this. At that very moment, the restaurant door swings open, and Aaron walks in with Isla and Sol by his side. Spotting Gus, Jonathan, and Scylla, Aaron smiles and says, "I knew the three of you would be here." Shocked, Jonathan asks, "Didn't you go to the Sisek noble's reception party?" Aaron replies that he did, but he became bored from hearing all the flattery, so he decided to come here to meet with Jonathan and the others. Aaron also mentions that he has a favor to ask Jonathan. The scene shifts a few moments later, where Aaron is seen leaving the restaurant. Isla asks if the matter regarding the favor has been settled. Aaron replies, "Yes, it's done." He continues, explaining that Isla was the one who made him fight again. Everything that happened was because of Isla. Ever since Aaron woke up from his coma, he felt no reason to live and couldn't understand who he was. But after being struck by Isla, he finally understood. He is nobody else but himself. As Aaron Pendragon, the ruler of the Pendragon dukedom, he swore to accomplish what he was meant to. Isla smiles upon hearing this and walks over to Aaron. He tells him that if he ever strays from his path again, Isla will simply beat him back onto it. With a grin, Isla adds, "That's because I am your sword." Aaron smiles as well, hearing this. The scene shifts to the next day, where all the villagers have gathered to see off Aaron Pendragon and his forces. Thanks to Aaron, Sisek was able to achieve peace. As Aaron and his forces make their way forward, Scylla, feeling happy, shouts that she is the sole woman of the Pendragon cavalry, the Valkyrie of the battlefield. Seeing this, Jonathan tells Scylla to calm down, remarking that she's acting a bit too much. Aaron, however, tells Jonathan that he doesn't mind, as it has made things livelier. He admits that he is usually stuck between two silent people, and it can get rather boring. Upon hearing this, both Isla and Sol remain silent. Aaron also expresses his gratitude to Jonathan for accepting his offer to work under him. Jonathan replies that it's nothing, as this is everything he had wished for. On the contrary, Jonathan thanks Aaron, saying that without Aaron's help, capturing Ruv Tylene would have been impossible. Aaron tells Jonathan that he and his comrades are strong enough on their own, and, more importantly, they've crossed the border of life and death together. The Valva's knights have also taken a liking to Jonathan and his comrades. Hearing this, Jonathan is left speechless. However, he then remarks that he never expected Gus, who despises nobles, to join as well. Gus replies that it's because he has ties with the stupid Jonathan and Scylla. Moreover, when Aaron lowered his head and asked them to join him, Gus felt that Aaron was different from the other trash nobles out there. That's what Gus thought. Meanwhile, an old man sees Aaron and realizes he has encountered him before. The old man reflects that Aaron looks just like Grey Vault, and moved by the memory, he begins to cry. Back with Aaron, he tells his subordinates, "Let's go back to the Pendragon territory." The scene shifts to Arangis territory, where Duke Arangis remarks that even after his son was defeated, and now Balti has also failed, Balti acknowledges this and states that he will accept whatever punishment is deemed necessary. However, Duke Arangis reassures him, saying it's fine. To deal with such a strong opponent, they will need a proper fighter. However, Duke Oranges states that they have already planned their next move. Hearing this, Balti smiles and remarks that he is pleased to hear it. Duke Oranges, the Sea Dragon King, then continues, saying that the name of the White Dragon Duke, Aaron Pendragon, has been bothering him a lot recently. The scene shifts to Pendragon territory, at Conrad Castle, where a goblin reads a letter from Aaron to the Pendragon family. In the letter, Aaron states that he has accomplished his mission in Sisek and will be returning home soon. Aaron's sister, mother, and Lindsay all smile with joy upon hearing this news. The scene then shifts to the Pendragon training ground, where Killian faces off against 3 mercenaries. As the mercenaries attack him together, Killian swiftly strikes each one down with a single blow. The soldiers watching, including the goblins, are shocked by this display. One of the mercenaries comments that Killian has become stronger than before. Killian responds confidently, saying, "Of course, I've become stronger. After all, I was the one who took down all those pirate orcs at the Battle of Silval Coast." He then adds that it seems the mercenaries have finally recognized his true strength after serving under young Master Aaron for so many years. With confidence, Killian states that his current self could even match Isla. The other soldiers cheer for Killian's display of strength. The orcs, however, know that Killian is simply spouting nonsense. At that moment, Vincent enters, clapping, and states that he failed to recognize someone of Killian's importance. He cannot believe that Killian was able to defeat 3 soldiers by himself. Vincent acknowledges Killian's impressive strength. Killian thanks Vincent for the compliment and remarks that he hasn't seen Vincent before. He then inquires whether Vincent is a visitor. Vincent replies that he arrived here on Lord Pendragon's recommendation and introduces himself. This confuses Vincent and the other soldiers. Killian steps forward and states that Vincent must have also heard from Lord. In the Pendragon household, neither politics nor military affairs matter. He suggests that Killian will take the lead and rebuild the country from the ground up. Pointing his sword at Vincent, Killian responds that Vincent is the one boasting about Lord Pendragon choosing him. Killian then throws a wooden sword toward Vincent. Surprised, Vincent asks what kind of baseless accusation this is. With a serious expression, Killian tells Vincent to pick up the sword. As it's time for Vincent's entrance examination, Killian wants to witness Vincent's true strength immediately. Hearing this, all the soldiers begin to cheer for Killian. Confused, Vincent thinks about Aaron and wonders if he is really the fly fox here. Vincent picks up the sword and states that, fine. He humbly agrees. The scene then shifts to Count Sirod's territory. At the market, we see Aaron with his companions. Scylla happily shows Gus and the others the gems she just bought. Seeing the gems, Gus tells Scylla that about half of them are fake. Shocked, Scylla asks why Gus didn't tell her that earlier, when she was buying them. Meanwhile, Jonathan notices Aaron's long face and inquires about it. Jonathan further states that, for Aaron, a big city like this should be a common sight. Aaron replies that it's not like that. Jonathan then asks why they came all the way here. Aaron responds that they came to greet Count Sirod. The scene shifts to the Sirod Palace, where Count Sirod and Luna are surprised to see Aaron. Aaron greets both Count Sirod and Luna. Seeing Aaron, Count Sirod thinks to himself that he has heard the rumors, but he never expected Aaron Pendragon to have changed this much. Luna also reflects on the change in Aaron, noticing that after lose, he underwent yet another transformation. As they sit down, Count Sirod tells Aaron that he has heard about his activities in Sisek. He is surprised to learn that Aaron caught the person behind the assassination attempt on the first prince. Aaron replies that the person he caught wasn't the main culprit, and that there is someone far more significant behind them. Aaron explains that he cannot reveal much at this moment, but he will soon make his way to the imperial capital to present the matter to the emperor, at which point everything may become clearer. Count Sirod nods, understanding Aaron's explanation. He then inquires if everything will be fine, considering Count Brescia's death in connection with this matter. After all, Aaron Pendragon himself is also not free from suspicion. Aaron responds that a foolish ruler deserves to die. Luna and Count Sirod are shocked upon hearing this. Count Sirod, surprised, asks if Aaron was the one who took down Count Brescia. If Aaron's actions were to go against the laws of the empire, Aaron tells Count Sirod that Brescia was a tyrant and an oppressor, and that he was dealt with by the hands of his own people. Aaron warns that if the empire were to attack those people, the empire would have to face his wrath, as Aaron would fight against the empire. Count Sirod is completely stunned upon hearing this. The scene then shifts to a few moments later, where Luna and Aaron are standing on the balcony. Aaron remarks that her territory is thriving even more than the Pendragon territory at present. Luna is left speechless. Aaron then apologizes to Luna regarding Luz, expressing regret for not listening to her back then. Luna replies that it's fine. Aaron tells Luna that, at that time, he didn't understand his life or what it meant, or even why he was alive. But now, Aaron is certain that he will live as Aaron Pendragon. As a Pendragon, he vows that his territory will be one where the people live plentiful, happy lives. This is the resolve Aaron found in Sisek and his answer. Luna listens attentively to Aaron, and Aaron continues, addressing what Luna had said. Luna responds that she understands, and now is the time for Aaron to become infatuated with a woman. Then, Luna suggests that she could become Aaron's secretary. Aaron is surprised to hear this. Luna further explains that if she studies, she will be able to support Aaron from the side. Aaron, still surprised, tells Luna that's not what he meant, but Luna clarifies that Aaron's words startled her. She, too, wants to live her own life. Not one where she waits for a prince, but one where she can stand on her own strength. Luna assures Aaron that he doesn't need to look back, as it doesn't matter since today is not the day. Aaron is left speechless by her words. The scene then shifts to the Pendragon territory, where Aaron has returned home. His sister greets him joyfully, and Aaron is reunited with his wife, Lindsay. Meanwhile, Aaron's mother reflects to herself that Aaron's aura has changed once again. As Aaron looks at his mother, Aaron's mother is startled, but Aaron walks up to her and hugs her, saying that he is back. Upon hearing this, Aaron's mother begins to cry and welcomes her son home. Later, Aaron heads to the Pendragon training grounds, where he meets the Pendragon soldiers. Killian informs Aaron that, during his absence, he led and protected the Pendragon forces flawlessly. Killian also mentions that lively new recruits have joined their ranks. He tells Aaron that, as the Lord Aaron Pendragon said, Vincent may be overconfident, but his skills are impressive, though not quite as good as Killian's. Isla, hearing this, is surprised. Killian continues, saying that his duel with Vincent was a great fight, but Vincent surrendered midway, which highlights the difference between those who train their stamina and those who do not. Vincent, modestly, claims that he is just a mere civilian, so there is no way he would be a match for the captain. As Vincent speaks, Isla prepares for action, recognizing Vincent's true identity. Seeing this, Aaron can't help but smile. The scene shifts to a room where Aaron comments that Vincent is truly a sly old fox, as he deliberately hid his true strength until the very end. In response, Vincent remarks that isn't Aaron the actual sly fox, since Vincent knew all along that Aaron wanted to test him. Hearing this, Aaron can't help but smile. Vincent explains that if a newcomer of dubious and unknown origins had defeated the Knight Captain, the other squads would certainly have reacted. To avoid damaging the captain's reputation, Vincent purposely concealed his abilities just enough to surprise Killian. He further adds that Aaron really has an impressive knight squad. Aaron then asks Vincent if he likes the Pendragons. Vincent replies that it would depend on Aaron. Surprised, Aaron listens as Vincent shares that there is a special flavor in the beer made in Pendragon, though for him, it's not quite enough. Vincent then inquires, "Why do you think that is?" At this, Aaron realizes that the test of the Twilight Tower Master, Vincent Ron, has begun. Aaron then replies, asking if Vincent is inquiring about what is missing in this territory. Vincent responds, asking what Aaron thinks, comparing the beer here to the one he drank in Luz, and the differences between them. In his mind, Aaron feels as though Vincent could strike him down with his sword at any moment. This question makes Aaron feel as though he's crossing swords with Vincent, and that a single mistake would cost him dearly, meaning he would lose Vincent as one of his allies. Aaron begins to reflect on what Vincent said, the difference between the beer made in Pendragon and the beer produced in Luz, which symbolizes the distinction between Pendragon and Luz. Aaron wonders what exactly is missing here. Finally, Aaron tells Vincent that above all, it's the people. The difference lies in the population. Vincent is impressed by Aaron's answer. Aaron continues, explaining that despite Pendragon's vast territory, its population is far too small. The land could easily accommodate more than 100,000 people, yet the current population is only around 30,000. Due to Luz having a port, the influx of people entering the city is substantial, in stark contrast to Pendragon. The difference is like night and day. Aaron further explains that without a large influx of people, there will be neither technological advancement nor an increase in fighting power. As a result, the taste of the beer won't change, since the number of people in a territory is also considered a measure of its strength, a quality that Pendragon currently lacks. Upon hearing this, Vincent tells Aaron that a place's local culture is indeed crucial. In simple terms, the strength of a territory is measured by the amount of products it can distribute. Aaron sighs, and Vincent continues that, according to his investigation, Pendragon territory has been making rapid progress under Aaron's leadership. Immigration is also gradually increasing. However, many of these immigrants are living in poverty. Aaron responds that first, he must support them in order to develop the territory. Vincent inquires how Aaron plans to do this. Aaron replies that by creating fertile land and granting people the right to make use of it, he aims to help lift them out of poverty. This way, Pendragon can naturally grant citizenship to those immigrants while simultaneously increasing the food supply within the territory. It's a win-win strategy. Vincent is speechless for a moment, and then Aaron continues, explaining that there is a problem with this approach. Vincent asks Aaron to elaborate. Aaron explains that the issue is safety. If thousands of people come to Pendragon to utilize the land, the number of villages will increase exponentially. However, Pendragon doesn't have enough soldiers to protect all those people from bandits and monsters. Vincent suggests that Aaron could send the griffins. Aaron responds that, no matter how domesticated the griffins are, they are still beasts. If Aaron truly wants to make these immigrants citizens of Pendragon, the territory must provide them with people they can trust, such as knights and mercenaries. Without this, the immigrants will not feel like they are being treated as citizens but rather as serfs. Vincent is stunned by this, and Aaron continues, explaining that these immigrants came to Pendragon to escape poverty, dreaming of the wealth that awaits them. If Aaron were to treat those immigrants as serfs, the influx of people coming here with their ambitions and dreams would stop. Aaron further states that he has seen Sisek and other places where nobles believe that suppressing people with force is the right way. However, if Aaron were to adopt such a method, Pendragon territory would not prosper, the people would eventually grow weary, and in the end, the Lord would be overthrown by his own people. The real Lord, Aaron explains, is the people living in that territory. Hearing this, Vincent is stunned. He tells Aaron that after meeting him again, it feels like Aaron has changed. However, Vincent adds that no matter how good Aaron's intentions may be, without a clear plan of action, all of it would be in vain. In response, Aaron states that Vincent may be being too harsh. Vincent replies that if Aaron were an ordinary person, he would simply flatter him to gain favor. However, Vincent intends to be serious with Aaron. With a smile, Vincent states that he wants to drink even more of Pendragon's delicious beer. Hearing this, Aaron smiles and replies that he is eager to hear Vincent's thoughts. Vincent then tells Aaron that he already has a solution for the immigrants' poverty, as well as a plan to increase the influx of people into the territory. This solution, he says, is contained in what Aaron just mentioned. The scene shifts outside, where Isla is seen riding atop griffins, transporting wood for the ongoing construction. As they land, orcs and centaurs take over, carrying the wood to the designated sites where it is needed. The workers begin their tasks, hammering and assembling the materials to bring the vision to life. The villagers, watching in astonishment, can hardly believe that their once shabby York village is being transformed into a flourishing city. The scene then shifts to Aaron and Vincent, where Aaron repeats Vincent's cryptic statement that the answer lies in what Aaron had said earlier. Vincent informs Aaron that Pendragon is planning a large-scale construction operation. Aaron appears surprised upon hearing this revelation. Vincent further explains that Pendragon intends to provide jobs to impoverished immigrants. Instead of distributing land to each individual, it would be more efficient to entrust them with the construction effort. Since it is a massive undertaking, thousands of workers will be required, making it logical to gather everyone in one place. Hearing this, Aaron becomes excited and points out that if Pendragon follows this plan, the number of soldiers required to protect the workers will also decrease significantly. Vincent continues, explaining that due to the large-scale nature of the project, people will attract more people, ultimately leading to the formation of a city of freedom. A city open to everyone regardless of citizenship, race, or species. If executed properly, the population will grow exponentially. The scene transitions to the York City Conference Hall, where Aaron, Luna, and Vincent are engaged in discussions with individuals who wish to migrate to York City. One of the attendees mentions that his homeland has a nearby forest with an abundance of high-quality wood. He requests that Aaron prioritize him for the city's expansion efforts. Observing this, Aaron reflects on Vincent's words, how people naturally call for more people. The scene shifts back to Vincent, who explains to Aaron that as the population increases, the demand for new businesses will also rise. This, he emphasizes, will be a crucial factor moving forward. With merchants gathering in York City, Aaron will have the opportunity to forge contracts with them. Returning to the present, Aaron addresses the assembled merchants, expressing his deep appreciation for their efforts in coming to York City. He then declares that York City is a free city where discrimination based on race, species, or nationality does not exist. However, he states that if merchants wish to conduct business in York, they must adhere to one fundamental rule. At this moment, Luna presents the Pendragon coins to the gathered merchants. Aaron announces that these coins will serve as the official currency within the city. A wave of shock spreads among the merchants. The scene then transitions to a private discussion between Aaron and Vincent, where Aaron is visibly astonished when Vincent proposes the creation of a new independent currency. Vincent acknowledges that the Empire will not welcome this move. However, he argues that if Pendragon acts now, it is entirely feasible. Vincent elaborates, stating that due to Aaron's involvement in the battle at Luz, he has earned the gratitude of Imperial Prince Ian. Additionally, Aaron successfully apprehended the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on the first prince in Sisek, none other than the Sea Dragon King. Given the impending conflict with the Arangis household, Pendragon's strength is indispensable to the Empire. Aaron, momentarily speechless, absorbs this information. Vincent further explains that given these circumstances, the Empire has no choice but to comply with Pendragon's decisions. If Pendragon ensures that this currency is exchangeable with the Empire's currency, its influence will grow even further. To achieve his ambitions within the Empire, Aaron will need greater strength. Aaron acknowledges the validity of Vincent's argument but raises a concern. No matter how many mines exist within the territory, they will not be sufficient to mint all the necessary gold coins. Hearing this, Vincent bursts into laughter. He reassures Aaron that there is no need to worry about that. The scene shifts outside, where merchants are examining the Pendragon coins, wondering if it is truly safe to use them. Some note that these coins contain only about 70% of the gold found in the Empire's currency and are also considerably smaller. They speculate that once construction is completed, such a low-quality currency will inevitably disappear. At that moment, an elderly man steps forward, confidently stating that the currency that will disappear is, in fact, the Empire's, not Pendragon's. The merchants are taken aback upon recognizing the man, Toast Giovanni, the president of the Empire's fourth-largest merchant group. Toast Giovanni explains that because Pendragon's currency is smaller and easier to carry, its practicality outweighs its gold content. Despite containing less gold than the Empire's coins, the two currencies hold the same nominal value. This means that while they are worth the same amount, one is significantly more convenient to use. He then poses a question to the merchants. Given the choice, which currency would they keep and which would they spend? The merchants are left in stunned silence. The scene shifts back to Vincent, who remarks on an old saying in the business world. A rabbit that moves in the market is better than an elephant that sleeps in a vault. He explains that the value of currency is determined by its circulation. If Pendragon successfully positions the Empire's currency as an asset rather than an everyday medium of exchange, it will eventually become akin to gold nuggets, valuable but stagnant. Meanwhile, Pendragon coins will dominate the market, driving economic activity. Luna then interjects, summarizing Vincent's point. So essentially, the lower quality currency will drive out the higher quality one. Vincent nods in agreement, adding that the same concept could theoretically apply even with paper currency. Intrigued, Aaron questions whether this is truly possible. Vincent admits that it remains a hypothesis but suggests that in the distant future, long after they are gone, people may find actual proof of this principle. Hearing this, Aaron feels a surge of excitement and motivation. Despite his prior knowledge of the future, he is impressed by Vincent's foresight. He marvels at how Vincent is able to predict events so far ahead. Acknowledging that Vincent is indeed a formidable strategist, the scene shifts outside, where Toast Giovanni stands silently, staring at a Pendragon coin in his hand. He contemplates the mastermind behind the creation of this currency. Whoever devised this plan must be an exceptionally capable individual. Smiling to himself, Toast muses that Aaron Pendragon has managed to tame the elusive and cunning Vincent Ron. With a glint of anticipation in his eyes, Toast predicts that within just half a year, York City will transform into something truly remarkable, a beacon of freedom, prosperity, and unprecedented economic growth. Just as the gray dusk settled, Vincent Ron's plan unfolded, and immigrants rapidly flooded York. Luna took charge of handling the incoming merchants. The scene shifts to the palace, where Luna presents reports to Vincent and Aaron about the new businesses that arrived in York that day. After reviewing the reports, Aaron remarks that everything is proceeding as expected. Vincent agrees, but further points out that Luna has an exceptional ability to discern merchants' business visions and true intentions. He praises her talent in this area, making Luna happy. Vincent then adds that with the exponential increase in businesses coming to York, he and Aaron alone would not have been able to manage everything without Luna's assistance. Luna expresses her gratitude for the acknowledgement. As she leaves the room, Vincent tells Aaron that Luna is truly an exceptional girl. Aaron smiles and agrees. The scene shifts to the construction site, where workers collaborate on various tasks. Crudel hurls a wooden log toward the workers, and Aaron, who is also working among them, barely manages to catch it. Annoyed, he scolds Crudel, warning that throwing so recklessly could cause injury. Crudel shrugs and explains that for orcs, such a throw is considered light. Nearby, Isla watches in surprise, noting Aaron's active involvement in the construction. Meanwhile, Luna and Vincent sit on a bench observing the progress. Luna questions why Aaron is so personally engaged in the construction. Vincent explains that it is part of an image strategy. By sweating alongside the workers, Aaron earns their trust and respect, presenting himself as one of them. Luna does not entirely grasp the concept. Vincent elaborates that while he suggested the strategy, Aaron seems remarkably familiar with manual labor. The scene then shifts to Aaron, who reflects on his past life. In his previous existence, he frequently helped around the Vault household, and his mother always brought food for everyone. At that moment, Lindsay arrives with food and announces that it is lunchtime. The workers take a break to enjoy the meal. When Aaron tastes the food, he finds it exceptionally delicious. Lindsay smiles and explains that she was once a commoner and is accustomed to preparing such meals. Aaron notices small bruises on Lindsay's hands, reminding him of his mother. The thought makes him smile, causing Lindsay to blush. Observing from the sidelines, Luna appears saddened. Vincent, noticing Luna's reaction, also watches her carefully. The scene then shifts to Sol, who hovers in the air, watching over York City. Sol remarks that Pendragon's territory is undergoing significant change. The land had remained unchanged for a long time since Sol first arrived, but everything shifted after the pact with Ray. Sol wonders what Alex Pendragon would think of these developments. Finally, the scene moves to a cliff, where a man stands beside his horse, gazing at the land before him. The brown-haired man expresses his satisfaction at finally reaching his desired destination, Pendragon territory. His name is Leon John Bolt, and he aspires to become a proud and honorable knight of Pendragon. The scene shifts outside, where the Pendragon family members are distributing food among the immigrant workers. With a warm smile, Irene addresses the gathered crowd, assuring them that Pendragon is offering construction jobs to immigrants, so they need not worry about work. Hearing this, a few immigrants whisper among themselves, praising Irene's kindness. Observing this, Vincent notes that, as he had thought, Lady Irene is well suited for this task, and she is handling it exceptionally well. As Irene continues distributing food, she notices a lone figure sitting apart from the crowd. She approaches the individual and offers him food, only to realize that it is Leon, looking visibly troubled. Seeing his worried expression, Irene reassures him, repeating that Pendragon will provide jobs. However, she then notices the finely crafted sword at his side and his well-kept attire, leading her to wonder if he is truly an immigrant. At that moment, a monster suddenly appears, shocking both Irene and Leon. As the creature lunges at Irene, Leon instinctively steps in front of her, attempting to shield her from the attack. However, he fails to block the strike and is knocked to the ground. The monster then turns its attention to Irene, preparing to attack. Just as it strikes, Vincent intervenes, swiftly taking down the beast and saving Irene. He remarks that this area is more dangerous than expected, as there was no prior information indicating the presence of such creatures. Irene, shaken but grateful, quickly thanks Vincent before rushing to check on Leon. She asks if he is all right, but Leon, feeling ashamed, expresses his frustration over his inability to defeat the monster. Irene assures him that his actions were brave, and Vincent agrees, adding that thanks to Leon's intervention, he was able to arrive in time to help. However, Leon remains disheartened, stating that he came to Pendragon to become a knight. Both Irene and Vincent are puzzled by his determination. The scene then shifts to the palace, where Eren personally thanks Leon for saving his sister. He acknowledges that Leon had taken the test to join the White Dragon Order but failed. Leon confirms this, admitting that he couldn't become a knight. However, he considers it an honor to meet Eren, as he has always admired him. Leon continues, recalling how he had witnessed the pirate orc attack at Governor Segunda's banquet. He confesses that, unlike Eren, he ran away in fear, whereas Eren stood his ground, fought the pirates, and even defeated the orcs. Eren, the hero of Luz, inspired him, and Leon traveled all the way from the imperial capital to follow in his footsteps. Understanding Leon's perspective, Eren deduces that Leon must be a noble if he was present at the banquet. Leon confirms, revealing that he is the second son of Count John Bolt. Eren, unfamiliar with the name, expresses his surprise. Leon explains that the Bolt household holds an honorary county title, but is regarded as mere clowns within the imperial palace. Eren is taken aback, noting that Leon's family possesses national treasure-level talent. Smiling, Leon explains that his family has taken pride in their path for generations, but the nobles of the imperial court mock them, treating them as little more than a laughingstock. Unable to endure their scorn, Leon is determined to restore his household's honor by becoming a knight. Eren reflects on the heavy discrimination within the Empire, recognizing Leon as one of its many victims. Turning back to Leon, he expresses his interest in witnessing his abilities firsthand. Encouraged, Leon prepares himself and begins showcasing his acrobatic talents. Eren is impressed by Leon's exceptional agility and fluid movements. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Leon suddenly leaps high into the air, landing smoothly and gracefully, ending his performance. Both Irene and Vincent watch in awe. Eren then stands and speaks, acknowledging that Leon may not fit the mold of a traditional knight. However, he knows someone who can develop Leon's unique talent. His words surprise Leon, Irene, and Vincent. Eren reminisces about his previous life, the man who had taught him martial arts, the one who fought beside him on the battlefield, his trusted partner, Raksha Black Leopard, Argos. Eren tells Leon that his flexibility is beyond normal, his balance is exceptional, and his explosive power is remarkable. He declares that Leon has the potential to become a fighter. Overjoyed, Leon beams with happiness and admiration, finding Eren even more inspiring than before. The scene shifts to later that night, where Eren prepares for his journey to the Imperial Palace alongside Leon. Eren tells Vincent that during this trip, he hopes to find someone who can become Leon's master. Vincent inquires if it will be all right, as this journey is crucial for Pendragon. There are several objectives to achieve, such as securing the rewards for the punishment of Ruv Tylene, obtaining approval for the Pendragon coins, and escorting Ruv Tylene safely, an endeavor bound to be dangerous. Eren acknowledges this, but insists that they must also address another matter. He reveals that, according to Karta and the orcs, a portion of the zombies near the mausoleum, where Eren had previously fought, have come back to life. This suggests that the lich Eren thought he had defeated is still roaming somewhere. Hearing this, Vincent is shocked and realizes that it was likely a zombie that attacked Lady Irene the day before. Eren agrees, but he adds that even after making a pact with the White Dragon, the lich has retained its strength, leading him to suspect that someone is behind these events. Vincent is stunned at the thought that a creature could exist that rivals a dragon. The scene then shifts to Eren's room, where he lies on his bed before waking up to see Sol outside the window. As Sol enters, Eren notes that it has been a while since he last saw her and asks what happened. Sol explains that she was restoring her magic power in her lair, as staying outside the Pendragon territory in human form drains a significant amount of her magic. Eren is shocked to hear this and questions why she never mentioned it. Sol responds that she simply wanted to stay by his side. Seeing Eren's expression, she asks if he is upset. Eren reassures her that he is not and thanks her for taking care of him in Sisek. Sol dismisses the need for gratitude, reminding him that they are bound by a contract of their souls. She then reflects on the past, stating that it was partially her fault that Eren turned out the way he did in his previous life. Surprised, Eren asks if she truly has no idea about what caused it. Sol admits that she does not, as no magic capable of turning back time exists at her current level. Even if such a spell did exist, it would require an immense amount of mana and a special location to store that energy, such as a dragon vein. Additionally, the life of a dragon tribe leader would be necessary to make it possible. Hearing this, Eren recalls how the white dragon from his past life seemed as if she was not fighting seriously and willingly sacrificed herself, almost as if the previous Eren Pendragon had wished to return to the past. Sol then stands and announces her decision to return to the Lobten Prairie, where both she and Eren died in their previous lives. The next day, a carriage departs, and Luna watches it leave from her window, sadness evident on her face. Inside the carriage are Eren, Lindsay, Irene, and Leon. The scene then shifts to the Alice Territory Battle Festival, where the audience is shocked to witness the defeat of Count Louv's third son, also known as the Divine Eye, by an unknown fighter. The announcer declares the victor, Argos. Meanwhile, Irene and Lindsay admire the beauty of Alice Territory's Cosmos City. Eren, however, contemplates the city's rapid growth, believing that Alice's great territory and a city like this will soon rival the Empire. Irene remarks on the large crowd, and Leon explains that the festival is an annual event, making Cosmos City a hotspot for tourists. He also mentions that he has visited often to train his skills. Hearing this, Irene and Lindsay urge Leon to showcase his abilities. He picks up half a dozen apples and begins performing acrobatics, impressing both of them as well as a growing crowd. Without using his hands, Leon executes flawless tricks before leaping into the air and launching an apple across the marketplace. However, the apple accidentally strikes an adventurer, who glares at Leon in fury. Realizing his mistake, Leon quickly apologizes. Just then, Eren approaches and reprimands Leon, reminding him that food should not be wasted. Embarrassed, Leon apologizes once more before they continue exploring the city. Irene tries to cheer him up while Lindsay observes the many strong individuals around them. Eren explains that it is because today marks the annual battle festival. Hearing this, Leon remembers and excitedly asks if his future master will be participating. Eren confirms this but privately wonders whether Argos will actually listen to him, as he had heard stories about Argos in his previous life. The scene shifts to the palace of Count Louv, where the Count is furious. For generations, the Louv household has been known for producing remarkable warriors, and Eder, who has undergone rigorous training since birth and is renowned as the Divine Eye across multiple nations, has now suffered a humiliating defeat against an unarmed old man. Enraged, Count Louv demands to know if Eder feels any shame. Eder quickly apologizes. Frustrated, the Count declares that if that old man wins the festival, it will bring disgrace upon the Louv household and the Cosmos Knight unit. At that moment, Count Louv's eldest son, Morgan, steps forward. He confidently asserts that he is the strongest knight in history and will reclaim their honor. The scene then shifts back to the arena, where Argos has just defeated another opponent. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the ring, Morgan also emerges victorious. With both fighters advancing, they are now set to face each other in the finals. The scene shifts to Dawson Barony Palace, where a few knights enter Lord Dawson's chambers. One of the knights asks what Lord Dawson thinks about the fighter Argos and suggests hiring him as a guard for the Dawson household. The knights continue praising Argos, emphasizing his impressive skills. However, Lord Dawson interrupts, ordering them to stop. Despite this, one knight persists, speculating that Argos might even have the ability to defeat Morgan. Angered, Lord Dawson commands the knights to leave his room. As they exit, they wonder about their master's unusual behavior. Despite being a knight himself, Lord Dawson neither spectates tournaments nor engages in training. It is as if he has abandoned his noble duties, and the knights struggle to understand how he earned his title in the first place. Once alone, Lord Dawson appears devastated, staring endlessly at a picture of his daughter. The scene then shifts to an inn where Eren and his companions stand outside. Leon confirms that this is where his master is staying. In his past life, Eren respected Argos as a great teacher, so he believes that this must be Argos's inn. At that moment, Leon notices defeated knights lying on the ground and wonders what happened. One of the knights explains that they came to recruit Argos, but he refused to listen. After witnessing Argos's feats in the festival, Both knights and nobles sought to scout him, but all were defeated by Argos. Hearing this, Lindsay and Irene become anxious. Even Leon appears unsettled as he turns to Aaron, asking if everything will be all right. Aaron reassures him, stating that there must be circumstances behind Argos's actions. For now, Aaron instructs Leon to leave things to him. With that, Aaron approaches Argos's room and knocks on the door, requesting a conversation. Argos opens it and warns Aaron to leave unless he wants a black eye. Unfazed, Aaron remains standing. He then mentions that he knows about the incident involving Jor and Raja. At the mention of these names, Argos's expression darkens with fury. Without hesitation, he swings at Aaron. Barely managing to dodge, Aaron realizes just how fast Argos is. Wasting no time, Argos launches a kick, but as Aaron raises his arm to block, Argos skillfully manipulates his movement and strikes again with his left leg. Aaron evades the attack just in time. Smiling to himself, he marvels at the technique he once admired so much. He anticipates that Argos will now use his third move, Kickaxe. As expected, Argos executes the technique, but Aaron swiftly dodges and counters with a punch to Argos's face. Surprised that Aaron managed to land a strike, Argos quickly regains his composure. Aaron follows up with a kick, but Argos blocks it with his arm. However, Aaron mimics Argos's own technique to shift his opponent's arm aside before delivering another kick. Argos barely manages to evade it and quickly steps back. Shocked, he questions whether Aaron is copying his techniques and how he knows them. Aaron remains silent, offering only a knowing smile. Argos demands to know Aaron's true identity and how he knows about his daughters. He accuses Aaron of being an ally of the despicable Morgan Louv. However, Aaron calmly explains that he has come to change Argos's fate. He urges Argos to listen to him, stating that they must work together to take down Morgan Louv. The scene then shifts to a different location, where Morgan himself is seen standing over two unconscious women. Filled with arrogance, he remarks that women are naturally drawn to him, and thanks to his status as a noble, any rumors surrounding his actions are easily silenced. With the Count's authority covering up his crimes, he believes that the world is in his hands. Smirking, he declares that in 2 days, the old mercenary who dared to defy the Louv household will also be eliminated by his hand. Back in Argos's room, the conversation between him and Aaron continues. Argos scoffs at Aaron's claims, questioning why he should believe anything he says when they are complete strangers. Aaron responds that he has only come to save Argos. At this, Argos lets out a bitter laugh. "Save me? That's nice to hear," he says. "But will it bring my daughters back?" Anger flickers in his eyes as he speaks of the nobles who believe they are above the law. They commit the most heinous acts, yet the world does nothing to punish them. As his rage intensifies, his aura begins to exude an overwhelming force. Gritting his teeth, Argos declares that if the world refuses to enact justice, then he will. Aaron tells Argos that what he is saying is true, but if he continues to seek revenge in this way, then Argos won't be able to punish Morgan. Instead, he will be branded as a criminal and sent to the demon unit. If that happens, Argos will be forced to drink muddied water and crawl on countless battlefields, fighting in endless, meaningless wars. In the end, he will have nothing left to hope for but death. Hearing this, Argos remains silent. After a moment, he speaks, noting that from the way Aaron is talking, it sounds as if he has already seen the future. Argos then comments on Aaron's backhand counter earlier, pointing out that his timing and reaction speed were flawless. He asks again if Aaron knows his techniques and, once more, demands to know Aaron's identity. Aaron replies that he cannot reveal that information, but assures Argos that he is not lying. He emphasizes that this is his greatest sincerity towards Argos and asks him to trust him. Argos falls silent, deep in thought. After a moment, he tells Aaron to speak and explain what he means. The scene shifts to the next day at the arena, where the crowd is cheering as Argos and Morgan face each other. The announcer declares that Alice's strongest knight, Morgan Louv, will be fighting the tournament's dark horse, Argos, an unknown contender with a clean record. The Knights of Lord Dawson are surprised at the intensity of the crowd's cheers, and even their master, Lord Dawson himself, has come to watch. In the audience, Aaron and his companions observe the match. Seeing Argos, Leon asks if this is the same Argos they know, as he appears unusually calm. Lindsay then asks Aaron if he was able to speak with Argos properly. Aaron nods and adds that he has also laid some groundwork. The trio is confused, but Aaron simply tells Leon to pay close attention to the match. Meanwhile, Count Louv is seated in the arena, watching the match. He notes that the audience is cheering for Argos, unaware that Eder and Morgan's skills are on a completely different level. He confidently states that Morgan will soon demonstrate the vast difference between nobles and peasants. Back in the arena, Morgan confronts Argos, remarking that Argos had defeated his younger brother quite brutally the previous day. Argos remains silent. Morgan then releases his aura and declares that Argos will die today. His aura begins to spread around him, shocking Leon, Lindsay, and Irene. Aaron thinks to himself that aura is something possessed only by a select few. Brimming with confidence, Morgan proclaims that the festival will end with Argos' demise, and that Argos should not blame him, as it is simply the law. Finally, Argos speaks, stating that he is glad to hear those words, because it is Morgan who will die today. Argos adds that he will take Morgan down with peace of mind. Enraged, Morgan charges at Argos with his sword. However, Argos effortlessly dodges the attack and counters with an aura-infused punch to Morgan's ribs. The audience, unable to grasp what just happened, watches in confusion as both fighters suddenly stop moving. Meanwhile, Aaron, understanding the situation, smiles to himself. In the arena, Argos tells Morgan to keep his promise. A moment later, Morgan collapses to the ground, having been defeated by a single strike from Argos. The audience is left in complete shock and disbelief at what they have just witnessed. Then the announcer declares that the eldest son of the Louv household has been defeated and killed in combat. Shocked, Leon, Irene, and Lindsay struggle to comprehend what just happened, as Argos seemingly struck Morgan's armor. Aaron explains that it was a penetrating strike, affecting Morgan's internal organs. Argos' attack flowed through his palms like waves, bypassing Morgan's armor and devastating his internal structure. Leon, astonished, questions if such a technique is truly possible. Aaron responds that it is a skill passed down to the holy fighters of the Tarami's temple, a sacred form of combat. Hearing this, Leon finds it incredibly impressive and thrilling. Aaron reflects to himself that the technique Argos just used is something even he cannot replicate. As expected, Argos is indeed the strongest fighter. Enraged, Count Louv refuses to accept this outcome and commands his knights to capture Argos immediately. If they fail, he threatens to handle it himself. The Count's forces surround Argos, demanding how he dares to do this to Morgan. Argos calmly responds that the festival dictates that a fight only ends with the opponent's death, as per the law, something Morgan himself had proclaimed earlier. Now, Count Louv is refusing to abide by his own rules. Argos sneers, stating that nobles are nothing more than spoiled children after all. Furious, Count Louv dismisses Argos' words as nonsense, declaring that in his territory, he alone is the law. At that moment, Aaron steps into the arena. Argos is surprised to see him there. Count Louv questions whether Aaron has come to protest and warns that anyone who sides with a criminal will be treated as one. He challenges Aaron, asking if he truly wishes to make himself an enemy. Aaron, undeterred, states that if that logic holds, then Count Louv himself is also a criminal. Shocked, Count Louv demands an explanation. Aaron accuses him of ignoring his son's wicked deeds, bending his own laws, and punishing those who have acted righteously. He declares that such a man is unfit to govern this territory. Furious, Count Louv scoffs at Aaron's accusations, demanding to know what nonsense he is spouting. At that moment, Aaron releases his white dragon aura. A wave of fear spreads through the audience, and Count Louv is left speechless at the overwhelming presence before him. The spectators gasp in astonishment, unable to believe what they are witnessing. Aaron then reveals his true identity. He is the contractor of the White Dragon, Aaron Pendragon. The crowd erupts in disbelief. They struggle to comprehend that Aaron Pendragon, one of the 5 great dukes of the Empire, is standing before them. Even Argos is stunned. Meanwhile, Count Louv dismisses Aaron's status, stating that he is merely borrowing the dragon's power to intimidate him. Infuriated, he challenges Aaron to bring his entire army, vowing that Alice remains one of the most formidable forces in the Empire. Frustrated, Aaron reiterates that Count Louv has misunderstood. He is the criminal here. He then withdraws his dragon aura and turns to the audience, commanding them to listen carefully. Aaron reveals that the reason Argos went to such extreme lengths was because Morgan Louv had victimized countless women. He brands Morgan as the worst kind of criminal. The audience gasps in horror at this revelation. Aaron continues, stating that Argos's daughters were among Morgan's victims. Outraged, Count Louv attempts to silence Aaron, demanding proof of these claims. In response, Aaron calls out to Ryan Dawson, Knight of the Varid territory and a subordinate of Alice territory. He asks if Ryan Dawson is present. At that moment, Count Dawson rises from his seat in the audience. Aaron then announces that the evidence of Morgan's crimes lies in Count Dawson's hands. As Aaron sees Count Dawson standing, he states that in the summer 2 years ago, Count Dawson's daughter was killed by Morgan Louv. As compensation for keeping quiet, Count Dawson was granted the Varid territory. Aaron then inquires if this is true. Shocked and stunned, Count Louv is unable to comprehend how Aaron knows about this. At that moment, Count Dawson, in tears, confirms the truth. He reveals that he found a golden button near the site where his daughter was killed. The button bore the emblem of the Louv household. The audience is left in stunned silence. Count Dawson further explains that he was determined to confront the Count at the castle, but when he arrived, he was captured by Morgan Louv. Morgan gave him 2 choices. Either he could report to Morgan's father and face immediate execution, or he could remain silent and receive a title in return. Crying, Count Dawson confesses that he made a terrible choice as a father, and he then presents the evidence. Upon hearing this, an audience member exclaims that it must be true, recalling how Dawson suddenly became a baron 2 years ago. Another spectator examines the button and confirms that it indeed bears the Louv household's emblem. The crowd rushes forward to see the button for themselves. Lindsay turns to Aaron and asks if this is what he meant by laying the groundwork. Meanwhile, Count Louv, having lost all hope, struggles to comprehend how things have unraveled so quickly. Excited, Argos finds the situation surprising and asks Aaron how he knew about this. Aaron reflects to himself that it is because, in his past life, when Argos was captured, Knight Dawson had visited him to express his gratitude for what he had done. In that moment, Argos had shared this information with Aaron. Aaron then approaches Count Louv and declares that everything is settled. Frustrated, Count Louv refuses to accept this outcome and insists that he cannot forgive Argos. He argues that Argos has committed countless crimes, including treason against the Empire, and that he has taken the life of a noble. He insists that the value of a commoner and a noble are fundamentally different. Enraged, Count Louv releases his aura and lunges at Aaron. However, Aaron swiftly dodges the attack and remarks that he now has no choice but to fight against the Empire. He asserts that there is no place in this world for rulers who do not respect their people, including Count Louv. With that, Aaron unleashes his white dragon aura and, with a single strike, takes down Count Louv. As Count Louv sits defeated on the ground, Aaron walks past him, stating that his life is worthless. At that moment, Argos approaches Aaron and compliments him on his speech. Aaron turns to Argos and tells him that he is the kind of person the world truly needs. Hearing this, Argos admits that he does not know if Aaron is truly a noble or not. However, since Aaron has become his benefactor, he has no choice but to listen to him. Aaron can't help but smile. Argos then pats Aaron on the back. At that moment, Irene, Lindsay, and Leon enter the arena. Seeing Aaron and Argos together, Irene remarks that both of them seem to be in a good mood. Lindsay agrees, noting that it feels as though they have been old and reliable comrades for a long time. Leon, meanwhile, finds the entire situation incredibly cool. Then, Argos points to Leon and asks Aaron if this young man is going to be his disciple. The scene shifts outside, where Argos is driving the carriage while Leon runs beside it. Argos glances at Leon, noticing his exhaustion. At that moment, Argos advises Leon not to lose his breath, warning that exhausting his strength too soon in a real fight could mean death. He further explains that proper breathing is the foundation of the art of fighting. Enthusiastically, Leon responds with a determined yes. However, Argos corrects him, saying the proper response is yes, sir. Leon immediately shouts, yes, sir. Inside the carriage, Irene remarks that Argos's training methods are excessively harsh. Lindsay, concerned, wonders if Leon will be all right. Aaron reassures them, stating that Argos's skills as a teacher are unparalleled and that Leon has the talent to match him. Back outside, Leon's feet slip, causing him to fall to the ground. Argos sternly tells him that losing focus on a battlefield also means death. He further informs Leon that upon reaching the imperial capital, he will be sparring against real opponents. Until then, Leon must ingrain the fundamentals into his body. According to Lord Aaron's instructions, Argos has 3 months to train Leon to his limits. Crying, Leon shouts, "Yes, sir." Aaron, observing from the carriage, thinks to himself that this training is too harsh. The scene then shifts to Pendragon territory, where Luna is shocked to learn that Aaron was involved in the demise of Count Louv's legitimate son, Morgan Louv. Vincent confirms this and adds that Aaron also vouched for and protected the one responsible for Morgan's death. Initially surprised, Vincent explains that, after learning more, he discovered that Morgan had abused his authority and killed young women. Morgan Louv was a true villain, and the perpetrator was a family member of one of his victims. In this case, justice was on their side. Despite this, Luna remains worried. Vincent, however, points out that Aaron's actions have provided an opportunity for forces hostile to the Pendragons to act. He then contemplates to himself that his instincts were correct. Protecting Aaron from the rabble of the world and strengthening him to become the one true king is his duty. It is Vincent's mission to save the people of the Empire and fulfill his long-cherished ambition. The scene shifts to the training grounds, where Pendragon's new soldiers train with griffins under Isla's supervision. Vincent arrives and commends Isla for doing a splendid job. He states that griffin riders represent the future, and with training progressing as it is, only the best knights will be able to match them. The fact that so many griffins are being trained at once indicates that they are receiving proper instruction. Vincent praises Isla, calling him an exceptional leader, but Isla, as usual, remains silent. Vincent then inquires if Isla can accomplish that task. Isla simply responds, "No problem." Hearing this, Vincent smiles, acknowledging that Isla is truly dependable. He informs him that he will be in charge of the transportation strategy, as his strength is indispensable for its success. However, Isla remains silent, making Vincent wonder whether he still holds a grudge from the time they crossed swords, or if he is simply reserved. As Vincent continues to observe him, Isla remains quiet, gently petting a griffin beside him. Breaking the silence, Isla suddenly asks Vincent if he knows where Sol has gone. Vincent explains that, like Lord Aaron, Sol leaves the duchy whenever important matters arise that require her attention. The scene shifts to Sol, who is soaring in her dragon form. She finally reaches the place Aaron instructed her to find. Upon landing and transforming into her human form, she looks around and remarks that it matches the description given by Ray from his memories. The Lobstein Prairie is brimming with dormant mana, a dragon vein. If Sol establishes her new lair here, she could harness immense power. At that moment, a black dragon appears before her. Sol is shocked to recognize him as Amelhalt. As Amelhalt descends and shifts into his human form, he inquires why the Queen of Dragons has come to this place. Sol inquired whether Amuhalt was the owner of the dragon vein. Amuhalt responded that he was not its owner. He had merely stumbled upon it a few years ago by chance and had chosen not to inform Sol. When Sol pressed for a reason, Amuhalt explained that after the pact with the Pendragons was broken, Sol had been severely injured, and Amuhalt had not wished to burden the queen with what he deemed useless information. Sol appeared skeptical upon hearing this. Noticing the doubt, Amuhalt questioned why Sol had come to this place. Sol remained silent. Amuhalt then elaborated that since he had discovered this site, there had been only 2 instances when the mana here had surged uncontrollably. The first had occurred in the spring, and the second was when the queen fulfilled the oath with the Pendragons. He further revealed that Aaron Pendragon not only possessed the aura of a dragon, but also harbored the aura of the demon god within his body. Hearing this, Sol speculated that the surge in mana during the spring might have been linked to Ray's reincarnation as Aaron Pendragon. Amuhalt expressed disbelief, stating that it was unheard of for someone who had failed the oath once to be able to attempt and succeed at it again. Furthermore, he noted that the mana had once again become turbulent when the queen appeared here without his knowledge. Amuhalt then insinuated that Sol might have some knowledge about this occurrence. Sol, however, declined to provide an answer, stating that she could not do so at this time. Amuhalt observed Sol for a moment before taking flight. As he ascended, he warned Sol that the power of the demon god was capable of shattering the boundary between life and death, a force so immense that it could fundamentally alter the foundation of the world. He emphasized that it was the duty of dragons to carefully observe Pendragon's movements. Sol acknowledged this, but, with a serious expression, reminded Amuhalt that Eren was someone she had chosen as her sole contractor, and that the Black Sage, Amuhalt, should not forget that. As Amuhalt departed, Sol found herself unable to shake her growing concern for Eren. The scene then shifted to Eren's carriage, where villagers were astonished to see a person keeping pace with the horses. It was Leon. As Leon reached out to pet one of the horses, Argos suddenly hurled 3 nuts at him. However, Leon swiftly dodged them with ease. Smiling, he turned to Argos and remarked that such tricks would no longer work on him. Witnessing this, Irene was impressed by Leon's agility and skill. Meanwhile, Eren noticed that the number of people around them was steadily increasing, a clear sign that they were approaching the capital. Leon excitedly shouted, announcing that he could see the gate leading to the Imperial Castle, the Wall of Glory. Eren, Lindsay, and Irene were captivated by the sight of the grand Imperial City. In his mind, Eren reflected on the towering castle walls that stretched for 5 miles in front of the Great River, though in reality, they extended for 10 miles. He noted the gate connecting to the lower city and observed the countless people moving in and out of the area. Even though this was only the outer castle wall, he speculated that the population here alone could rival that of the entire Pendragon territory. As always, Argos remained indifferent, stating that he disliked crowded places. Leon reassured his master not to worry, pointing out that the gate they were about to pass through was the first gate. Irene, however, was surprised to find the entrance so empty. As the carriage approached, a guard halted them for inspection. The guard loudly proclaimed that the first gate was exclusively reserved for nobles ranked count or higher, as it was a royal road. He instructed them to proceed through another gate instead. Not wishing to engage in unnecessary conversation, Argos simply called for Eren to handle the situation. As Eren stepped out of the carriage, the soldiers were momentarily stunned into silence. Before they could react, a loud noise erupted from the other side of the gate. Shocked, Eren and Argos instinctively covered their ears, barely able to comprehend the sheer volume of the sound. Inside the carriage, Leon explained that trumpets were sounded whenever a direct descendant of the royal family or a duke of the empire entered. At that moment, the first gate swung open, revealing a grand carriage emerging from within. From the carriage stepped Prince Ian. With a smirk, he greeted Eren, commenting that the White Dragon Duke remained as energetic as ever. Eren retorted that Prince Ian was as boisterous as always. Following Ian, Princess Ingrid emerged, blushing as she greeted Eren. She noted that this was their first meeting within the Imperial Castle. Eren remained silent, offering no response. Soon after, Irene and Lindsay exited the carriage to greet Ian and Ingrid. Irene, in particular, expressed her honor at meeting them. Upon seeing Irene, Ian's face lit up with excitement. He eagerly approached her and, in an overly familiar manner, remarked that she had grown even more beautiful since the last time he had seen her. Meanwhile, Ingrid, standing beside Eren, found herself feeling self-conscious. As for Eren, he could only think about how chaotic this city was turning out to be. Observing the scene, Argos dryly noted that they were being ignored. Leon agreed. The scene then transitioned to the interior of the palace, where Eren and Irene sat together with Ian and Ingrid. Prince Ian addressed Eren, noting that he had recently become the talk of the moment. In response, Eren observed that Ian looked quite exhausted. Irritated, Ian shot back that it was Eren's fault. Wherever Eren went, he seemed to cause nothing but trouble. Eren caused trouble in Sissik and Alice, prompting Ian to remark that Eren had no idea how worried Ian's lovely sister, Ingrid, had been. Hearing this, Ingrid couldn't help but blush. Eren responded that, as a duke, he had simply done what was necessary. This surprised both Ian and Ingrid. Princess Ingrid then mentioned the culprit Eren had apprehended in Sissik. Eren confirmed that it was Love Tyrene and stated that one of his subordinates would bring Love Tyrene later. Hearing this, Prince Ian inquired about the possibility of Love Tyrene being attacked on the way. Eren reassured Ian, stating that his subordinates were more than capable of handling any threats. Ian pointed out that Eren currently had many enemies, including the Count Luv Alliance and Governor Segunda, whose influence extended throughout the Empire. However, Ian revealed that for the upcoming award-granting ceremony, the Lindigor and Oranges households, 2 of the Empire's 5 great dukes, would be attending. Eren was shocked to hear this. Ian further mentioned that the Bear Duke and the Sea Dragon King, who almost never visited the Imperial capital, would also be present. Ian wondered what could be drawing them to the event. Eren then asked Ian for a favor. He wanted Ian to gather the strongest knights of the Empire. The scene then shifted to Argos and Leon. Leon was ecstatic as he had just managed to crack a nut using only one hand. Seeing this, Lindsay was pleased. Argos then called Leon closer and instructed him to break 3 nuts at once. Leon, confused, responded, "Yes, sir." Argos gave him 10 days to accomplish this task. Leon immediately replied, "Yes." Seeing this, Lindsay wondered to herself whether that was supposed to be a question. Argos then demonstrated his own strength by effortlessly crushing 5 nuts with a single grip. He told Leon that a fighter without grip strength was like a knight who couldn't ride a horse. Leon was shocked by the display of strength and responded with a somewhat disheartened, "Yes, sir." Observing this, Lindsay thought to herself that it seemed as though Leon had already given up. At that moment, Ian and Eren entered the corridor. Ian inquired about the 2 men, to which Eren replied that they were Argos and Leon, fighters who had joined the Pendragons. Upon hearing Argos' name, Ian realized that he was the man who had defeated Alice's strongest knight. Ian also vaguely recalled the other man, Leon, the jester of the Imperial Palace from the Johann Bolt household. Eren clarified that Leon was no longer a jester. He had now become a warrior of the Pendragon house. Though still an apprentice, Eren believed Leon would become a powerful ally in the battles to come. Hearing this, Ian remarked that such high praise from Eren was noteworthy. Eren smirked at Ian's comment. Eren then called for Leon and Argos, informing them that they had received permission to visit the training grounds of the Golden Lion Knight Order, the elite force that would serve as the Empire's sword and shield. The scene then shifted to the training grounds, where soldiers were engaged in rigorous training with wooden swords. Observing this, Argos smirked and remarked that the Imperial Palace indeed had an interesting place. He then told Leon that he would allow him to face some of these knights. Leon confidently replied, "Understood." Count Granite then stepped forward to greet Prince Ian and inquired about the others accompanying him. Ian introduced Eren as the current lord of the Pendragon barony and explained that the others were Eren's subordinates. Ian further stated that Eren had asked if his subordinates could train with the Golden Lion Knights, so Ian had invited them here. Count Granite acknowledged this and assured them that he would treat them with due respect. As the training continued, Eren carefully observed the soldiers and noted that they were trained in sharpshooting, cavalry, and even griffin riding. It was evident that the Imperial soldiers were receiving the highest level of training. Ian then asked Eren for his thoughts on the pride of the Empire, the fighting strength of the Golden Lion Knights. Count Granite added that every knight here came from a noble or knight household, and, through diligent training, had become an elite warrior. Ian commented that knights of this caliber were common here. The scene then shifted to Leon, who asked Argos why he was not looking around with Lord Eren. Argos replied that this area was better for finding a suitable opponent. He then told Leon that he could take a break from cracking nuts for now. At that moment, a knight fell near Leon, but Leon quickly moved aside. A knight then approached them, apologizing to Argos and Leon. He explained that whenever he trained newcomers, his hand tended to slip a little. Upon seeing Leon, the knight took a closer look and found him familiar. Recognizing him, the knight realized that Leon was the eldest son of the Johann Bolt household. He recalled seeing Leon's techniques in the Imperial Castle once, where Leon had rolled himself into a ball and tumbled across the stage. Laughing, the knight remarked that Leon's performance had been a masterpiece. Leon was embarrassed by the comment. The knight then questioned why the former jester had decided to change careers, pointing out that Leon did not appear to carry a sword or spear. Mockingly, he suggested that perhaps Leon's trump card was a throwing knife. At that moment, Argos casually tossed a nut toward the knight, who instinctively caught it. Argos then explained that he and Leon were fighters who trained their fists to the limit using nuts. He stated that with a single hit, he could crack a skull. To demonstrate, Argos crushed the nuts in his hand with ease. He then asserted that this was why he and Leon did not need useless and cumbersome weapons. As Argos could fight anywhere and anytime to determine whose fighting style was superior, the knight grew enraged upon hearing this. In an attempt to prove his strength, he tried to break the nut that Argos had thrown, but despite his best efforts, he failed. Meanwhile, at Argos' command, Leon was able to break the nut with ease, shocking everyone. Argos then told the knight that 1 month was enough for Leon to surpass him, if Argos was the one training him. Infuriated, the knight reached for his sword, but in an instant, Argos closed the distance between them and firmly told the knight to stop making a fuss. The knight was stunned by Argos' speed, while Leon was completely in awe of his mentor's skill. At that moment, Count Granite stepped forward and inquired about the commotion. The knight, visibly shaken, claimed that it was Argos and Leon who had been slandering the Golden Lion Order. Argos, unfazed, retorted that the knight himself was an embarrassment and a disgrace to the order. Enraged, the knight prepared to fight Argos, but Count Granite intervened, stating that the situation would go no further. At that moment, Ian stepped forward and suggested a way to settle the dispute. Since neither side was willing to back down, why not have their commanders duel to determine who was right? Everyone was surprised by Ian's suggestion. Count Granite wondered what Prince Ian was planning, while Aaron smirked, realizing that Ian had orchestrated this from the very beginning. Seeing this unfold, Argos remarked that it seemed they were not the only ones eager for a challenge. With that, Count Granite and Aaron faced each other. A knight then formally announced that, in the presence of Prince Ian, a sparring match between Count Granite, the captain of the Golden Lion Order, and Aaron Pendragon, the representative of the Pendragon Duchy, would now commence. As they stood face to face, Count Granite told Aaron that once the sword was drawn, it no longer mattered whether one was a peasant or a monarch. It was simply a matter of life or death. He declared that he would ensure Aaron never forgot that lesson. Raising his sword, Count Granite unleashed his aura. Observing this, Leon commented that Count Granite was even stronger than Morgan. Argos, pleased with Leon's growing insight, acknowledged his observation. Leon expressed gratitude for Argos' training, which had sharpened his awareness. Meanwhile, Ian analyzed the situation, realizing that Count Granite was 5 times stronger than himself. Not only was he more skilled, but his battle experience far surpassed Ian's own. This brought back a memory of Princess Ingrid questioning Ian about why Aaron had changed so much from his past self. At the time, Ian had remained silent. Now, watching the duel unfold, Ian wondered what Aaron would do next. Aaron, smiling, pointed his sword at Count Granite and declared that he would fight seriously. With that, he released his blue dragon aura. Count Granite wasted no time and lunged forward to strike, but Aaron swiftly dodged. Realizing that his opponent was incredibly quick, Aaron remained focused. Count Granite continued his relentless assault, striking multiple times, but each time, Aaron managed to evade. Leon was shocked to see Lord Aaron being pushed back. Argos, however, calmly remarked that Count Granite wasn't just quick, he was truly fast. Ian, deep in thought, observed that Aaron was making no unnecessary movements or preparatory actions. It was pure swordsmanship. To an outsider, Count Granite's technique might seem like nothing more than a quick thrust, but in reality, he had taken imperial swordsmanship to its absolute peak. Count Granite struck again, but once more, Aaron dodged. Seeing an opening, Aaron moved to counter, but Count Granite immediately closed the gap between them, preventing Aaron from landing a blow. Argos was surprised by this, realizing that Count Granite was skilled enough to neutralize his opponent's counterattacks by closing the distance. Count Granite then swung his sword again, but Aaron leaped into the air, dodging the strike. In midair, Aaron delivered a kick to Count Granite's face, causing him to lose his balance. Without wasting a second, Aaron used his momentum to bring his sword down upon his opponent, landing a direct hit. Count Granite was momentarily stunned, unable to believe what had just happened. But regaining his composure, he charged at Aaron once more. Their swords clashed, locking them in place. The soldiers watching the duel were astonished by the display of skill, and even Ian found himself deeply impressed. Meanwhile, Argos thought to himself that, as expected, Aaron's technique bore a strong resemblance to the Tarami's technique. Returning to the duel, Count Granite acknowledged that Aaron's swordsmanship was unique, but insisted that such petty tricks were not enough to triumph over the Empire's supreme techniques. With that, he released his full aura, putting immense pressure on Aaron. Aaron was momentarily pushed back, but then, at the last second, he sidestepped, allowing Count Granite's momentum to carry him forward blindly. Everyone watching was left in shock. Count Granite barely managed to stop himself in time, struggling to comprehend what had just occurred. Meanwhile, on the other side, Aaron couldn't help but smile. Sensing the shift in the battle, Argos remarked that from this moment on, things were going to be different. Then, Aaron, too, began to unleash his blue dragon aura once again, signaling that the true battle had only just begun. Both Count Granite and Aaron charged forward toward each other, their auras blazing around them. Their swords clashed in the middle once again. This time, Aaron swiftly stepped away, causing Count Granite to move forward blindly, leaving an opening. Wasting no time, Aaron delivered a powerful elbow strike, sending Count Granite to the ground. The Empire's knights were stunned by this display. Count Granite quickly got back on his feet, his anger evident as he released his aura aggressively. Both Argos and Leon were shocked to see that Count Granite's aura had grown even stronger than before. With renewed force, Count Granite charged at Aaron, but Aaron skillfully blocked his strikes. The knights watching the duel began cheering for Count Granite, and even Ian was left speechless. At that moment, Count Granite noticed something strange. There was no feeling of impact when striking Aaron. Ian, watching closely, realized that this sensation was similar to what he had experienced back in Luz. Argos, intrigued, explained that it was a special technique from the south used to channel strength. He was surprised to see it being applied in such a manner. Meanwhile, Aaron thought to himself that, in the short time he had spent with Isla, he had learned a variety of new tricks. As both fighters stood facing each other, their auras blazing, Count Granite seemed to be growing tired. Ian, observing the duel, thought to himself that Aaron had not only become stronger, but something else about him had also changed. He wondered what it was. Then, as Aaron glanced at Ian stepped forward and told Count Granite to stop. He acknowledged that both Aaron and Count Granite had displayed incredible skill, and he was satisfied with their performance. Aaron then extended his hand to Count Granite, admitting that he had underestimated him. Count Granite calmed himself and shook Aaron's hand. Seeing this, Argos turned to Leon and remarked that their master was truly something else. Leon, curious, asked what he meant. Argos explained that Aaron understood the rules of a duel well. Ian, watching this interaction, realized that Aaron had preserved Count Granite's pride by ending the duel with respect. Ian then told Aaron that it felt like he had changed even more. Aaron replied that a lot had happened. He then turned to Count Granite and expressed his admiration for the strength of the Golden Lion Knight Order. He requested permission for himself and his subordinates to continue training there, especially for Leon, as this environment would be ideal for his growth. Count Granite agreed and ordered his knights to train with Aaron and his subordinates as much as they wished. The knights responded in unison, "Yes, sir." Aaron thought to himself that with this opportunity, the Pendragon forces would grow even stronger in preparation for the battles that awaited them. The scene then shifted to the entrance of the Empire, where some of the most powerful High Lords were arriving for the title-granting ceremony. First, the delegation from Roxon County, one of the strongest territories, arrived. Then came the Sirad County, a powerful ally of the Pendragons. Following them was the governor of Luz, Count Segunda, representing the Empire's most prominent commercial city. Soldiers watching the arrivals remarked that this year's ceremony was drawing an unprecedented number of influential figures. At that moment, the massive doors opened, and the soldiers were left in shock as they saw the flag of the Sea Dragon King, an unmistakable sign of the Orangis Duchy. This was the arrival of the head of the 5 great dukes and the absolute ruler of the south. Meanwhile, in a separate location, Carta charged forward, attempting to strike Isla. However, Isla skillfully blocked the attack with his spear. Carta launched another strike, but once again, Isla effortlessly dodged it. Frustrated, Carta demanded that Isla stop dodging, but Isla saw an opening and used his spear to strike Carta's leg, causing him to lose his balance. Carta, however, quickly placed his hand on the ground and launched a counter kick at Isla. Isla barely managed to evade the attack, and their training session continued. The other Pendragon soldiers, watching from the sidelines, were stunned. One of them remarked that Isla seemed to be in a bad mood. Another soldier explained that Isla had been entrusted with a different mission and had been unable to accompany Lord Aaron on his journey. Because of this, Isla had been venting his frustration through intense training. At that moment, Carta's weapon broke due to one of Isla's strikes. A piece of the broken weapon flew toward a tree, nearly hitting 2 of the watching soldiers, who now found Isla terrifying. Watching the duel, Johnson remarked that their training was on an entirely different level. An intimidated knight laughed nervously, acknowledging the incredible skill of both fighters. He admitted that it had been a long time since he had trained seriously and decided to give it a try. The trio watching him couldn't help but stare. Scylla bluntly stated that it was impossible, but Jonathan quickly told her to stop saying such things. Vincent then noted that both Carta and Isla had become much stronger since their time in Luz. Hearing this, Krudel added that Isla's technique and Carda's strength made them excellent opponents for each other. Vincent then inquired if Krudel had any new information. Krudel responded that a magician had infiltrated the Pendragon territory. Both Luna and Vincent were shocked to hear this. Krudel elaborated, explaining that the last time a magician had broken through the barrier, he had prepared a two-layered trap this time, which allowed him to detect the intruder earlier. Vincent asked if this magician was the same one who had brainwashed the centaurs. Krudel replied that he wasn't sure. Vincent then recalled the lich that had appeared near the mausoleum, as well as the large number of undead that had emerged in Sisek. He began to wonder if there was a connection between these incidents, the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on the Crown Prince, and the Oranges Duchy. Vincent stated aloud that there was no way to predict what would happen next. He thought to himself that there were still 10 days left until the title-granting ceremony. Lua, growing worried about Aaron, remained deep in thought. The scene then shifted to the Empire, where Irene excitedly asked Leon and Argos for their opinion on her dress. She explained that it was her mother's dress, passed down to her, and that it was a ceremonial gown. Leon complimented her, stating that it suited her well, while Argos remarked that today was the day of Aaron's grand ceremony. Irene then eagerly called for Lindsay to come out as well. However, Lindsay hesitated, stating that she felt embarrassed. Irene reassured her, saying that the dress suited her perfectly. As Lindsay stepped forward, both Leon and Argos were taken aback by how stunning she looked. Lindsay still felt shy, but Irene was thrilled to attend the ceremony with her. Outside, Aaron took a deep breath and stated that the long-awaited day had finally arrived. Ian agreed, and Aaron added that the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on the Crown Prince would soon be revealed in front of Love Tyrene and the Emperor himself. Ian reminded Aaron that he had said before, Aaron had far too many enemies. He warned that Governor Segunda had likely schemed extensively for this day, urging Aaron to be prepared. Aaron nodded, acknowledging the warning. As they made their way to the ceremony, Aaron noticed Lindsay looking uncomfortable. He asked if she was feeling uneasy about her clothes. Lindsay admitted that was part of it, but she also felt out of place. Coming from a farming household, with rough hands and no noble lineage, she did not feel worthy of standing beside Lord Aaron. Hearing this, Aaron told Lindsay that he understood her feelings. As they proceeded forward, noble women in the crowd whispered amongst themselves, commenting that Aaron was even more handsome than they had heard. One of them inquired whether Ingrid was accompanying them, to which Ingrid replied that she was not. Another noblewoman told her friend to stop mentioning Ingrid, reminding her that Ingrid had already been rejected once. They laughed together. These noblewomen were three sisters, Leah, Sylvia, and Elena. As the ceremony began, Count Sirad approached Aaron and asked about his daughter, Luna. Aaron responded that Luna was doing very well, managing Pendragon's internal administration with great skill and earning high praise. Count Sirad was pleased to hear this. After he left, Irene remarked that it seemed Count Sirad was still trying to arrange a marriage between his daughter Luna and Aaron. Both Aaron and Lindsay were caught off guard by the comment. Irene cheerfully added that Luna was beautiful and intelligent, and as a baron, it was customary for Aaron to take multiple wives. However, Aaron did not seem pleased by the suggestion. At that moment, the three sisters came forward, each of them fending off marriage proposals from other noblemen. Leon recognized them and remarked that they were the imperial princesses. Irene was surprised to learn that they were Princess Ingrid's sisters. As Argos pointed out that the three were heading straight for them, the trio greeted Aaron with enthusiasm. Aaron finally realized that the three princesses had set their sights on him. Lindsay, feeling overwhelmed, instinctively took a step back. The sisters began showering Aaron with compliments, making him visibly uncomfortable. They then turned their attention to Lindsay, noting that she had once been a maid at Pendragon. They mockingly questioned which noble house she came from, pushing Lindsay to the verge of tears. Seeing this, Irene, Leon, and Argos were visibly angered. At that moment, Aaron stepped in and stated that Lindsay's father was a farmer. The three sisters burst into laughter, sarcastically praising Aaron's graciousness. Leah and Elena then remarked that Lindsay was not a suitable partner for Aaron, emphasizing that an ideal match required someone of noble birth and refinement. Aaron, unfazed, calmly responded that, by their standards, the three of them had never cultivated fields, wielded swords to fight monsters, sewn clothes for their family and followers, or even cooked for them. The sisters were stunned into silence. Aaron continued, questioning why they acted so proudly when they had accomplished nothing themselves. Frustrated and humiliated, the sisters fumed. Erin, on the other hand, turned to Lindsay and stated that she had done all of those things, supported him through everything, and would continue to do so. Hearing this, Lindsay's eyes welled with tears, but she smiled, touched by his words. Erin then turned away, stating that he found it difficult to associate with people whose values differed so greatly from his own. Taking Lindsay's hand, he gently said, "Let's go." Lindsay, still emotional, nodded and replied, "Yes." Irene beamed with happiness at the scene, while Leon was genuinely impressed by Erin's words and actions. Behind them, the three sisters started to cry. A nobleman stepped forward, questioning Erin's audacity in speaking to the imperial princesses in such a manner. He accused Erin of going too far. Other noblemen joined in, surrounding Erin and confronting him. Leon, observing the situation, remarked that it was just as Prince Ian had said. Lord Erin had far too many enemies. Lindsay, feeling guilty, apologized to Erin for causing trouble. Erin reassured her, telling her not to worry about those people. At that moment, a powerful voice interrupted the commotion. Someone stepped forward, commenting on how lovely the gathering was. Erin's expression darkened as he turned to see none other than the Sea Dragon King, Duke Arangis. Duke Arangis, with an air of amusement, addressed the noblemen, reminding them that they were under the Emperor's care and urging everyone to calm down. The nobleman trembled at the sight of Duke Arangis. The Duke then stated that Erin's choice of a partner was not for other nobles to interfere with, as the independence of each household was one of the fundamental pillars of aristocratic society. Quietly, the nobles who had been arguing with Erin stepped away. As Duke Arangis and Erin stood face to face, one noble whispered that the Duke had recently entrusted all matters of the South to his eldest son, Arrigo, and had rarely shown himself in public. His sudden appearance in the capital now was highly unusual. As the two locked eyes, Duke Arangis smirked and commented that Erin had a lovely wife. He then inquired whether Irene was Erin's sister, as they looked remarkably alike. With a glance at Argos and Leon, he noted that Erin's escorts were undoubtedly fierce warriors. Erin formally greeted the Duke, who responded that nobles were troublesome, engrossed in their titles, and blind to everything else. He remarked that he had suffered greatly because of them due to an incident involving his mistress and his son. Erin bluntly asked if the Duke was referring to the pirate wannabe, the half-orc. He remarked that it was unfortunate the boy had sided with the perpetrators. Duke Arangis chuckled, stating that he didn't understand what Erin meant by pirate, but the half-orc idea intrigued him. He mused that a being with both the intelligence of a human and the supernatural strength of an orc would be an ideal warrior, perhaps the strongest soldier in existence. Erin remained silent. The Duke then reminisced about his youth, stating that he had once doubted the empire's structure. He had believed it should be a meritocracy, where any race or lineage could rise to the top purely based on ability. He asked whether Erin agreed with him. Erin responded that a society where the best rose to the top was an interesting concept. Duke Arangis then remarked that an old and rusty sword could never slay a dragon. With that cryptic statement, he turned and walked away. Watching him go, Irene remarked that he was truly the absolute ruler of the South. Lindsay added that he had an undeniably powerful presence. Leon noted that the Arangis household was once considered the kings who ruled over all the southern lands, meaning their origin was entirely different from that of the nobles who served the first emperor. He admitted that, despite living in the imperial castle for years, this was his first time seeing Duke Arangis in person. At that moment, Argos turned to Erin and stated that no matter how much killing intent he had directed toward the Duke, Arangis hadn't even flinched, a testament to the hardships he had endured. Leon, exasperated, told Argos to lower his voice, at least while they were inside the imperial castle. Argos shrugged, remarking that for a martial artist, the battlefield was everywhere. Erin, deep in thought, recalled that Duke Arangis was not only the father of that monster, but also the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on the crown prince and the destruction of the Vault household. Clenching his fists, Erin silently vowed that today he would expose all of Arangis's crimes. As the ceremony continued, Duke Arangis noted that, as expected, Count Segunda was far more intelligent than the other nobles. Segunda, smirking, responded that it was only natural. He added that, now that Duke Arangis had left that place, exposing him as an enemy of the Empire would be challenging. Duke Arangis instructed Segunda to carry out their mission before facing the Empire. Segunda confirmed, stating that he had stationed assassins all along the route from the Duke's territory to the imperial capital. He noted that thanks to what the White Dragon and Eren had done in Sisek, the noble society was deeply dissatisfied with them. Most nobles throughout the empire were now their enemies. He further revealed that Jaime Roxon, heir to one of the empire's largest territories and a rival to the Alice household, was cooperating with them. Even the Bear Duke of the Lindegor household, one of the empire's 5 great dukes, seemed to be on their side. Hearing this, Duke Aranjus smirked and praised Segunda's extensive connections. Segunda confidently declared that Eren was completely surrounded by enemies in the royal palace. Duke Aranjus expressed deep gratitude to his comrade, and Segunda, pleased, reveled in his influence. The scene then shifted to the palace, where the official announcement was made. The grand title-granting ceremony of the empire was about to begin. The nobles rose in anticipation as the pride of the empire, the 5 great dukes, were introduced. First to enter was the Sea Dragon King, Duke Aranjus, accompanied by his soldiers. Next came the Lindegor Duchy. The nobles whispered among themselves, discussing how the patriarch of the Lindegor family was rumored to possess the power to fulfill wishes and how their forces had never been defeated in war for centuries. The Lindegor family head had also lived for an unusually long time, further adding to their mystique. Then came the Pendragon Duchy. As Eren entered, whispers filled the hall. He was now known as the young White Dragon contractor, the hero of Luz. Count Segunda, upon seeing him, clenched his fists in frustration. Meanwhile, Jaime Roxon, standing in the crowd, smiled ominously. Finally, the Aragon imperial family entered. Prince Ian and Princess Ingrid made their way through the grand hall, followed by the treasured child of Baroness Elin, Goofly Aragon. Eren was taken aback at the sight of Goofly. In his past life, this man had inherited the throne. As Goofly passed by, Eren studied him closely. If Ian was like fire, then Goofly was like water, calm, still, and unreadable. Eren found it impossible to discern his emotions. He pondered Goofly's age, estimating that he must be around 13 or 14 years old. At that moment, Goofly briefly glanced at Eren, catching him off guard. Then, without a word, he continued walking. Lastly, the highest authority of the Aragon Empire arrived, the King of Kings, Emperor Aragon himself. Eren's attention was drawn to the Emperor's escort, led by none other than Count Granite. Eren thought to himself that this was quite an escort. He wondered what the Emperor would be like and braced himself for the moment of revelation. As the Emperor stepped forward, Eren's eyes widened in surprise. Eren was surprised to see how old the Emperor appeared. As the ceremony began, the Emperor took his seat on the throne. Jaime Roxon stepped forward and introduced himself as the heir of the great Roxon territory, respectfully greeting the Emperor. However, the Emperor remained silent. Jaime then attempted to engage him in conversation, but before he could continue, Count Granite stepped forward and stated that the Emperor acknowledged Jaime Roxon as the heir of the Roxon household and, therefore, granted him the title of Count. Confused, Jaime thanked both the Emperor and Count Granite. Eren, too, seemed puzzled. Next, Mobris Bullen stepped forward and was granted the title of Baron. Following him, Charles Viscount received the title of Viscount. As the ceremony continued, suspicion spread among the attendees. Why had the Emperor not spoken a single word? Count Granite was doing all the talking. Seeing this, Segunda smirked. Jaime Roxon then whispered that the Emperor was nothing more than a figurehead now. Irene, noticing the oddity, asked Leon if the Emperor had always been like this. Leon nodded, explaining that for the past few years, the Emperor had been deteriorating rapidly. Since then, Leon had not heard him speak a single word. He further mentioned that while some claimed it was due to disease and old age, the truth remained a mystery. Eren thought back to the destruction of the Vault household, which had been labeled as treason against the Emperor, a complete lie. If the Emperor had only possessed the ability to see through those falsehoods, if he had had the will to control the tyranny of the nobles, then perhaps Sisek and even Alice could have been saved sooner. Frustrated by the Empire's corruption, Eren found himself blaming the man sitting on the throne. At that moment, Eren stepped forward and introduced himself as the heir of the Pendragon household, greeting the Emperor. To everyone's astonishment, the Emperor suddenly stood up and began walking toward Eren. The entire hall fell silent, shocked by his movement. Then, without warning, the Emperor released his aura, which engulfed the room. Even Segunda, Jaime Roxon, and the others were taken aback. Standing before the Emperor, Aaron immediately recognized the immense power radiating from him. He realized that the Emperor's aura was at least twice as strong as Ian's. It was incredible to think that such a powerful presence belonged to an aging man like the Emperor. Aaron prepared to respond by releasing his white dragon aura. However, just before doing so, he caught sight of the Emperor's eyes and suddenly recalled Isla's words, "Do not simply clash with your opponent. Be in harmony without collapsing." Aaron had once questioned Isla's meaning, and he had explained that he needed to synchronize with his opponent and yield to the flow rather than resist it. Returning to the present, Aaron decided to merge his aura with the Emperor's rather than oppose it. A hush fell over the hall as everyone watched in shock. The Emperor and Aaron stood facing each other, their auras blending seamlessly. After a moment, their energies receded, returning to normal. Duke Arangis, observing from the sidelines, was visibly surprised. Then, with a smile, the Emperor finally spoke. "I have been waiting for someone like you." Both Count Granite and Aaron were stunned. The Emperor then returned to his throne. Count Granite turned to the assembly and announced, "The Emperor acknowledges Aaron Pendragon as the heir of the Pendragon household, and, therefore, grants him the title of Duke." A wave of shock rippled through the room. Aaron himself was left speechless. Count Surad, in particular, was astonished by the sheer power of the Emperor's aura despite his advanced age. Watching from afar, Duke Arangis smirked and muttered, "A lion is still a lion." Count Granite glanced at Aaron, thinking back to what had just transpired. Aaron's aura had not been threatening or forceful. Instead, he had yielded to the flow and assimilated with it. That was not something just anyone could do. Ian, still in disbelief, tried to process what had happened. Meanwhile, Duke Arangis realized that Aaron Pendragon was someone he would have to be wary of. Governor Segunda, however, was visibly frustrated by this unexpected turn of events. As Aaron returned to his family, the ceremony continued. The hall transformed into a grand ballroom as the nobles paired off to dance. Ingrid approached Aaron and asked if he would dance with her. Aaron nodded, replying, "Of course." Watching this unfold, the three imperial princesses grew visibly frustrated. As Aaron and Ingrid danced, Ingrid thought to herself that, as she had suspected, silence was more valuable than gold. Elsewhere, Ian danced with Irene, while Leon mingled comfortably with other nobles. Sitting at the side, Argos observed Leon's interactions and remarked to Lindsay that Leon was far more popular than he had expected. Lindsay, watching the ballroom, then turned to Argos and asked if he would dance with her, as she was growing uncomfortable with all the nobles staring at her. Without hesitation, Argos took Lindsay's hand and led her toward Aaron. With a smirk, he called out to Aaron and declared, "It's time for you to dance with your lady next." Shocked and flustered, Lindsay immediately protested, saying it was unnecessary. Aaron did not have to leave Lady Ingrid just to dance with her. However, Argos reassured her, saying, "You are Aaron's wife, so you have no reason to feel embarrassed." Gathering her courage, Lindsay turned to Aaron and asked if he would dance with her. Aaron gently took her hand and replied, "It would be an honor." As the two danced together, warmth spread through the hall. Smiles appeared on the faces of those watching, pleased to see them together. At that moment, Jamie Roxon stepped forward toward the Emperor. Standing tall, he declared, "As someone who is now recognized as an official lord of a great territory." Jamie Roxon, having received the title of Count from the Emperor, stepped forward and stated that he had something urgent to report to His Majesty. Count Granite acknowledged this and granted Jamie permission to speak. Jamie then addressed the assembly, stating that several great lords who had long served the Empire as its swords and shields were now facing dire circumstances due to a certain individual, the Pendragon Duchy. All eyes turned toward Aaron. Jamie continued, accusing Aaron Pendragon of involvement in the deaths of Count Brescia and Count Louve's eldest son, Morgan. He claimed that Morgan's death had occurred during the battle festival and that, despite Aaron's so-called terrible crimes, only the Emperor had the authority to judge and punish him. Jamie insisted that this was an issue that threatened the very foundation of the Empire's aristocracy and accused Aaron of unjustified abuse of power. Raising his voice, he called upon the nobles to agree with him, and the majority voiced their support. Jamie further stated that besides himself and the Louve County, 6 other High Lords stood in favor of punishing Aaron. Not only Count Segunda, but also the Sea Dragon King, Duke Arangis, were among them, all demanding that justice be served. Ian and the others were stunned by this revelation. Jamie then knelt before the emperor, urging him to bestow judgment. Following his lead, the other nobles echoed the request. Observing the situation, Ian thought to himself that the Louvre household had not only secured the backing of half the High Lords, but they had also gained the support of the Orangis Duchy itself. Given that his father had no real authority, the emperor would not be able to intervene. If they succeeded in shifting the power dynamic here, they would overturn the balance of the empire entirely. Ian's expression darkened as he considered that Jamie and his allies might be using this opportunity to push Goofly onto the throne. Meanwhile, Duke Orangis smirked, remarking, "Now what will Aaron do?" At that moment, Governor Segunda stepped forward, declaring that this was a disgrace to the empire. However, Aaron suddenly started laughing. Taken aback, Segunda demanded to know what was so amusing. With a confident smile, Aaron stated that it was obvious Governor Segunda was the true traitor. He further claimed that he had proof to support this accusation. Hearing this, Segunda's thoughts raced. He was certain that Love Tylene was not coming, as he had stationed assassins along every route leading to the imperial city. Just then, a soldier rushed in, reporting to Count Granite about intruders. Count Granite was shocked by the news. The soldier continued, stating that the intruders had broken through from the griffins. Suddenly, a squad of griffins charged toward the palace, shattering the windows with a carriage in tow. The entire assembly watched in astonishment, especially Governor Segunda. As the carriage landed inside the hall, disbelief spread among the nobles. The idea that a carriage could be flown in by griffins was beyond comprehension. The Empire's soldiers rushed to attack the intruders, but a towering figure emerged, Carta. He blocked a soldier's strike effortlessly. The nobles gasped, seeing that he was an orc. With a single push, Carta sent the soldier flying. However, before the soldier could crash to the ground, Duke Lindegor intervened, saving him. Duke Orangis narrowed his eyes as he analyzed the orc. He noted that this one was larger and far stronger than a typical orc. Meanwhile, more soldiers charged forward to subdue the intruders. From the carriage, Isla stepped out, swiftly taking down 3 elite royal guards with ease. Count Granite, witnessing this, was shocked. These were the best of the best, the Empire's elite guards, and yet they had been defeated so effortlessly. Duke Orangis studied Isla and quickly recognized him. His features, his technique, it all pointed to him being a Valva's knight. Then, Vincent and Killian emerged from the carriage. Governor Segunda's eyes widened in shock at the sight of Vincent. He recalled how Vincent had vanished without a trace and could not comprehend why he was now standing beside Aaron Pendragon. Killian stepped forward and, with a respectful bow, apologized for their abrupt entrance. He then introduced himself and the others as Knights of the Pendragon Duchy, part of the White Dragon Squad. He stated that they had come on a mission of great importance, one that concerned the fate of the entire empire. Confusion spread through the hall as the nobles struggled to understand what was unfolding. Aaron then stepped forward and explained that his squad had taken the aerial route to evade assassins. However, what truly surprised him was Vincent's presence. Aaron smirked and remarked that Vincent must have wanted to make a grand entrance. Vincent, still catching his breath, explained that they had been intercepted by a griffin unit and hadn't even had the chance to explain themselves. He added that missing this night's events would have been too dangerous, and that he and the others had done everything to ensure Aaron's safety. Hearing this, Aaron fell silent for a moment. At that moment, Argo stepped forward and casually remarked that he felt they would all get along well. Leon, watching Isla, commented that he looked incredibly cool. Meanwhile, Killian turned to Aaron and asked who these new arrivals were. Aaron introduced Argos and Leon as skilled fighters who had recently joined Pendragon. He stated that they were preparing for a battle against those who sought to establish their rule within the empire. As he spoke, his gaze locked onto Duke Orangis. The tension in the hall thickened as Aaron and Duke Orangis stood face to face, each backed by their respective subordinates. Angered, Count Segunda snapped, demanding to know why everyone was idly chatting. He accused the Pendragons of barbaric actions and inciting a riot in front of the emperor himself. Still smiling, Aaron turned to him and calmly asked, "Why is Governor Segunda in such a hurry?" With a sharp gaze, he continued, "I will say this one last time. The only traitor here is Governor Segunda." At that moment, Carta stepped forward, bringing someone behind him. He presented the figure before the assembly. It was none other than Love Tylene. Gasps filled the hall as Governor Segunda's face paled. He was utterly shocked to see Love Tylene standing there. Jamie furrows his brows. wondering who the old man with white hair could be. Meanwhile, Duke Orangus clearly appears displeased by the presence of this unexpected guest. Aaron then steps forward and addresses the crowd with a firm voice. This man's name is Love Tylene. Formerly the Count of Brescia, he once held immense power and influence in the region of Sisek. A ripple of shock spreads through the assembly as Aaron continues. 3 years ago, Prince Shaun was the target of a heinous assassination attempt. The man standing beside me, Love Tylene, is one of the key perpetrators behind that plot. Gasps fill the chamber. Count Granite's eyes widen in disbelief, clearly not expecting such a revelation. Aaron presses on, unwavering. During a covert investigation, I worked in cooperation with Prince Ian to uncover the truth behind that incident. Our search led us to Sisek, where we discovered conclusive evidence that Love Tylene was the one who poisoned the crown prince. He glances at Tylene, who stands silently, head lowered. However, Aaron adds, this man was not acting alone. He was merely a pawn in a far larger game. The true mastermind behind the scenes remains hidden, for now. But today, this man will name names. He will expose the traitors who have turned their blades against the Empire. He will reveal their sins before this court and the world. Turning toward the throne, Aaron respectfully bows. Your Majesty, I request your permission to have Love Tylene speak. Before the Emperor can respond, Count Granite steps forward and declares, His Majesty grants permission. Let the man speak. As Aaron guides Love Tylene to the center of the hall, the nobles present exchange hushed whispers, stunned by the direction the meeting has taken. On the other hand, Governor Segunda, seated in the background, begins to show visible signs of agitation. His fingers twitch, and sweat beads on his forehead. He doesn't know what to do next. Then, without warning, Duke Orangus, standing nearby, subtly activates a dark spell through the enchanted ring on his finger. A faint glow pulses from the ring, and at that moment, Governor Segunda's his expression twists into something unrecognizable. Suddenly, with a crazed scream, Segunda draws a hidden dagger and charges at Aaron. The entire court erupts in chaos. Aaron, watch out! Lindsay screams. Aaron, momentarily caught off guard by Segunda's unnatural speed, quickly reacts just in time to block the dagger strike. But to his horror, Segunda redirects his attack, not toward Aaron, but toward Love Tylene. In one swift motion, he bites into Tylene's neck with inhuman ferocity. Love Tylene collapses instantly. The hall falls into stunned silence. Nobles stare in shock, unable to comprehend what they've just witnessed. Aaron looks down at Tylene, then back at Segunda, disbelief clouding his eyes. He's dead too, but how? Aaron thinks. This isn't just betrayal. How did Segunda suddenly become so fast and strong? Whispers begin to echo through the hall. Why would Segunda do this? Has he lost his mind? Was he working against the Empire all along? Before the confusion can spread further, Duke Orangus steps forward with an authoritative tone. It is difficult to accept, he says solemnly. But it seems the one behind the Crown Prince's assassination attempt was none other than Count Segunda himself. Aaron clenches his fists, seething with fury. He's twisting the truth again. But Orangus continues smoothly, now turning to Aaron. As a representative of the 6 High Lords, I extend my deepest apologies to Governor Aaron Pendragon. You were right all along. Count Segunda has betrayed the Empire, and thanks to your bravery, his vile sin has now been brought to light. He smiles, but there's a hidden edge to it. As a loyal sword of the Empire, he adds with mock sincerity, Aaron Pendragon, you are, without question, the Empire's most cherished treasure. The crowd of nobles, momentarily confused, now erupts into applause, cheering for both Duke Orangus and Aaron. But beneath the surface, something darker lingers. Aaron, standing amidst the echoing cheers, remains motionless, his gaze fixed on Orangus, aware that the game of deception has only just begun. Seeing this, Duke Sirad states that, just as I thought, Aaron truly is that kind of man. Meanwhile, Miss Sirad appeared genuinely impressed, commenting on how quickly Duke Orangus had acknowledged his supposed mistake. However, Aaron stood frozen, unable to accept what had just transpired. Anger surged within him as he shouted, That's not right. He called out to Duke Orangus. The Duke turned around slowly, his expression unreadable. But Aaron found himself at a loss. What can I even say now? He thought. The evidence is gone. Even if Vincent were to speak up, no one would believe us anymore. His fists clenched in frustration. At that moment, Count Granite stepped forward and announced loudly, With that, The ceremony is concluded. Everyone is dismissed. As the nobles began filing out of the hall, Duke Aragon approached Aaron. With a faint smirk, he said, "I'll be taking my leave now. I do hope we meet again someday." Aaron's gaze was firm. "We will. On the battlefield." Duke Aragon chuckled and turned away, departing with his subordinates in tow. Isla, watching from behind, couldn't help but fix his eyes on the men accompanying Aragon, warriors clad in armor reminiscent of the Valva's knights. Outside the palace, Duke Oranges stood with his own Valva's knights. He looked at them and said calmly, "It seems our time has finally come." The scene shifts back inside, where Aaron paces with frustration, angry at his inability to expose Duke Oranges. Prince Ian and several others exchange worried glances, clearly concerned about Aaron's state. Just then, a royal attendant enters the hall and announces, "His Majesty requests the presence of Aaron Pendragon." Everyone is caught off guard by the sudden summons. The scene transitions to a private chamber, where Aaron now sits with Prince Ian and Emperor himself. The atmosphere is heavy. Ian breaks the silence. "The monster we faced in Luz, the one who pretended to be a mere pirate. He was from the Oranges household." Hearing this, Count Granite's expression turns grim. "Then the one who orchestrated the crown prince's poisoning, it was Duke Oranges." The Emperor speaks at last. "Aaron Pendragon, I will officially appoint you as governor of Luz. More importantly, I entrust you with a secret imperial order to subjugate the Oranges household." Both Ian and Count Granite are stunned. The Emperor continues, "You will need substantial resources for such a task. Therefore, I am authorizing the circulation of the Pendragon gold coins throughout the Empire." Count Granite immediately steps forward, attempting to object. "Your Majesty, it's fine." The Emperor interrupts, silencing the Count with a raised hand. Aaron looks up and asks quietly, "Does your Majesty truly believe in me?" The Emperor nods. "Ian has spoken of you. He believes you are a man of unwavering resolve, one we can trust." Then, the Emperor leans forward, "But tell me, Aaron, what do you think of the Empire now, after seeing the state of Sisek and the corruption in Alice?" Aaron remains silent, visibly troubled. The Emperor continues, "I know I am lacking the power to truly govern this nation. I cannot root out the corruption within the nobility. I cannot challenge Oranges, the Shadow King who pulls strings from behind the curtain." He sighs heavily. "During the ceremony, I released all the aura I could muster as Emperor. And yet, you didn't flinch. You didn't fight back. You accepted it, assimilated with it. Not even Ian or my eldest son, Crown Prince Shaun, has done that." Then, to everyone's shock, the Emperor lowers his head and bows deeply. "I entrust the future of the Empire to you and to Ian." Aaron closes his eyes, taking in the weight of the responsibility. After a moment of silence, he drops to one knee and replies, "I humbly accept, Your Majesty." The scene shifts again, this time to a balcony overlooking the night sky. Duke Lindegor stands alone, gazing silently into the stars. A voice behind him breaks the silence. "Did you truly consider cooperating with a man like that?" Without turning around, Duke Lindegor responds, "The Sea Dragon King never expected anything from me or Segunda. I realized that the moment I saw him." He pauses, then adds with a smirk, "You said you weren't coming." Then scene shifts to reveal the figure in the shadows, an ethereal presence clad in white robes, wings barely visible beneath his cloak. "It's none other than the Archangel Seal." Seal responded calmly, "I intended not to involve myself, but something interesting happened in the Losten Prairie. Soul Drake and the Black Dragon crossed paths there." He paused, his voice thoughtful. "It made me wonder, why would those two meet in a place that doesn't even belong to either of their dominions?" Hearing this, Duke Lindegor narrowed his eyes. "Are you suggesting that there's something hidden there?" "I'm not certain," Seal replied, "but dragons are notoriously territorial. For them to appear together in a neutral land suggests that something significant has occurred. Something monumental." Duke Lindegor crossed his arms. "Could it be related to the current Emperor's aura?" Seal nodded. "The aura passed down through the Aragon household, and especially that of the Emperor, was originally a divine blessing granted by goddess Ileana herself. Its purpose was to maintain balance in the human realm. But now, Lindegor said with a sigh, it's teetering on the verge of collapse, ever since the attempted assassination of Prince Shaun. The scene transitions to Aaron and Ian, walking through a quiet hallway. Ian speaks in a low voice. The aura of the Aragon bloodline is fading rapidly with each generation. My father was supposed to abdicate long ago, and pass the throne to my elder brother, Shaun. But because of that incident, everything changed. The emperor's health was ruined, and his body became like that. Eren looks over at him and asks, "How old is His Majesty?" Ian responds, "He's 55 this year." Eren's eyes widen slightly in surprise. The scene shifts to Duke Lindegor's palace. He speaks softly. Of all the princes, the one who possesses the strongest aura is Prince Ian. Seal, who stands behind him, replies, "Perhaps, but Ian is still young, immature. It's too soon for him to inherit the throne." Interestingly, Goofly's aura has been growing rapidly as of late. Soon, it might surpass even Ian's. Back with Eren and Ian confides, "I did what you suggested and looked into Goofly. But honestly, he seems like a normal boy. Other than having a gloomy atmosphere, there's nothing remarkable about him." Eren remains quiet, but in his mind, a memory resurfaces. "In my previous life, the one who inherited the throne was none other than Goofly." We return to Duke Lindegor's palace once more. Seal's gaze drifts toward the heavens. Goofly, Ian, and the Pendragon. They are the ones who will shape the future of this empire. Perhaps even defy the logic of this world itself. Is that a prophecy? Duke Lindegor asks, raising an eyebrow. Seal shakes his head. Just a hunch. But I can feel it. The karma of this world is being distorted, tampered with by a force unlike anything I've seen. The scene transitions to the Pendragon training grounds, where Leon is sparring with a seasoned knight. With agile footwork, Leon effortlessly dodges each strike. Then, in a display of confidence, he sits atop the knight's blade mid-swing and lands a swift kick to his opponent's face, knocking him to the ground. Count Granite raises his hand. That's enough. The winner is clear, Leon. Watching from the sidelines, Vincent nods in approval. Leon's progress is remarkable. Eren smiles. He's exceeded all my expectations. Argos grins and chimes in. Well, what do you expect? His teacher's the best there is. It's all thanks to me. Killian laughs nervously. As captain of the Pendragon forces, I have to admit, getting stronger is never a bad thing. That night, under the dim glow of lanterns, Eren and his party prepare to leave. He turns to Count Granite and bows respectfully. Thank you for everything. Count Granite waves him off with a smirk. I should be thanking you. It was a good challenge, even if it was a little too easy for both of us. Suddenly, Eren's expression shifts, and he speaks with a more serious tone. Tell me, Count Granite, do you know about the demon unit? Granite's eyes narrow. Of course. They're that squad mostly composed of criminals and misfits. Honestly, I sometimes wonder why they're even part of the Empire's military. Do you know where they are now? Granite nods. Last I heard, they were in the south, at the Great Sea of Trees. They're on a mission to subjugate a monster called the King of Beasts. Eren's eyes widen slightly. The King of Beasts, that must be the Troll King. That means history hasn't changed yet. Or rather, Baltai was the one behind the Sisek incident. And now, the Empire is unknowingly cleaning up after him. But is the Empire truly capable of dealing with that old fox? Even if they remove him from the demon unit, won't tracking him become even harder? Granite notices his silence. Is something wrong? Eren shakes his head. No, it's nothing. Soon after, Eren, Irene, and Lindsay board their carriage, bidding farewell to Ian and Ingrid. As the carriage rolls away under the starry sky, Eren thinks to himself, it seems the real fight is far from over. Baltai, Tolio, Aranjus, when the time comes, I'll be the one to bring you all down with my own hands. Then the scene shifts to Pendragon territory inside Eren's room, where Eren is getting ready for the ceremony. At that moment, Irene entered the room excitedly and informed Eren that his parting ceremony had already begun. The scene then shifted to the grand hall downstairs, where the butler proudly announced that their lord, Eren Pendragon, had been officially appointed as the governor of Luz. The room erupted in cheers and applause as Eren and Lindsay walked toward the front, shyly holding hands. Observing this, Eren's mother leaned toward Irene and commented that the two seemed to have grown much closer than before. Smiling warmly, Irene replied, "They've been through a lot together." Meanwhile, Luna stood silently in a corner, her expression tinged with sadness. Vincent approached her and gently asked if she was enjoying the ceremony. Luna remained quiet. Sensing her hesitation, Vincent softly remarked, "The Duke is set to depart for Luz tomorrow. If there's something you wish to say to Eren, you should say it today." Hearing this, Luna gathered her resolve. Moments later, she stood face to face with Eren. With a composed and noble demeanor, she spoke. I am truly glad to hear of your appointment as the governor of Luz. Without waiting for a reply, she turned and walked away. Watching her retreating figure, Vincent sighed and muttered, "She's still holding back." Later that night, Aaron and Vincent stood together in a quiet corridor, engaged in conversation. Aaron expressed his intent to entrust the management of the Pendragon territory to Vincent. "As long as you're here," Aaron said, "I can leave for Luz with peace of mind." Vincent responded humbly, "None of this would have been possible if it weren't for everyone's efforts. Especially Melbourne, the butler, who handled many internal affairs, and Lady Sirod, who managed the development of the immigrant city of York. Things have progressed quite smoothly thanks to them." Aaron remained silent, contemplating his words. Vincent then asked cautiously, "Don't you think it's time to reconsider your engagement with Lady Sirod? Unlike many noble women from the capital who care only about appearances, Lady Sirod is intelligent, capable, and has proven herself through action. She could be a valuable partner, different from Lady Lindsay, yes, but valuable in her own way." Still, Aaron did not respond. Sensing his hesitation, Vincent continued, "Of course, if you don't have feelings for Luna, then there's nothing more to be said." Aaron finally spoke. "It's not that I dislike her. It's just—" But his voice trailed off. The scene then shifted once more, this time to a quiet balcony. Luna stood alone, gazing up at the night sky, lost in thought. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice behind her. "Luna," Aaron called gently. She turned. With a calm smile, Aaron asked, "Shall we talk for a while?" As they sat together under the quiet night sky, Aaron turned to Luna and mentioned that Vincent had been praising her recent achievements for the Empire. He expressed his sincere gratitude for all her help. Luna blushed and modestly replied, "It was nothing." Aaron smiled and remarked that she had changed a great deal since the first time they met. Luna responded with a soft chuckle, "Not as much as you have." Aaron raised an eyebrow, visibly surprised. Luna continued, her tone more candid. "To be honest, I didn't like you at all back then, especially the version of you before your coma. But after you woke up, you seemed like an entirely different person. That's when I started to see you in a new light." With a teasing smile, she added, "It makes me sound a little self-centered, doesn't it?" Aaron smiled gently. "Certainly," he said, his voice filled with warmth. Luna looked out into the distance and went on. "Later, when you returned from Sisek, I noticed another change. It felt as though you had rediscovered your purpose, your drive. Watching that, I too wanted to change. I no longer wanted to get married just to fulfill my duties to the household. I chose to walk away from all those pre-written rules, to stop living for others and start living for myself." Aaron's expression softened with a hint of sadness as he listened to her heartfelt words. Luna then looked directly at him and asked, "Do you remember what you said in the Sirod territory? That you wanted to live not for yourself, but to ensure the people and the nation could enjoy prosperous, fulfilling lives?" She smiled gently. "What you said back then, you made it come true so quickly. That's why I respect you. Not just as a man, but as a lord who leads his people forward with conviction." Aaron's eyes widened in astonishment. Luna then added, with quiet determination, "That's why, whether you like it or not, I will become your strength." Aaron, overwhelmed, asked in a trembling voice, "Do you truly love me, Luna? Even with everything? What about Raven?" Tears welled up in his eyes before he could stop them. Luna seemed taken aback at first, seeing Aaron cry so openly. But after a moment, he composed himself and, smiling through the tears, whispered, "Thank you, Luna." She smiled back, a serene and understanding expression on her face. In that moment, Aaron thought to himself, This is enough for now." The scene then transitioned to the next day, far away at sea, where chaos erupted. Orc pirates had launched a brutal attack on a noble ship, overwhelming most of the noble guards aboard. Amid the clamor of battle, a fierce voice rang out. Tolio, commander of the orc pirates, declared himself the apex predator of the ocean. Suddenly, something caught his eye. Among the plundered belongings, Tolio found a crumpled newspaper. The headline read, "Pendragon Duke appointed as governor of Luz." His eyes narrowed as he read the words. "So, Pendragon's thriving, is he?" Tolio muttered with a dark grin. "Good. Then it's about time I settled my debt with Aaron Pendragon, once and for all." The scene then shifts to Luz, inside the governor's mansion, where Aaron is taken aback to see everyone dressed in formal attire. Irene and Lindsay are even dressed as Navy sailors. With a playful smile, Irene asks Aaron what he thinks of his White Dragon squad. She then adds that today, they will be meeting the Guardian of Luz, the commander of the Imperial Navy, Viscount Moraine. The scene transitions to a military ship where Viscount Moraine is training with his subordinates. Several of them charge at him in unison, but with a burst of aura and commanding presence, Moraine effortlessly defeats them all, showcasing the discipline and strength of a seasoned warrior. Meanwhile, on the streets of Luz, excitement fills the air as the citizens eagerly gather to catch a glimpse of the legendary Great Shark of Mulad, the Empire Navy's commander, Viscount Moraine. Whispers spread among the people. Many comment that Viscount Moraine's appearance seems even more intimidating than before. The general sentiment is that his stern expression likely stems from the upcoming meeting with the newly appointed governor of Luz, Duke Aaron Pendragon. Given that the previous governor had betrayed the Navy and colluded with pirates, the people wonder how Moraine will respond this time. Inside the mansion, a tense atmosphere settles over the hall as Viscount Moraine and his subordinates stand face-to-face with Aaron and his entourage. Aaron steps forward and confidently introduces himself as the new governor of Luz. However, Viscount Moraine remains silent. Instead, one of his subordinates steps forward and formally introduces Moraine as the Emperor's Sword and the Admiral of the Imperial Navy. With a smirk, the subordinate adds that Aaron would do well to remember that title. Isla and Killian both bristle at the condescending tone. Aaron, unfazed, calmly responds that he had heard Luz was being administered by Viscount Moraine after Segunda's fall and that he'd like an overview of the current situation. Again, Moraine remains silent, and it's his subordinate who replies, stating that most of Segunda's allies have already been dealt with. At that moment, Isla steps forward, visibly angered. He looks directly at the subordinate and states firmly, "You're not the one the governor is speaking to." The subordinate falls silent, but Isla intensifies the pressure by releasing his aura, summoning glowing purple wings that flare behind him to intimidate. Killian, noticing the tension, becomes visibly concerned. Then, unexpectedly, Viscount Moraine smirks and steps forward himself. He offers a short bow and apologizes to Aaron for the earlier discourtesy. Moraine explains that, as a man of the military, he prefers to judge a person's worth with his own eyes rather than relying on reputation alone. Aaron, intrigued, asks how Moraine intends to do that. With a glint in his eye, Moraine replies that he simply wishes to engage in a brief sparring match with Aaron. Moraine continued, "I was a friend of your father, Duke Gordon. Naturally, I've heard a great deal about you over the years, about a fragile boy who adored flowers and immersed himself in paintings rather than martial training." His expression hardened. Then came the rumors that you fought on equal footing with Captain Granite, the Empire's Knight Commander, and my personal rival. Frankly, I find that difficult to believe. He stepped forward, eyes narrowing. "That's why I want to test you myself." Aaron, taken aback, pauses before nodding slightly and replying, "I understand." Without another word, he begins walking toward the training ground, stating, "Let's begin." As Moraine moves to follow him, Isla suddenly steps in, blocking his path. The unexpected move catches Moraine off guard. In that brief moment, Aaron seizes the opportunity and charges forward, swiftly knocking Moraine to the ground. Seeing this, one of Moraine's subordinates attempts to intervene, but Isla appears beside him in a flash, his spear at the man's neck, halting him mid-step. The man growls, "Pendragons are cowards," to which Isla coolly replies, "Do cowards exist among pirates?" Aaron then turns to Moraine, his voice calm but firm. "Do you understand what we're truly up against? These pirates aren't mere thugs. They are savages ruling the sea. They're led by the Latuan Orcs chieftain, the Dark King, Tolio Arangis. He's not only ruthless, he's more powerful than you or any of your men." Viscount Moraine, stunned by the speed and efficiency of Aaron's response, remains speechless. Aaron rises to his feet and continues, "I don't have time to waste on meaningless power struggles. We have a real enemy to face." Moraine's subordinates grit their teeth in frustration, but Moraine himself chuckles, finally acknowledging the truth in Aaron's words. "You're right," he says, smiling for the first time. "Governor of Luz it is, then." Isla and Killian are visibly surprised by Moraine's unexpected concession. Aaron, seizing the moment, adds, "To subdue the pirates, the strength of the Imperial Navy is essential. That's why I would like your cooperation, Viscount Moraine." He extends his hand. Moraine steps forward and shakes it firmly. "Yes, of course. Let us work together." The scene then shifts to the open ocean, where a group of orc pirates spot a ship on the horizon. Eager for plunder, they prepare to attack, but as they draw nearer, they realize it's not an ordinary vessel. It's a warship belonging to the Empire's navy. One of the orcs scoffs, claiming the navy still wouldn't be able to defeat them. However, before they can act, a sudden shadow passes overhead. The orcs look up, shocked to see griffins soaring through the sky. Pendragon's elite griffin riders, led by none other than Isla. Without hesitation, Isla commands the assault. The griffin riders rain arrows down upon the pirate ships with expert precision. As the orcs scramble to defend themselves or flee, Isla and his squad dive from above, launching a relentless aerial strike. Within moments, many of the orc pirates are subdued or thrown into chaos, overwhelmed by the ferocity of the attack. The scene then transitions to a local shop in Luz. Inside, the shopkeeper nervously assures Viscount Moraine and Isaac that his business is entirely legal and has no ties to any pirate activity. However, Moraine calmly draws his sword and places the blade inches from the shopkeeper's face. Stunned, the shopkeeper stammers in confusion, asking what Moraine is doing. At that moment, Moraine gestures to Isaac. "Show him the document," he says. Isaac steps forward and presents an official warrant that exposes the truth. The shopkeeper had been bribing Count Segunda to authorize the distribution of smuggled goods through his store. Moraine's expression darkens with contempt. "So," he growls, "what do you suggest I do now? Shall I wait for you to validate our warrant while your pirate friends run free?" Moments later, the shopkeeper is seen being dragged away in chains. Moraine, satisfied, turns toward Aaron with a subtle smile. Aaron watches the scene unfold and reflects silently. Thanks to the intelligence provided by Vincent Ron, Count Segunda's former adjutant, Aaron has successfully begun dismantling the entire network of pirate-linked businesses in Luz. By eradicating these operations, Aaron is cutting off the financial lifeline of the Dark King, Tolio Arangis. Viscount Moraine stands beside Aaron and declares firmly, "In the Empire, there is no room for negotiation with those who have allied themselves with pirates." He further explains that under the new governor's leadership, the Empire has successfully seized all major inland activity hubs and coastal smuggling points. However, as a result, the pirates have shifted their focus to the smaller, scattered islands in the Mulad Marine territory, where naval patrols are sparse and vigilance is low. The scene then moves to Pendragon territory, where Vincent sits reading a report. It details how, due to a series of swift and decisive victories by both Pendragon forces and the Imperial Navy, the complete eradication of the pirate threat is now just a matter of time. Hearing this, the butler beside him breaks into a smile and proudly remarks, "As expected of the young master." However, Vincent remains pensive. Despite their successes, his expression shows signs of worry, knowing the fight is far from over. Meanwhile, Luna also reads the same report. Inspired by the progress Aaron has made, she feels a renewed sense of determination. "Now," she whispers to herself, "I have no choice but to try even harder." The next scene shows her preparing for an important meeting with a businessman named Joseph Breeden. The name strikes a chord. Breeden was once the head knight of County Sirad. Luna clenches her fist in frustration. So it really is that Breeden, she thinks. The upcoming negotiation will be more complicated than she anticipated. Joseph finally meets with Luna and greets her warmly, saying, "It's been quite a long time since we last saw each other." Luna, maintaining her composure, replies with a measured tone, "It seems you've changed a lot, Joseph." He nods and explains, "I started a trading company, using the connections I built over the years. Since I can no longer serve as a knight with this arm, I had to find another path." Luna's eyes narrow in suspicion. "What are you doing here, Joseph?" Joseph smiles faintly. "I heard Luz is a city free of discrimination, where all are welcomed regardless of race or nationality. That's why I came, hoping to expand my business in a place that offers such fairness." Luna's expression turns sharp and serious. "You want to establish your business in the city governed by the very man who injured your arm?" Her voice hardens. "I can't trust you, Joseph. And because of that, I can't allow you to conduct business here." Joseph sighs and looks at her with disappointment. "You've changed too, Luna. Don't you see anything else besides Aaron Pendragon?" Luna furrows her brows. "Then why are you really here?" Joseph straightens his back and declares with conviction, "Because I intend to go against Aaron Pendragon." Luna stares at him, visibly shocked. Joseph continues, his voice lower but filled with emotion. "I still like you, Luna. That hasn't changed. And I believe I can offer you more than Aaron ever will. That's why I can't turn back now, not when I've come this far. Luna stands speechless, taken aback by the sudden confession. The scene shifts to the jagged mountains where the orc pirate captain, Griezmann, glares at an approaching figure. "Why are you here, Tolio?" he asks with a growl. With a calm, amused smile, Tolio replies, "I came to check up on you. I heard you've run into trouble recently. Thanks to Lu's new governor." Griezmann scowls. "You're the last person I want to hear that from, especially since you lost to that brat, Aaron Pendragon." Tolio chuckles, unfazed. Griezmann continues, his voice rising. "Your strength has waned, Tolio. That new governor's policies have wrecked everything, including your funding." Tolio's smile doesn't fade. "So you've been gathering intelligence too?" Irritated, Griezmann demands, "Enough games. Why are you really here?" Tolio steps closer and replies coolly, "Because I've gained a powerful patron. I'm not as broke as you think. But with everything that's happening, this crisis affects all pirates. So I thought, why not join forces at least for a while? It'll boost our manpower." Griezmann pauses, considering the offer. "That's not a bad idea. But there's a problem." Tolio tilts his head. "And what would that be?" Griezmann grins menacingly. "We still need to decide who gets to be the boss." Tolio's expression hardens. "How would you like to settle it?" Without warning, Griezmann flips the table at Tolio and lunges forward with a heavy punch. But Tolio blocks it with ease. One of his eyes begins to glow intensely as he grabs Griezmann's fist and starts to crush it with overwhelming strength. Griezmann roars in pain, caught off guard by Tolio's raw power. The surrounding orcs gasp in disbelief. Two of Griezmann's subordinates rush in to assist, but Tolio leaps into the air. In a swift motion, he unsheaths a large sword that crackles with a fierce aura. As he lands, the blade releases a massive wave of energy that engulfs the area in blazing flames of power. Everyone freezes in shock, staring at the sword, awestruck by the sheer intensity of the aura it emits. "This sword," Tolio declares, "is a gift from my new patron. And since I am the strongest, it's only fitting that I wield the strongest weapon." His voice rings out, confident and commanding. "There's no one left who can stand as my equal now." The scene shifts to the following day, where we see Isla and Aaron training together. Their movements are swift and powerful, and they appear to be evenly matched. Observing the duel, Viscount Moraine remarks in astonishment, "The Valva's knight possesses truly terrifying strength." Isaac, standing beside him, nods in awe. Viscount Moraine can hardly believe that Governor Pendragon is able to stand on equal footing with Isla, someone known across the Empire for his prowess. Elsewhere on the training grounds, Leon is shown defeating one of the Empire's Navy knights with ease. Viscount Moraine silently observes the trio and thinks to himself that if these warriors were to fight alongside the Navy, their combined strength would form an elite force capable of crushing the pirates decisively. Later, Aaron and Isla are seen resting after their sparring session. As Aaron sips water, he reflects quietly. 3 months have passed since I arrived in Luz. During that time, he had cracked down on pirate factions, shut down their illegal businesses, and targeted their financial resources. Yet Tolio, their leader, still hadn't made an appearance. Why? Aaron wonders. What is he waiting for? Calling for Killian, Aaron inquires. Still no word from those three? Killian shakes his head. The scene then transitions to a distant island, where the leaders of the 3 major inland pirate factions, Red Skull, Zagiekla, and Winter Storm, have all gathered. Among them is Scylla, who glances around and scoffs. None of these pirates look any different from one another. "Stop talking nonsense," Gus grumbles. Jonathan, the most composed of the 3, quickly interjects, "Enough. Keep your voices down. We're here as spies, remember?" Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as Tolio makes his grand entrance. With confident steps and a piercing gaze, he calls out to the crowd, "Listen up. From this moment forward, I will be your new captain, not as the Dark King, but as Pirate King Tolio." He smirks. "It's nice to finally meet you all." Jonathan, Scylla, and Gus are stunned to see him up close. Tolio continues, "To celebrate this great unification, your new captain has prepared a gift." With a dramatic flair, Tolio hurls a large sack of gold coins into the air. Dozens, hundreds, of shimmering coins rain down upon the crowd. Chaos erupts as pirates scramble and shove to grab as much as they can. The entire beach descends into a frenzy of greed and cheers. Jonathan watches the scene in disbelief. How does Tolio have this much gold? He wonders, if their coffers are this full, then the financial damage from shutting down their inland operations would be meaningless. His thoughts grow darker. Could this money be coming from the Arangis household? Scylla nudges him and asks if they can take some too, while Gus just laughs at the madness. The cheering reaches a fever pitch as the pirates begin chanting Tolio's name. Standing proudly, Tolio raises a hand to quiet them and declares, "This is nothing. Providing for my crew is simply my duty as your captain. You've all been driven into desperation by the new governor of Luz. But now, as your king, I will lead you back to glory." He releases a wave of aura that pulses across the crowd like a crashing tide. "I will crush that Pendragon brat myself," he roars. The pirates erupt in thunderous approval, shouting his name with renewed fervor. At that moment, John Myers, the captain of the Winter Storm Pirates, steps forward. "We know you're strong, Tolio," he says. "But our real problem is that Griffin Rider squad, the ones led by the Valva's Knight. Fighting those guys in the sky, especially over water, puts us at a huge disadvantage." Tolio chuckles and replies, "Well, they say an eye for an eye, and a tooth for a tooth." With that, he signals his men. The crowd parts, revealing a new squad standing proudly behind Tolio. Jonathan, Scylla, and Gus are visibly shaken as they realize what they're seeing. Tolio has assembled his own Griffin Riders. Even more shocking, they are former Valva's Knights. The tides of war were shifting. The scene shifts to the vast ocean, where a group of nobles aboard a ship converse among themselves, discussing how pirate sightings have decreased significantly in recent weeks, all thanks to Governor Pendragon's efforts. However, their relief is short-lived. Without warning, the sky darkens as a squad of Griffin Riders appears above them. It's none other than Tolio's Valva's Griffin Knights. In a sudden and brutal assault, the Knights descend upon the noble ship, striking down the passengers one by one and destroying the vessel completely. Meanwhile, on another part of the ocean, a ship belonging to the Windstorm Pirates is being pursued by an Imperial Navy vessel. The Navy commander shouts determinedly, "We won't let these pirates escape." Hearing this, John Myers, captain of the Windstorm, smirks and mutters, "Why's the Navy so worked up?" Displaying incredible skill, John expertly maneuvers his ship toward a narrow passage through the rocky reefs. With precise handling and unmatched confidence, he guides the ship through the tight channel and escapes. The Navy commander, shocked by the maneuver, hesitates but then orders his crew to follow. However, their ship crashes into a massive rock and sinks into the sea. From a distance, the pirates cheer in victory. Among them, Gus, Scylla, and Jonathan watch in disbelief at John's navigation skills. "He actually pulled it off," Scylla whispers, awed by how John utilized such a dangerous route to escape pursuit. Shortly after, reinforcements arrive. Another Navy ship and Governor Pendragon's vessel appear, but they are too late. The Navy ship has already been lost, and the Storm Pirates have vanished beyond the horizon. As Carta prepares to give chase, Killian stops him, saying, "Rescuing the Navy crew is our first priority." Later, we see John standing aboard his ship, now docked near an uncharted island. He looks around and declares, "This will be our island. Gather every pirate you can find. We're fortifying this place." The following day, grim headlines sweep through the empire. The news reports a devastating loss for the Navy and rising prices due to disrupted trade routes, leading to widespread poverty and economic instability in Luz. Governor Pendragon is said to be under immense pressure, the situation described as one of helplessness. The scene transitions to a private chamber where Viscount Moraine, seething with anger, slams the report onto the table. Aaron, however, remains calm and analytical. "It seems we underestimated them," he admits. "What revived the pirates wasn't just desperation. It was the influx of funds their leader, Tolio, is receiving. And I suspect the source is none other than the conqueror of the South, the Sea Dragon King, Arangis." Aaron continues, "Even though we cut off their income from Luz, it wasn't enough to cripple them. The real threat lies in Arangis backing them from the shadows." Viscount Moraine nods but counters, "Even Arangis must be feeling the burden of supporting such a large-scale conflict." Aaron's expression darkens. That's why he's sending in his secret weapon, his Valva's Knights. Arangis doesn't see this as a skirmish. To him, this is war, and he intends to go all out. Furious, Aaron releases a surge of aura that fills the room. "If that's how he wants it," he growls, "then I'll take this fight to Arangis himself." The tension eases as the scene shifts again, this time to a local restaurant. Carta, Killian, Argos, Leon, and Isla are gathered at a table, eating. Carta frowns and mutters, "The food's not great." Killian whispers, "Don't be too loud." Behind the counter, the restaurant worker explains, "Sorry about that. Because of the pirates, fish supplies have been scarce." A customer nearby joins the conversation. "Of course it's bad," he says. "Luz is in decline. There's no sign left of the proud city of the sea. Things were better under Segunda." Carta's face tightens in anger, and he moves to confront the man, but Killian restrains him, cautioning, "Don't make a scene." Argos, thoughtful, remarks, "To the common people, a good lord is someone who puts food on their table. That's all they care about." Leon sighs. "It really was more prosperous before." Isla, lost in thought, reflects on the past. He begins to worry about Aaron, concerned for the weight he's carrying alone. Suddenly, a loud commotion breaks out outside. The group rushes to the door, curious. A crowd has gathered, pointing up at the sky in disbelief. Everyone looks up, shocked to see a figure flying through the air. Isla's eyes widen. That's Sol. Moments later, Sol lands gracefully before them. With a calm but serious expression, he looks directly at Isla and says, "I need to speak with Aaron." The scene shifts to later that night at the palace, where Aaron comes running down the corridor to meet with Sol. Upon seeing him, Sol can't help but smile warmly. On the other hand, Aaron, surprised by Sol's sudden visit, immediately asks, "Where have you been all this time?" With a teasing expression, Sol replies, "Were you worried about me?" Aaron sighs and admits, "A little. You've been gone for quite a while." Hearing this, Sol chuckles softly, clearly touched. Aaron then asks, "So, how was the Losten Prairie?" Sol informs him, "I met with the Black Dragon, Amuhalt." Aaron's eyes widen in shock. "One of the 6 dragons from the mausoleum?" Sol nods. "Yes. Amuhalt said he has known about the existence of the dragon vein for a long time." Aaron, puzzled, asks, "The dragon vein? What is that exactly?" Sol explains, "It's an essential source of life for dragons, a place infused with pure mana. It's where we draw our power from. Without it, we can't maintain our full strength." Aaron then asks if there's one located in the Ancona Mountains. Sol nods again. "Each dragon's lair is built over a dragon vein. That's why, if a vein is severed, the dragon loses the ability to exert their full power." Hearing this, Aaron remembers how Sol once told him she needed to return to her lair to recover her mana, how staying in human form outside the Pendragon territory consumed enormous magical energy. Now it all made sense. Reflecting on the past, Aaron says, "The day we made our pact and overwhelmed those 6 dragons." Sol cuts in gently. "That was because we were in my domain. That's just one of the reasons." Aaron pauses, then continues thoughtfully. "Back then, the Black Dragon said something about the dragons and the demon gods, that I carry the aura of both. Is that why Amuhalt came to Losten Prairie? Does it have something to do with me being reincarnated, with returning to the past?" Sol's smile fades. She recalls Amuhalt's words, that dragons were closely monitoring the Pendragon's movements. Aaron, growing frustrated, clenches his fists. "Everyone I face, every plot I uncover, it all feels like I'm walking in someone else's game. Sol, please, just tell me the truth." But Sol remains silent. "Answer me, Sol," Aaron demands. Finally, Sol steps forward and gently takes his hand. "Aaron, I don't know everything yet, and even if I did, I couldn't tell you. But what I do know is this: I will protect you, even if it costs me my life. Our souls are bound. You are precious to me." As her words settle, Aaron slowly calms down. He kneels before her and lowers his head. "I'm sorry. I lost control. I didn't mean to make it sound like I was blaming you." He takes a deep breath and changes the subject. "The problem right now is the pirates, the infestation spreading across the sea, and Aranjus, a bitter enemy from my past life. Honestly, I don't know what to do." He looks up and asks, "Can't I just rely on your power? A dragon's power should be more than enough to end this war." But Sol shakes her head. "That's not possible." Aaron looks at her, stunned. "Didn't you just say you would protect me, even if it killed you?" Sol replies, "Yes, but if I interfere directly, things will only escalate. The sea dragon, Viscula, guardian of the Aranjus household, will react violently. He becomes uncontrollably enraged whenever another dragon enters the inland sea." Aaron's expression darkens. "Viscula, the one they call Aranjus's guardian deity." Sol nods solemnly. "Viscula is the most frenzied among all dragons. a fierce combatant who has never recognized me as the leader of the dragon clan. If I fight him without access to a dragon vein, I can't guarantee victory. That's why I can't help you. Not right now. Frustrated, Eren slams his fist against the table. Sol steps in close, startling him. Eren takes a step back. What are you doing? You're not acting like yourself, Sol says firmly. You're not even seeing what's right in front of you. She points toward the window, where the city of Luz lies in silence beneath the moonlight. This city is in crisis, she continues. You once said you wanted your people to live abundant lives. Remember Sisek? That was your dream. Eren freezes. Her words strike deep. He closes his eyes, then slowly nods. You're right. Now isn't the time to fixate on revenge. He grabs a pitcher of water and pours it over his head, soaking himself to clear his thoughts. Sol watches him, startled. Eren chuckles and says, Thanks, Sol. I needed that. You brought me back to my senses. Seeing his smile, Sol finally smiles too. Eren straightens and speaks with renewed resolve. As a baron, as a ruler, there are things I must do. I'll give everything I have to protect this city, to protect these people. The scene shifts to the next day, where workers are seen repairing and assembling several boats near the docks. Among them is Eren, helping shoulder materials and assisting the laborers without hesitation. Watching this unfold, two men nearby observe in confusion. What's going on over there? One asks. The other replies, they're preparing for a full-scale offensive against the pirates. Governor Pendragon is overseeing the construction of more ships. The first man raises an eyebrow. But where's the money for all this coming from? Apparently, the second man explains, they're using funds directly from the Pendragon household. Just then, a member of the Pendragon forces steps in and begins distributing wages to the workers. One of the laborers examines the coins and asks, What currency is this? These are Pendragon coins, the soldier answers. The new currency now in circulation under the governor's authority. A notification appears across the city. Due to Governor Pendragon's new economic policy, Luz is beginning to recover. Impoverishment is gradually decreasing and goods distribution is improving. Upon seeing this, Vincent remarks, he's using what he learned from developing York City to his advantage. Luna looks at him, intrigued. Really? Vincent nods. Alongside strengthening the navy, Eren is implementing social and economic policies aimed at countering the pirates. He's employing the poor citizens of Luz, ensuring they have a livelihood. That, too, is part of his economic strategy. He continues, it's the same approach we used in York, where we employed the massive wave of immigrants for town construction. Eren is doing the same thing here. Luna looks impressed. So he's even paying them using Pendragon coins? Yes, Vincent replies. Even though Luz is currently in poor condition, it's still one of the Empire's central trade hubs. If Pendragon currency starts circulating here, Luna finishes the thought, then it'll spread across the entire Empire in no time. Vincent smiles. Exactly. It's killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Still, with Luz trade routes impaired and goods in short supply, just handing out money won't be enough. For the system to work, Eren needs support from Pendragon territory as well. The scene transitions to the port of Pendragon the following day, where Luna and Joseph are inspecting the transport arrangements. Joseph points toward the canal. Transporting goods from here to Luz using this route will be the fastest. Luna asks, what about escorts during the transfer? Joseph waves his hand dismissively. I've hired a group of mercenaries. There's no need to use Pendragon soldiers for this. Still, Luna looks hesitant. Seeing her expression, Joseph says gently, You still don't trust me, do you? Luna doesn't respond. If that's the case, Joseph continues with a smile. Then take me as a hostage during the transport. I'll stay here. If anything goes wrong, you're free to deal with me however you see fit. Luna narrows her eyes. Why are you going this far? Because I owe you? Joseph says simply. Isn't that reason enough? The scene shifts back to Luz, where the goods from Pendragon territory have arrived. Workers unload crates, and a sense of renewed energy fills the port. Isaac watches the activity and comments, the city's starting to feel alive again. Viscount Moraine nods in approval. I never expected you to be this skilled in politics, Governor. Eren smiles humbly. This plan was suggested by the Fly Fox, my counselor. We were only able to implement it thanks to York's earlier success. Moraine folds his arms. Now it's my turn. As a warrior, I'll do what must be done. It's time to finish the pirates once and for all. With Isaac and Viscount Moraine both preparing for battle, Eren quietly reflects to himself. Even if I strengthen the navy, We have no real counter against aerial attacks from the Valvas. They've trained from childhood to fight atop griffins. Aside from Isla, our side lacks the experience to face them in the skies. But if I can't neutralize those griffin riders, I won't be able to restore Lu's trade routes. And if this drags on, even Pendragon's finances could collapse. If only I had another option, another card to play. The scene then shifts to Isla, who is tending to the griffins at the stables. Eren walks up behind him and speaks. Isla, lend me one of your griffins. Isla turns to him, surprised. What? Before Isla can respond, the scene shifts again, this time to a remote island where members of the Winter Storm pirates are gathered. Suddenly, a shadow passes overhead. The pirates look up in disbelief. A griffin, John Myers, the captain of Winter Storm, steps forward, eyes wide with shock. No way. The governor of Luz actually came here alone? As Eren lands on the island, all the pirates of the Winter Storm crew draw their weapons, ready to strike. The scene then shifts to a few moments earlier, when Eren first asked Isla to lend him a griffin. I can't do that, Isla replied firmly. If you're going there, then take me with you. Eren remained silent, prompting Isla to continue. I've said it before, I'm your sword. That's exactly why I can't take you with me, Eren answered quietly. Isla looked stunned. Eren elaborated. If I draw my sword, the pirates will draw theirs. I'm going alone, unarmed. If I take you with me, that promise is broken. Frustration welled up inside Isla. A sword used in battle is meaningless, he thought. As Eren turned to leave, he gave one final order. Stay here. Just then, Isla called out. Wait. At least take my most trusted companion with you. Hearing that, Eren smiled gently, and with a nod, he left. Isla could only watch in silence, clenching his fists in restrained anger. Back in the present, Eren now stands before John Myers, captain of the Winter Storm Pirates. I came to talk, Eren says calmly. But before John can respond, one of the pirates steps forward, mocking Eren, causing the others to burst into laughter. Eren remains completely silent, unfazed. Annoyed by Eren's composure, another pirate punches him hard across the face. Jonathan, Scylla, and Gus watch in shock, expecting retaliation. But even after being struck, Eren doesn't flinch. He simply stares at the pirates, expression steady and resolute. Then, Eren calmly turns to John. I said I came to talk. The pirates begin to unsheath their swords, but John raises a hand to stop them. There's no need for that, he says. Then, with a smirk, he adds, the new governor of Luz went to all this trouble to come here. Let's hear what he has to say. Let's talk business. The scene shifts to the interior of the pirate ship, where Eren presents John with a pouch of Pendragon coins and lays out his proposal. John listens carefully as Eren explains the entire plan. After a pause, John says, You understand the position you're in, and yet you still say all this with complete seriousness? Eren nods. I'm only doing what I believe is best for the people of Luz. John stares at him for a long moment, then chuckles. You're an interesting man. Later that night, inside the governor's palace, Viscount Moraine slams his fist on the table, outraged. You allied with pirates? Eren replies calmly. To navigate through this crisis, those pirates are the allies I need. I've taken every measure possible, but unless we eliminate the Valva's Knights, Luz will never recover. They're crippling trade routes and slowly exhausting our resources. Viscount Moraine shakes his head in disbelief. And to do that, you sided with criminals. I doubled the amount of gold Tolio Arangis gave to the Winter Storm pirates, Eren continues. John saw right through the real goal, developing Luz's shipbuilding industry through circulation of Pendragon coins. Soon, these coins will have immense value and dominate the Empire's economy. He adds, John is sharp. In the event of our victory, the Winter Storm pirates will receive trade rights in these waters. Viscount Moraine stiffens. You're granting trade rights to traders who defy the Empire? And what of your honor as a Navy officer? Moraine demands. What will become of the Empire's pride? Eren looks him directly in the eyes. Can honor feed the people of Luz? The words strike Moraine like a blow. He falls silent. I'm not fighting for pride, Eren continues. I'm fighting to give my people a life of abundance. And for that, I must make choices, difficult ones. Viscount Moraine, visibly frustrated, slowly begins to understand. With clenched fists, he turns and walks away without another word. As the room falls quiet, Eren turns to the night sky and mutters under his breath. Tolio Arangis, just wait. Your time is coming. The scene shifts to a remote island, where one of the orc's subordinates rushes to deliver urgent news to Tolio. He reports, a ship is preparing to depart from Luz, carrying a massive amount of gold coins. Tolio, the orc leader, perks up with interest. That's quite a haul, he mutters with a wicked grin. Tell me, are those the new Pendragon coins? The subordinate nods. Yes, sir. That's what the scouts confirmed. Tolio's expression hardens slightly as he begins to think. So Aaron is trying to distribute those coins in bulk to the southern regions, expanding his influence while doing so. The messenger adds, if this plan succeeds, even your father may be affected. Tolio's expression turns grim. The real headache in the south right now is that man, the so-called Gold King, Karl Mandy. He's currently working under the Arangis household, funding their military efforts. In the end, everything comes down to money. He clenches his fists. If Pendragon coins become widespread and Karl decides to switch allegiances, betraying Arangis, it could throw the entire balance into chaos. With a cruel smirk, Tolio rises to his feet. This is the perfect opportunity to show some filial piety. He raises his voice and shouts, "Sink that ship." A roar erupts from the orcs as they cheer their leader. Tolio continues, and every last coin aboard will belong to you. The orcs erupt again, pounding their weapons and howling in excitement. The scene shifts to the governor's palace in Luz, where Aaron is in the middle of a strategy meeting with his key commanders. Aaron addresses the room. The ship carrying the Pendragon coins will be escorted by Admiral Moraine's fleet. As expected, the pirates will aim for it. While the Admiral draws them in and leads them into pursuit, our Luz naval fleet, under my command, will remain hidden and wait in ambush. He pauses, letting the anticipation build. The moment the pirate ships enter the rocky region, Aaron continues, they'll be trapped. Winter Storm, under Captain John, who has now turned against the other pirates, will strike them from the rear. We'll be hitting them from 3 directions at once. The room falls silent for a beat before erupting into excitement. Commanders nod in approval, murmuring with confidence. The formation is as follows. Pendragon's fleet will deploy 20 warships, Admiral Moraine will lead 60 from the Empire's navy, and Captain John will contribute another 20 ships, facing off against Tolio's formidable fleet of 60 vessels. With this strategy, Aaron declares confidently, we can overwhelm them. Victory is within our grasp. The mood in the war room turns resolute. The final battle for control of the sea and the fate of Luz was about to begin. The scene shifts to later that day, where Aaron and the Pendragon forces are preparing to depart for battle. On the docks, Aaron's younger sister rushes forward and throws her arms around him, tears streaming down her face. Please, return safely, no matter what, she pleads. Aaron smiles gently and pats her head. Don't worry. I've always come back in one piece, haven't I? As he pulls away, his eyes fall on Lindsay, who stands nearby. Walking up to her, Aaron says with a soft smile, I'm leaving my sister in your care. Lindsay nods with determination. I'll be praying for your success. They embrace briefly, an unspoken exchange of trust and affection. Aaron then looks up at the rooftop of a nearby building, where Sol sits quietly, watching over them all. Sol, Aaron calls out, I'm counting on you to take care of everyone here. Sol nods silently, her expression unreadable. At that moment, Killian rallies the Pendragon forces. Let's move out. With our strength and the protection of the White Dragon, we will return victorious. Carta grins and pumps his fist. I'll crush every last one of those pirates who dared to stand against us. As the fleet begins its departure, Isla stands at the edge of one vessel, keeping a sharp lookout. Nearby, he watches Argos and Leon sparring on the deck. Leon spots an opening and lunges at Argos with a strike, but Argos swiftly blocks the blow. As Leon attempts a follow-up attack, Argos ducks, sweeping low and kicking Leon off balance. Leon stumbles but quickly recovers, leaping into the air, grabbing a nearby rope, and swinging gracefully to the upper deck. Without pause, Leon springs down from above, aiming a kick directly at Argos. To his surprise, Argos raises his arm and blocks the kick with ease. Leon gasps. You blocked it. Argos smirks. You've already mastered the basics of fighting aboard a ship. Thank you, sir. Leon responds excitedly, though his face falls. But I still couldn't land a single clean hit. Argos chuckles. You kept shouting during your attacks. There's no use striking from a blind spot if you announce your every move. Leon scratches his head in embarrassment. In a real battle, Argos continues. Useless movements like that will only get you killed. Still, if you hadn't shouted, you might have actually landed a hit today. With that, Argos removes his armored arm guards and hands them to Leon. These are the divine fists of Taramis, the dragon of justice's sacred arm guards, Argos says. Tomorrow will be your first real battle. As someone who has learned my fist techniques, you must not bring shame to me, or to our lord. Leon, deeply moved, takes the arm guards and straps them on. I understand, sir. I'll make you proud. As the ships sail steadily toward their destination, the scene shifts to a distant island. Aboard a massive pirate vessel, Tolio stands with arms crossed. Beside him, a man wearing a black mask kneels respectfully. This will be your first battle, Tolio says, looking out over the ocean. Meanwhile, Sol gazes silently toward the horizon, worry clouding her eyes. Eren, be safe, she thinks. You're facing Tolio and his entire pirate fleet. The storm was coming, and the fate of the southern seas was about to be decided. The scene shifts to the next day as Eren's forces push forward, and when the pirates notice the Empire fleet pulling back, they immediately grow overconfident and start mocking them. Count Moraine watches with a faint smirk, confident that once the pirates pass through the rocky area, they'll be ambushed from 3 different directions in what should be a perfect trap. At that moment, Isaac voices his concern, asking whether they can really trust Myers, especially after Governor Pendragon revealed that he had offered him twice as much money as Tolio did. Moraine understands the concern, but Isaac continues, pointing out that if Myers returns to renegotiate with Tolio, there's a real chance he could betray them since people driven only by profit tend to follow whichever side benefits them most. Having spent years fighting on these seas, Moraine's men insist they understand pirate cunning far better than the governor and once again ask whether Myers can truly be trusted. Before Moraine can answer, Tolio suddenly appears with his main fleet aboard the ships captured from the Empire. Frustrated by the sight, Isaac argues that they should launch the signal flare and start the battle immediately. Since the pirates outnumber them in ships, taking down Myers first would even the odds, and if the Empire destroys Tolio's forces before they link up with the others, they can regroup with Pendragon's fleet waiting near the rocky passage. Isaac passionately insists that the Empire would hold the advantage, and the other officers quickly agree, declaring that they are soldiers of the Empire and could never lose to mere pirates. One after another, they urge Moraine to fire the flare, but the Count remains silent. Meanwhile, Tolio and his pirates continue taunting them, boasting that the Empire cannot defeat their Valva's knights, claiming they can do whatever they want while the Empire can only watch, and even mocking the Navy for still following an aging emperor who is long past his prime. That insult finally pushes Moraine over the edge. Filled with anger, he orders the signal flare to be launched. The moment it lights up the sky, Eren and his subordinates are left stunned. Carta can't believe Moraine has started the battle on his own, completely abandoning the original plan. Regaining his composure, Eren immediately orders every ship to move at maximum speed since they must link up with the Empire fleet as quickly as possible. His forces surge forward while Eren wonders what exactly Count Moraine is thinking. Back on the battlefield, Moraine declares that pirates are nothing more than evil criminals and decides to teach Tolio a lesson for insulting both the Emperor and the Empire's navy. Without hesitation, Moraine's fleet charges straight toward the pirates at full speed. Seeing this, Tolio can only laugh and remark that he already told them the Empire fleet was unbelievably foolish. Wasting no time, he leaps directly onto an Imperial warship and unleashes a devastating strike that takes down dozens of soldiers in a single blow, instantly turning the battlefield into chaos. Tolio continued charging across the battlefield, taking down anyone brave enough to stand in his way. The Empire soldiers tried to overwhelm him with numbers, attacking together from every direction, but Tolio calmly blocked their strikes and countered with his newly mastered lightning strike technique, taking them down one after another. Overflowing with confidence, he even mocked them, asking how they liked his new combination swordsmanship. The Empire troops quickly began to panic as they witnessed his overwhelming strength, and seeing their fear, Tolio led his pirates and orc warriors into a full assault, smashing through multiple ships in rapid succession. Meanwhile, Count Moraine received a grim report that 9 of their ships had already been destroyed, and if things continued at this pace, total defeat was only a matter of time. Shocked, Moraine and his officers could hardly believe how powerful Tolio's forces were. Before they could react, One of Tolio's elite Valva's knights landed directly on Moraine's ship, taking down several soldiers in an instant. Moraine was stunned by the knight's incredible speed and strength. As the knight moved in for an attack, Moraine struck first, injuring the griffin the knight was riding and forcing the beast to crash onto the deck. Furious, the Valva's knight declared that Moraine would pay for harming his companion. Isaac immediately charged forward in anger, with Moraine joining him, but the knight effortlessly blocked every attack they threw at him. Isaac quickly realized that none of his strikes could even get close. Then, moving with terrifying agility, the knight struck Moraine and severely injured one of his arms. As Moraine stumbled back, the knight knocked Isaac aside and sent him crashing to the deck. Spotting an opening, he followed up with another strike that took Isaac down completely. Moraine could only watch in shock before the knight turned his attention toward him. Preparing himself for the worst, Moraine tightened his grip on his sword as the knight advanced, declaring that a swordsman who could no longer fight had no value on the battlefield. Just as the finishing blow was about to land, Eren suddenly appeared and blocked the attack. At the same time, the Pendragon fleet finally arrived, and Moraine felt a wave of relief seeing the reinforcements. Eren released his aura in anger, but the Valva's knight remained completely unfazed, remarking that he already knew Eren was no ordinary opponent. The knight immediately rushed forward with full force, but Eren matched him blow for blow. The knight intensified his aura and unleashed attacks from multiple directions, yet Eren smoothly dodged every strike and landed a counterattack that forced the knight back. Sensing an opportunity, Eren surged forward while releasing his dragon aura, and the battle instantly reached another level. The Valva's knight barely managed to evade Eren's relentless attacks, while Moraine watched in disbelief from the sidelines. At first, he couldn't understand why Eren was fighting so aggressively, but then he realized Eren was intentionally drawing the knight farther away, creating distance to keep Moraine safe. As their swords clashed again, the knight admitted that Eren had exceeded his expectations. He then launched a powerful kick, and while Eren blocked it, the knight spotted what looked like an opening and confidently declared that Eren would never surpass a Valva's knight in swordsmanship. But Eren simply smirked. In his mind, he recalled practicing a new technique against Isla thousands of times. Then, to the knight's complete shock, his footing suddenly gave way. As he lost balance, Eren immediately moved in for what should have been the finishing strike. Somehow, the knight narrowly avoided the blow, but he was left stunned and furious, realizing that Eren had learned Valva's techniques. Eren smiled and casually revealed that he happened to have an excellent Valva's knight on his side as well. The knight instantly remembered seeing Elkin Isla during the ceremony and bitterly blamed the Night King's mistake for allowing this to happen. Before the battle could continue, several more Griffin riders suddenly descended onto the battlefield, shocking both Eren and Moraine. Seeing the reinforcements arrive, the Valva's knight decided to withdraw and declared that their fight would end here for now. At that exact moment, Myers emerged from the sea alongside his massive monster companion and shouted for Eren and Count Moraine to get on the boat immediately. Without wasting a second, Eren grabbed Moraine and rushed toward the vessel. The Valva's knight tried to pursue them, but Myers fired a well-timed shot from his crossbow, forcing the knight back and buying enough time for Eren to leap aboard. With everyone safely on board, Myers quickly ordered all Allied forces to retreat for the time being, bringing the intense clash to a temporary end. As they retreated from the battlefield, Eren admitted that Myers had genuinely surprised him. Not only had Myers prepared an escape boat in advance, but he had also tamed a massive sea monster to pull it through the water. Count Moraine was left speechless, unable to believe that a human could tame such a creature. Myers casually explained that he had found the sea monster when he was young and had raised it ever since. With a faint smile, he joked that perhaps they got along so well because both pirates and monsters were considered outcasts by society. Hearing those words, Eren fell silent for a moment. Myers then turned serious and revealed that the Empire fleet had been completely destroyed. Clearly frustrated, he questioned Eren about why everything had turned out so differently from the plan they discussed. His gaze briefly shifted toward Moraine before he sighed and calmed himself, admitting that perhaps this outcome was inevitable. After all, pirates and the Empire Navy had spent years trying to kill each other, so the idea of suddenly working together like allies had always seemed ridiculous. Eren lowered himself onto a seat and took full responsibility as the commanding general, stating that today's defeat rested entirely on his shoulders. Moraine immediately protested, insisting that none of this was Aaron's fault, but Aaron refused to shift the blame. He assured Myers that every coin promised in their agreement would still be paid in full regardless of the outcome. Myers then reminded him about the second promise. Aaron had vowed to grant Myers and his crew trading rights across these waters because simple payment alone could never provide lasting security for their families. Now that they had lost the battle, Myers wondered whether that promise still stood. Before Aaron could answer, Moraine asked about the nobles who had been killed during the conflict. Myers explained that those deaths were entirely Tolio's doing and that neither he nor his crew killed people unnecessarily. Hearing this, Moraine finally admitted that he had judged them unfairly. Aaron then explained that many criminals were not born evil, but were pushed onto that path by poverty, revenge, or false accusations. He challenged Moraine to think carefully about what he truly wanted to protect within the Empire. Was it the people, or was it simply the Emperor? Aaron went even further, asking how Moraine, as the Lord of Luz, was any different from Segunda, who had blindly served Arangis. The question struck Moraine hard, leaving him completely stunned. Aaron continued, pointing out that not for a single moment would the Emperor have wanted things to unfold this way. Overwhelmed by guilt, Moraine finally broke down and apologized for his reckless actions. Myers watched the scene unfold and quietly smiled, impressed by Aaron's character. Soon after, they arrived back at their base, where Aaron immediately asked for a status report. Killian explained that both the Griffin Squadron and the Orc forces had fought fierce battles, but successfully protected nearly all of the ships carrying the Pendragon treasury. However, nearly half of the Empire fleet had been lost. Hearing the report, Aaron paused to think before grimly admitting that their situation had become far more dangerous and that their chances of winning the war had dropped significantly. At that moment, Isla stormed forward, grabbed Moraine by the collar, and angrily demanded to know what he had been thinking when he ignored the governor's orders. Burdened by guilt, Moraine could only remain silent. Despite the tension, Aaron stepped in and revealed that there was still a path to victory. Looking at everyone gathered before him, he confidently declared that the war could still be won, but only if they were willing to place their trust in him. Stunned by Aaron's confidence, Killian immediately asked if there was really a plan capable of turning around such a hopeless situation despite their massive disadvantage. Aaron calmly explained that the final battle would take place near a cluster of locations including the Inlet, Redcliffe Island, and Tazumi Bay. There, the Pendragon fleet would gather every remaining ship and link them together with heavy chains to prevent them from being pushed around by the currents. Hearing this, Killian was shocked and pointed out that such a formation would leave them trapped with no route for retreat, while the narrow inlet would severely limit their movement. Aaron simply replied that it did not matter because they would not need to maneuver at all. If they properly utilized the sea itself, there was still a chance to win. His words left everyone stunned. Argos immediately sensed that Aaron was hiding something and asked whether there was more to the plan, but Aaron remained silent. Deep down, he knew the strategy came from knowledge he remembered from his previous life. Even if he explained it, nobody would find it convincing, and revealing too much could expose secrets he could never share. Isla noticed his hesitation and asked if something was wrong, but before Aaron could respond, several members of the Empire fleet began voicing doubts. They argued that if the governor could not explain the details, then there was no real proof the plan would work at all. Isla instantly became furious and warned them not to question Aaron's judgment. But before the argument could escalate further, Count Moraine stepped forward. He calmly stated that Aaron clearly had a plan and that there were likely circumstances preventing him from fully explaining it. To everyone's surprise, Moraine declared that he would place his faith in Aaron regardless. Aaron looked genuinely surprised by those words. Moraine then bowed his head and admitted that while he did not necessarily trust the plan itself, he trusted the man behind it, Governor Aaron Pendragon. Raising his voice, Moraine asked if anyone had objections and reminded everyone that Aaron was a ruler who had always fought to protect the people of Luz. He declared that he would follow Aaron's orders without hesitation and urged all of his soldiers to do the same. Hearing their commander speak with such conviction, the soldiers quickly fell in line and agreed to support the plan. Carta watched in surprise as the entire atmosphere shifted. Argos remarked that it felt good to place his faith in Aaron, while Leon found the moment genuinely inspiring. Killian also voiced his support, saying that he had always believed Aaron was the greatest ruler they could ask for. Isla then told Aaron that he had trusted him from the very beginning. With a small grin, Aaron joked that he would have to make the plan succeed if he wanted to avoid getting hit by Isla again, lightening the mood for everyone. Watching the exchange, Myers smiled and admitted that his instincts had not been wrong. He, too, decided to place his trust in Aaron Pendragon. Aaron sincerely thanked Count Moraine, saying that thanks to his support, everyone had finally become united once again. Without wasting any more time, he ordered all forces to begin preparations immediately. Later that day, the scene shifted to Tolio's side. Looking at the situation with confidence, Tolio declared that the time had finally come. The Pendragon forces had suffered severe losses, and Myers no longer concerned him. In his eyes, pirates would always be pirates and could never stand against him. Believing victory was already within reach, Tolio confidently announced that all that remained was to seize their gold and wipe out the Pendragon forces once and for all. Meanwhile, following Aaron's instructions to the letter, the Pendragon fleet quietly moved every ship into position, setting the stage for the decisive battle that would determine the fate of the entire war. Soon, Tolio received a report that the Pendragon forces had gathered at Tazumi Bay. Hearing this, he immediately suspected that Aaron was preparing some kind of trap. Even the informant admitted that he could not figure out what Pendragon's true objective was this time. Tolio considered the possibility that Aaron might simply be waiting for reinforcements, since the Pendragon forces had already suffered heavy losses and could not afford to spread their troops too thin. Still, he quickly dismissed any concerns, confidently stating that even if something unexpected happened, the Valva's Knights would handle it. In his mind, it did not matter what Aaron had planned because all strategies would ultimately fail before overwhelming strength. Meanwhile, back at the Pendragon camp, Aaron sat together with Myers as preparations continued. Aaron calmly remarked that Myers would soon understand the reason behind his plan. Curious, Myers asked whether the rumors were true and if Aaron could actually see the future through a pact with a dragon. Aaron simply smiled and asked what Myers thought. After a moment, Myers shook his head and replied that if Aaron could really see the future, then their war against Tolio would have been much easier. He admitted that he was incredibly curious about Aaron's strategy, but after watching Aaron's subordinates place absolute trust in him, he had somehow started feeling the same way. Looking out at their assembled forces, Myers noted how much their numbers had decreased, but he was relieved that the survivors had managed to regroup safely and hold their own against Tolio's fleet. Aaron then asked a question that had been on his mind. If Myers had sided with Tolio, he could have gained wealth, power, and complete freedom, so why choose him instead? Myers answered honestly. Like Aaron had guessed, he was an orphan who had struggled every day just to find enough food to survive. Becoming a pirate had not been a dream, but a necessity. Titles like Pirate King or Dark King meant nothing to him. For his crew, having food on the table every day was already enough. That was why he could never follow Tolio's way of ruling through fear and strength. All they wanted was the freedom to sail the seas, live peacefully, and enjoy a decent meal. And for some reason, Myers believed Aaron could make that future possible. Hearing those words, Aaron confidently promised that he would. Myers then asked Aaron a question of his own. As a noble with power and status, why did he choose to dedicate his life to helping ordinary people instead of enjoying a comfortable life like most nobles? Aaron quietly reflected on memories from his past life, remembering how his parents always helped others without expecting anything in return. He thought about his responsibilities as both a duke and a ruler before explaining that the people most important to him had always fought for common citizens regardless of social status. They lived honest and straightforward lives, and he had simply chosen to carry on their will. Myers listened carefully before smiling and remarking that Aaron must have been surrounded by some truly remarkable people. Aaron smiled back and replied that perhaps that was why they both struggled to fit into the worlds they were born into. Hearing that, Myers could not help but laugh. The scene then shifted to the southern region of the empire, within Duke Aranjus's territory. Looking out toward the sea, Aranjus demanded to know what was happening. His subordinate nervously reported that they could not believe what they were seeing. There had been no warning signs whatsoever, and sailors who knew the ocean better than anyone had failed to predict it. In the distance, an enormous storm was rapidly approaching. Growing increasingly worried, the subordinate admitted that a storm of this scale could put Tolio's entire navy in serious danger. At the same time, Tolio stared at the raging weather with frustration and anger, realizing that the sudden storm threatened to completely destroy every plan he had carefully prepared. The next day, the battlefield reveals the aftermath of Aaron's guess as Myers and Count Moraine arrive stunned, realizing that Governor Aaron had not only predicted the storm, but used it as part of his strategy. Broken ships scatter across the shore. Myers, a man who once believed he understood the sea better than anyone, is left in disbelief as he admits that someone like him failed to read what Aaron somehow foresaw. In his eyes, Aaron almost feels like someone blessed by fate itself. Meanwhile, Aaron quietly reflects on the storm, remembering how in his previous life the demon faction once entered the southern region and got caught in a massive, unpredictable tempest that swallowed everything in chaos. Since history in this world kept shifting unpredictably, it was never a certainty, and this time, he had hit the jackpot. Coming back to the present, Aaron thanks all his forces for trusting his judgment. Soon after, Isla returns from patrol and reports that most of Tolio's fleet has already been wiped out, and if they eliminate the remaining orc forces and Tolio himself, victory will finally be within reach. Without hesitation, Aaron declares that he and Myers will personally take care of the remaining orcs to prevent further casualties among their troops. Myers immediately agrees. Aaron then assigns Gus, Scylla, and Jody to support Myers until the end of the battle, and they accept without hesitation. Aaron then turns to Killian and orders him to hold the line against Tolio alongside Isla until he returns, and both confidently agree. Krudel, Argos, and Leon also prepare themselves, ready for the final clash. With everything in place, Aaron raises his voice and commands all forces to prepare for full counterattack, declaring that victory is now right in front of them. On the opposite side, Tolio is furious as he realizes his reinforcements have still not arrived. The Valva's knights are compromised, and even their griffins have been affected by the storm, making communication with his father nearly impossible. An orc reports that the Pendragon fleet is advancing despite everything, leaving Tolio in complete shock as he realizes they were never affected by the storm at all. Suddenly, it clicks in his mind that Pendragon must have chosen Tazumi based specifically for this exact reason. Before he can fully process it, Isla wastes no time and charges straight into battle, followed immediately by the rest of the Pendragon forces launching a full counterattack, as Aaron ordered. Enraged beyond control, Tolio threatens his own troops, declaring that anyone who tries to retreat will be taken down by his own hand, forcing the terrified orcs to rush forward into the fight. Still clinging to his last hope, Tolio believes that if he can just eliminate Aaron Pendragon, everything can be turned around. But to his shock, Carta and Killian suddenly appear and block his path. Frustrated that they dare stand in his way, Tolio roars in anger, while Killian firmly declares that they will not allow him anywhere near their lord. Killian steps up to face Tolio head-on, but the moment their blades clash, he instantly realizes the difference in power is on another level. Tolio is far beyond what he expected, and Killian quickly understands he cannot handle him alone. With overwhelming force, Tolio smashes him back, mocking him coldly and saying Killian is not even worthy to stand as his opponent. Just then, Carta jumps in without hesitation and lands a strike of his own, catching Tolio's attention. Tolio acknowledges that the orc is clearly stronger than most humans, but still manages to catch Carta's weapon and overpower him with raw strength alone. Even so, Carta calmly warns that underestimating them will be Tolio's biggest mistake. In the next moment, Carta bursts forward and delivers a heavy attack, but Tolio blocks it effortlessly. Losing patience, Tolio unleashes his aura and Carta struggles under the pressure as Tolio's lightning-fast strike overwhelms him. Killian immediately rushes back in, trying to counterattack, but he is once again pushed back instantly. Tolio coldly tells Killian that if he and his men want to survive, they should retreat right now instead of dying here. Without hesitation, Tolio swings down at Killian, but Killian takes the hit directly, refusing to fall. Through gritted teeth, he tells Tolio that his arrogance and contempt for everyone around him is exactly his greatest weakness. For a brief moment, Tolio realizes something is off and notices his sword has been restrained. Seizing that opening, Carta lunges in for another strike, but Tolio reacts instantly with inhuman agility and dodges cleanly. Then, releasing his dragon aura in full force, Tolio unleashes a devastating counterattack that brings both Killian and Carta crashing down. With the battlefield briefly cleared, Tolio calls for a griffin, planning to use it to strike the Pendragon fleet from above using the stolen Valva's mount. But just as he prepares to move, Isla suddenly appears from behind on her own griffin, blocking his path completely. Tolio's expression darkens in anger as Isla stares him down and calmly declares that his journey ends here. As Tolio clashes with Isla immediately pulls the fight away from Aaron's position, creating distance so the battlefield doesn't get disrupted. While observing Tolio's flame sword, Isla quickly analyzes the weakness of fighting at close range and, in a sudden reversal, spins back in and closes the gap in an instant, catching Tolio off guard. Tolio realizes the danger right away, knowing that if he unleashes his aura at full power, he might end up harming himself too in the process. As their blades collide, he tries to retreat to open space, but Isla sticks to him like a shadow. Tolio activates his flame aura, yet Isla slips beneath him with unbelievable control, even maneuvering his griffin upside down just to protect its wing while staying in position. Tolio swings repeatedly, but Isla dodges everything cleanly, forcing Tolio further back as the chase continues. Confused, Tolio wonders what kind of fighter Isla really is. From what the Valva's knights told him, Isla was supposed to be a deserter, a failed knight who abandoned the war-torn lands. Yet right now he is overpowering Tolio himself. Isla gains the high ground on his griffin, with the sun directly behind him, blinding Tolio's vision and making every move harder to read. Shocked, Tolio admits he has never seen someone control a griffin like this before, and he refuses to believe this man is truly a deserter. He demands to know why someone like Isla would run from Valva's if he is clearly stronger than most of Tolio's knights, and why he would use that strength for Aaron Pendragon. Isla stays silent for a moment, which only frustrates Tolio more. Tolio then declares that strength exists to rule the world and dominate others, that the strong are meant to do whatever they want. In response, Isla finally speaks, saying that Tolio, the Valva's knights, and even himself are all just killers who were never meant to live freely. Isla admits he spent his entire life searching for a reason to keep living after leaving Valva's, and that answer finally came when he met Aaron Pendragon. He recalls Aaron's words about creating a nation where people can live full and peaceful lives, and says that those words became the path he chose to follow. For Isla, serving Aaron is his way of making amends for his past actions, and he is ready to fight and even die for him. Tolio scoffs, calling it meaningless and boring, before erupting with his aura again and declaring that the strong decide everything, that victory belongs only to power, and he will prove it here and now. He unleashes a massive flame strike, but Isla responds by charging upward with precise griffin control, dodging the attack effortlessly. Tolio laughs, saying he won't be fooled by the same trick twice, but as Isla closes in again, Tolio swings hard only to realize he was tricked, striking nothing but a wooden mast Isla had torn from a destroyed ship. In that instant, Isla appears behind him for a finishing blow, but Tolio activates his shield technique, releasing a massive burst of aura that forces Isla and his griffin backward and sends them spiraling toward the ocean. Tolio smirks, believing he was right all along, but Isla calmly responds that Aaron Pendragon is right. Before hitting the water, Isla throws his spear with perfect timing, catching Tolio off guard and injuring his left arm. Isla then manages to recover, pulling himself back onto his griffin and landing on their ship, while Tolio regains balance, but narrowly avoids falling into the sea. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Aaron has already defeated dozens of orcs, silently thinking that he has already defeated Grisman, one of the 3 great pirates of the Inner Sea, leaving only Tolio Oranges remaining. But just as he prepares to move forward, a masked figure suddenly appears behind him, startling Aaron as he quickly turns and asks who the intruder is. On another part of the battlefield, Leon and Argos have already taken down several orc warriors, steadily holding their ground despite the chaos around them. Argos even praises Leon for his impressive performance in his very first real battle, but Leon admits he still feels like he can't move as smoothly as Argos. Argos calmly explains that their experience levels are completely different, so there is no need for Leon to rush his growth. He reminds him that their fighting style, the Divine Fist technique, is also different, and Leon's own style relies on the explosive movement and flexibility he developed during his time as a jester, something Argos himself could never replicate. All Leon needs to do is master his own path. Argos then reminds him that right now, their only goal is survival. At that moment, everything changes as Tolio suddenly arrives at their position, unleashing his terrifying aura and declaring that he will crush all Pendragon forces himself. Argos calmly remarks that it looks like Leon's first battle has already brought him face to face with a monster-level opponent. The fight erupts instantly as both Leon and Argos dodge Tolio's brutal strikes, but the pressure is overwhelming. Spotting an opening, Tolio swings directly at Leon, only for Argos to grab him and pull him out of harm's way at the last second. Argos tells Leon to stay calm and focus, explaining that Tolio is using the Ratuan technique and hiding his attack angles with his shield, making his strikes unpredictable. He also notes that even though Tolio looks wounded and worn down, especially after being pushed to his limits by the others, he is still far from finished, which proves just how monstrous his strength really is. Tolio, clearly irritated, refuses to fall for their attempts to provoke him and instead begins destroying the ship itself, hurling debris at them. Leon and Argos manage to block and evade the incoming destruction, but Argos is shocked that Tolio still has this much power left. Leon nervously asks what they should do next, and Argos tells him to draw Tolio's attention while he prepares to finish the fight. When Leon asks why him, Argos reassures him not to be afraid and reminds him that he is his best apprentice. If Argos believes in him, then Leon is capable of doing it. Encouraged, Leon says he will give it his all. At that moment, Tolio releases his aura again, catching Leon and Argos' attention. Meanwhile, a masked figure nearby declares coldly that he has been ordered to kill Aaron Pendragon. Without hesitation, he charges in and strikes, but Aaron blocks the attack with ease. Aaron immediately senses something odd, noting that the attack lacks real hostility and feels unusually light. Overpowering the masked man, Aaron pushes him back to the ground, but the attacker keeps muttering that he must properly hold his sword if he wants to defeat Aaron Pendragon. Suddenly, Aaron feels a drastic shift in aura as a terrifying presence erupts from the masked figure. The attacker reinforces his blade with aura and charges again, and this time the strike lands with far greater weight. Aaron blocks it, but his expression changes as he realizes the energy resembles both Ian's aura and the Emperor's presence. A memory flashes in Aaron's mind from his previous life, and a chilling realization sets in. Breaking the mask apart, Aaron is left frozen in shock at the identity beneath it, a man he once knew all too well, the one who would later become emperor in his past life, Godfrey Aragorn.